Good morning, everybody. We're going to call our Salisbury City Council goal-setting retreat to order. It's my pleasure to kick us off this morning with a welcome. First of all, thanks to all the city staff, all our administration staff for making the next 2 days possible. I'd like to do an extended thank you to City Manager Jim Green, Assistant City Manager Kelly Baker. We know that all of this takes tremendous work away from your day while you're doing your everyday job. So this kind of layers in on top of that. So it's really important, though, that we keep setting a future vision for what keeps Salisbury so successful. So thank you all for that. I want to recognize our facilitator today, Jeff Emery from the Department of Commerce, who Jim will do a much better job of me introducing him when he kicks us off. Typically, the mayor would do the year in review. However, this year we're going to switch it up a little bit so that you can actually hear from the departments that make things happen, which seems to make a lot of sense to me. So I want to thank you guys all for pitching in to do that. Of course, I want to thank my fellow council members. We faced a lot of unprecedented circumstances in the last few months. The resigning of a council member, Anthony Smith, and then very shortly after that, the unfortunate passing of our beloved Mayor Karen Alexander. What we want to do is ensure all of you and all of our citizens that we remain constant and confident in following out the plans that were in our Forward 2040 plan, as well as keeping focused on our strategic plan, which was set forth in 2024. These 6 areas of healthy, safe, engaging neighborhoods, public safety, economic and workforce development, organizational excellence, sustainable infrastructure, and culture and enemies have not gone away. While we acknowledge challenges and changing circumstances, we are all committed to delivering quality municipal services to our residents. I would be remiss if I didn't thank a lot of our other partners, especially local level, the Rowan County Commissioners, our school system and school board, regional partners across multiple municipalities, not just in Rowan County, but across the state. Our partners at the General Assembly in the state, also our federal General Assembly, they give us the opportunity and support to help make a lot of these projects and programs come to fruition. So we want to make sure that we are thanking all the people that make Salisbury happen. Listen, I know I'm not a big morning person, in case nobody didn't know that. But I hope while I may not sound so excited, I hope you all are very excited. It's time to turn this vision into reality, right? So what I would say is, as we focus on creating this framework, because Kelly said we have blueprints, let me introduce you to our city manager, Mr. Jim Green.
Mayor Pro Tem Sheffield, members of council, thank you. Thank you for being here this morning and giving up 2 days from your busy schedules. Councilmember Jackson, your first council retreat, welcome. And I'll remind all of council, this is your retreat, and encourage you all to ask questions, make comments, share thoughts and ideas. We've put together a lot of information for you, several presentations today and then tomorrow as well. But we need your feedback on how to proceed and the direction from council. So we encourage that, we welcome that, and again, thank you for being here over the next 2 days and giving up your time. I would like to thank the city's management team sitting around the table today. Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned everybody's very busy. This is a busy time of the year. We're getting ready to start our budget process, but there's just a lot going on. In addition to that, the management team around the table has spent hours and hours preparing for the retreat over the past couple weeks. So I'd like to thank the management team for their work over the past several weeks, but also for what you're going to see over the next 2 days. I think very organized, very thoughtful presentations for council to get your feedback and direction. I'd like to thank our Assistant City Manager, Kelly Baker. Kelly worked with me. Kelly worked with all of the departments to help pull this together today. Kelly, thank you for all your great work. And you're going to hear more about how this room is set up, and there's some unique things. And I'd like to recognize Claire and Adelie and Macy for all the work in setting this up, having all the food prepared, just outstanding work. And again, you're going to get to hear more about the props, and we're going to get you all involved in some exercise. So a lot of work that they put into it. Jason's in the back here. We are streaming this. I appreciate Jason coming in and getting all this set up over the next 2 days. Reminder to council, we are on live mics. Those mics are in front of you and around the table, so they are very sensitive. So what you say will be picked up on the mics. So today, Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned the theme of our council retreat, turning vision into reality, creating the framework for 2025. This retreat, you're going to see items dealing with growth and growth management. Obviously, Salisbury is growing, and we need to make sure we're managing that and addressing that. So you're going to hear things from a financial standpoint, you're going to hear service delivery standpoint, you're going to hear special projects that help us address that growth. And again, we need your feedback. You're also, this retreat is really the first step in our annual budget process. Now, in the past, I've learned and heard from, in particular, the Mayor Pro Tem. How do you want that budget presented, Mayor Pro Tem?
Bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces, that's right. So this is that first bit where we're going to go over some things. Nothing is set in stone, but we're going to be talking about some changes in recycling. You all remember last year we were in Concord hearing about their changes in solid waste. We knew our contract was ending, so part of that was to introduce you all to what some other cities are doing. Chris and his team have been evaluating that, and we have some things to get your feedback on. We're going to talk again about projects to get feedback and fund balance and other things. So that budget process starts today, and the direction you provide sets the foundation for us moving forward on the budget. The other big driver on the budget is the strategic plan. And I'm excited this morning, you're going to hear an update on the strategic plan and that turning vision in reality. So we worked with council for about 6 months and citizens, and council approved the strategic plan this past April. We've always said it's about a 3 to 5 year plan, but it's that multi-year focus that's so important. But there's been a lot accomplished over the past 6-8 months on that plan, and you're going to hear some of that from employees that are going to help us present today. So without further ado, we'd like to get started. There's a lot on the agenda, and I'd like to introduce our facilitator today, Jeff Emery. I've known Jeff for years. Jeff is a former city manager and currently works with the Commerce Department. He has tremendous experience in working with cities on numerous issues, from growth to annexation to special projects. He's worked with many city councils, and part of his role with Commerce is he helps cities with facilitation and goal planning. If that name sounds familiar, Emery, we do have an employee here, Macy Emery, who is a little related to Jeff. Jeff is a proud father of Macy, and so we were delighted when we talked with Jeff, and he was free and able to come and help us facilitate today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff for him to talk a little bit more about his background, and then we'll transition with Kelly working on our first exercise. Jeff?
Good morning. I hope everyone can hear me okay. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. It really is. And I promised Macy I would do my best not to embarrass her. So, she grew up, I guess, knowing the life of a city manager and city government, and so ironic that that's now what she's doing. But I can't thank you enough for all being so kind to her. She has nothing but glowing remarks about the city of Salisbury and the way she's been treated. So on a personal note, thank you. When I first talked to Kelly and Jim about the retreat, one of the first things I told them, I don't call myself a professional facilitator. I don't know exactly what that is, but from doing, I believe I counted 29 municipal budgets when I was a manager, and doing this somewhat in my role now with commerce, I do have some experience. It's something I enjoy. I totally agree with Jim. This is the first step, and it's such a critical step in getting your budget process off to a good start. So if you ask me what my goal is today, I would say that I hope when we leave here, you feel good, or you have a good direction on how you want to go in completing your budget. When I used to do retreats or goal setting sessions, or whatever what you wanted to call them as a manager, I can remember the ones I felt really good about were the ones when I felt like I had that direction at the end of the day. And of course, every now and then there might be one that you finished up and thought that you still didn't have good, clear direction. So my job as a facilitator, I want to be clear, I'm not a participant. I hope the most I talk today is probably what I'm doing right now. I don't work for the city. I'm not an elected official. I'm not a citizen. I'm just here to try to help you facilitate a 2-day session to get the best possible information you can, keep things in order, try to clarify issues that maybe need clarification. So, but I know it's not my role to provide my input, but it's just simply to try to help you have a session where you get the best input you possibly can as you move forward in the budget process. As Jim said, and I had it in my notes as well, while nothing may be set in stone when you leave here the next couple of days, I do think it's important to have consensus on some items. You know, there's going to be a lot of work for staff as you go forward in the budget process, and to know which items maybe the elected officials are interested in, or maybe at least get a general direction on how you want to move forward, that will be important. So there may be items that I'll be asking for consensus on. At the end of the day, though, it's your retreat. One of the most difficult jobs, I think, for the facilitator is to keep things on schedule and keep things moving. But if there's an item that you just feel like you need more on, or it's not clear about something, please feel free to stop me. I know my time is playing into our first session, so just one more thing, and then we'll get started. I've done a lot of retreats, and I think my first retreat I had like 12 sets of ground rules for the attendees. And then if you do this and you narrow it down, and you really get down to what you think are the most important things to remember as a participant. But here are what I think are the most important ground rules. One, be respectful of the speaker. Everyone that speaks today put a lot of time in what they were preparing, their presentation. So please be respectful. It is so easy. It's just human nature sometimes to start little sidebar conversations, or maybe you started a conversation during the break that you want to follow up on. But when you're the speaker, it's really, really difficult if you don't think you have everyone's full attention. So please be respectful of the speaker. I would say participate, but do not dominate. We want everyone's input, but also be respectful that there are others who are providing input as well. So let's be aware that we need time for everyone to be able to make comments. Ask for clarity. If there's an item that you really don't feel like you fully understand, or you need to know more about, please stop me, and we'll do that. Respect varying opinions. It's okay to disagree or not see eye to eye on every subject, but be respectful of everyone. I told Jim and Kelly I've only had one bad retreat experience. I won't mention the town, but I facilitated a retreat one time where I don't like to use this word, but the members of the board, I think, truly hated one another. And that's a strong word, hate. But it was the only horrible experience I've ever had. And it was just, they were so personally against one another. And I know that's not going to happen here. But I'm just saying, be respectful of one another. And my last ground rule, like I said, there's only 5, is be mindful of the schedule. One of the most difficult things a facilitator I have found is you want to stay on schedule because it's already a long day. You get here at 8 and you're going to 4:30. But when you have breaks and various things, it's so easy to jump on your cell phone or, take that one last trip to the restroom or different things. But let's really try to keep things on schedule. And I say that while I'm actually interfering with the schedule right now. But those are just my initial comments. But I do thank you for allowing me to be here today, for having trust in me to be able to do this. And I've told Jim and Kelly if I've missed something or when we start writing things down, to please feel free to let me know. So let's talk about the very first session of the day that's on your agenda. And I like the word first, that the very first thing at the top of the agenda is turning vision to reality. Vision is a word we use a lot in commerce. Every strategic plan we do, our bosses require us to attach a vision statement to it. So we believe in a good vision. And a budget and a CIP is part of creating a vision for the city. So the first activity we're going to do today is called Picture Tomorrow, Setting a Vision. And I think all the elected officials, you have a whiteboard in front of you. And also you'll have in the back, I think there are markers and magazines and various pictures. It's similar to how this has been started up here. We would like for you to take that board and take the equipment you have, markers and scissors, and actually take about 10 or 12 minutes or so, Kelly, and actually put on your whiteboard what you see is a vision for Salisbury in pictures. And then after you do that, we'll take just a couple minutes to talk about each individual's board, and then they will eventually go up on the big board. Did I do a decent job of explaining that, Kelly?
We want to see what your vision is, to see some blueprints and things around the room. And before you can even create a blueprint, you have to have the vision. And so what we're hoping you all will do is, what is your vision for Salisbury in the next 20 years, the next 40 years? What's your vision? This is an example board that Claire put together for us. And, she's got words: community, civility, communication, collaboration. But we want to hear about your vision. So at your seats, you've got your boards, you've got markers, you've got scissors. And over here we have tons of stickers and cutouts and magazines, tape. And so if you'll spend just a few minutes and create a vision board for Salisbury for you, and then we're going to talk about it just a bit, what your vision is, but then we're going to put everybody's vision on the big board, and you'll see over there some of the things we were talking about over retreat: the financial review, sustainability, growth. And so what we want to do is, it's important that everybody have an individual vision, but it's really important to have a combined vision. And so if you will, just take a few minutes, get creative. It's good you have an artist among you to...
Oh, that's not fair.
But there are things over on this table if you want to cut anything, if you want to glue, sticker, marker, you can draw.
So we want them to work on that about 10 or 12 minutes or so, Kelly. Is that fair?
10 minutes, and then we'll just spend a couple minutes
Okay.
sharing.
Thank you.
Ooh.
background music.
Working on it. I'm working on it.
Did it sound low?
Jazz or
Or was it okay?
jazz.
Because I can probably do it without, but I just want to be sure. So you thought it sounded okay? Okay. go ahead and get started back. We may, in an effort to keep things on schedule. I think what we want to do now is let everyone, and even if you're not through, just talk maybe 2 minutes or so about your board or about your vision. And even if it's not on there yet, you can still tell us what you have in mind. And I don't know where we want to begin, but Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to start for us? No?
So,
Does anyone else want to volunteer to go first? Okay, thank you, sir. How about you can begin?
thank you. Did I need that one? No.
I'm not very creative. Hey, look, I got my name on the back. I could do that. But it's got the word artist. That's wrong. Okay. I think that our vision needs to focus on public safety, of course, which is police, fire, and water. I think those are the critical things that are just essential to any city. And when I used to talk to the third graders who walked through here, I used to be when they had a field trip, I would ask them what the most important thing that cities did. They'd always guess police and fire. And I always had a bottle of water with me. I'd carry it around while I'm talking to these third graders and say, so what else does the city do that's really important? And occasionally one of them I'd say, well, what am I holding up? And occasionally one would say water. So those are three critical factors. I think housing and schools drive almost everything in a city. We are a city that leaks money. We leak sales taxes. People work here, don't live here. We leak, people take their money that they earn here, they go buy houses somewhere else. People take the money, they live here, go buy their, go to shopping centers and grocery stores. So I want to create a city where people who work here want to live here. And I think housing and schools are what drive that. And I think which therefore drives economic development. You want a happy community. When you talk about a vision, the greatest vision statement ever, I wish I had knew this, but I went to a conference once and was told this, was Disney. Disney has their entire vision statement in 3 or 4 words: happiest place on earth. Everything that Disney does, whether it's a theme park, whether it's a movie you go to, whether it's a toy you buy for your child, they want you to be happy. And everything you do, if you're a department head there, has to be driven by, it's got to be the happiest thing you've ever done at that particular moment. If we make this a place where people enjoy living, they're going to want to live here. They're going to buy houses here. Our schools will improve. I'd like to find a way for us to have a little more engagement in the school system, because we happen to have the poorest schools in the county, and that's just sad. It hurts us. I put address poverty. I think that's one of the difficulties we have, which affects schools and affects housing, and reduce leakage. So to be a little cool, I put city vision at the top, live with a passion, and what a year it was, or will be, rather. I mean, the title is what a year it was. I changed it to will be. So finally, for those of you who aren't Jewish, you're copycatting the Jews here. This is called Hanukkah Gelt. Gelt means money. There's a holiday called Hanukkah, which most of you have heard of but don't know much about. But it really was not a gift-giving holiday until the last couple decades, because what you got was Gelt, which was either money, and now we have fake money, which is chocolate. So I hope you enjoy it. This got John Kennedy on the front. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to volunteer to go second? Yes, sir.
It's nothing. I put down the 3 primary things that I envision as safety, citizen input, and growth. As far as safety, it would be personal, roads, community, and public safety. And as far as citizen input, I just drew a guy pointing saying, here's what my neighborhood needs. I think it's important that we listen to what our citizens have to say. They had a board at last Saturday's event where the citizens had an opportunity to write down what they envisioned, and there was a common thread flowing associated with youth activities, job opportunities, and housing. So that's important to people, certainly should be important to us. The other piece was the growth. And with growth, I just put a little new development here with the ribbon cutting and people going into a new building. And as far as growth is concerned, I put business, housing, and activities. Of course, growth always involves development of infrastructure. We need to be looking at how do we draw business into our city. In my regular work, I cover a vast area, and I've had the opportunity to see growth take place in places like Mooresville. What Mooresville looks like today versus what it looked like 25 years ago it's like an entirely different place. Brawley School Road, which is where the Trump National Golf Course and those things are. Back in the 90s, when I was an engineer in that area, that was just a 2-lane farm road to nowhere. Now it's almost like its own little city to itself with the development and growth that it's experienced. New business. Again, same thing. Look at Kannapolis, what has grown out of the research campus. There were a lot of people who were distressed by the ending of the mill. What will we do? But someone had a vision that through probably Mr. Dole, I guess. Was that his name?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's the company. Murdoch was. his
Murdoch, Mr. Murdoch.
He owned
Dole
it.
was one of his companies.
He owned Dole.
Yeah. And so now jobs and other opportunities have really grown in our neighboring city. Residential, affordable housing. I see that we've got houses popping up all over town. We need to continue to see that, probably on a broader, larger scale. If our citizens are happy and feel safe, then that's just good for everybody. I know the police chief can relate to that. Communities that feel safe thrive and they grow. If they don't feel safe, people leave. Youth activities. Opportunities for our kids to have something to do other than go to school. And this all day, and that's going to be a hard habit to break. But when I was a kid, which is a very long time ago, my school pictures, some are in black and white. So we did things outdoors. There were other things to do. So we've got to figure out a way to generate that kind of activity again. And that's beneficial on more than just engaging the kids. It's good for them because of the physical activity. Kids aren't as healthy as they were when I was a kid because they just don't engage unless you're an athlete. You don't do a lot of physical activities. When I was a kid, all you did was play. That's all you could do. There was no games, video games, things of that nature. And job opportunities for kids. You know, not only kids but adults, but primarily for kids. Give them some exposure to what the work life is. I had several jobs while I was in high school. One, I worked at Cannon Mill, Plant 7. One of the reasons I knew college was important was I knew that wasn't something that I would want to do. And of course, that was a large industry and job provider in our area, and it's just gone now. So anyway, those are the things that I see based on some input from people and just general conversation with others. So
Great job. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, who would like to go next?
All right. Here's mine.
Oh, boy.
The Happening Place, a community hub. So what does that look like, a Happening Place Community Club? Well, trail kicks. You know, we're all about art and sculptures and things of that sort, but not only that, bridging communities together by having trails. We're talking about the Greenway, doing things. Bridging communities that separate that against the railroad tracks on the other side of the river, but we're just one community fit for everybody. So bringing that together is the trail kicks. Safety, I have the Boy Scouts, the only thing I could find at the time, but the Boy Scouts, but that also represents the youth and also elderly. We got a mixed community. We want to you've been to some communities where a small town is a college town, or this is a retirement town. We can make this community everybody's town, not just one particular organization. That's what I'm looking at. I have some, but the article that we had for the McLaughlin Grocery, that's why I was a little late, because as being my other 9-to-5 job, things happen sometimes. So, but this represents small businesses, all about being within those small businesses within the community. But a lot of the things in Salisbury, we do have these small businesses, mom and pop stores, that are unique to a town like this. A lot of times you have the chains come in. We have few chains, but more mom and pop type of things. So that represents that. I have Karen Alexander. She represented the larger business because she was innovative when she came in. She was one of the few females in her organization. We can have that here in Salisbury. We don't need to always have distribution plans or this, that, and other. We can come be a little bit more innovative within North Carolina in this area, I think, to bring in and attract those type of businesses. And in part of this article, super seniors, again, corporation working with other entities, partnership. I think we have a presentation talking about working with Rusty Homes and things of that sort. We can look into more of those things within our community to come with the city and work together. And trailblazers, this city can be a trailblazer. So that's why.
Thank you very much.
I can't draw stick figures, so
I'm almost there. No. It's on me now, huh?
yes.
I believe so.
All right. So, I started with that we're Salisbury, and if we're looking to the future, it's always kind of going to be a work zone, right? We're always going to be working on something, wherever we land. My top priorities for me were being an employer of choice. I specifically put that in gold because we set the gold standard, and you guys do a great job. And if we keep people on board, it's about recruitment and retention and rewarding. So that's why this is specifically in gold. We get there through citizen engagement, through all of our departments. I did put over here, I did find a picture of some fire uniforms that's supposed to be a police siren. Don't be mad, PJ, that's all I could do. And that's a glass of water. I agree with David for sure that safety is more than what we first pops into our mind. It's a lot of things. Infrastructure, roads, water, all the different departments affect safety. So that definitely has to be there. When we talk about a city vision, and I've called it multiple times, our Rubik's Cube. We have so many awesome projects that we can look forward to in the future, and it's just about turning this to make that fall to get back into this. And so for me, it's kind of a Rubik's Cube. So Kelly, I did find that. And there's a lot to talk about, but one that I did put on here is a railway, and it has a list of things in Western Carolina that this could open up. And I have a picture of this little girl. She was on a wagon from 1939 with a little horse in front of it. And I put that because not just this one project, multiple projects that you guys are leading the charge on are multi-generational, right? So if this little girl had the stereotypical lifespan and trajectory, she's probably somebody's great-grandmother, right? Multi-generational. So that's the importance of that. Agree that we do have to invest in our youth and make sure that we do that. So I have a little school bus here, and I have a beautiful rendition of Citizens of Salisbury here because Salisbury is supposed to be for all people. So that's what these are. And I would be remiss if I didn't have a little picture of me in orange on a skateboard. Because what do we need? There we go. So, thank you.
Okay, that was great. And I think that was really, really good exercise to sort of kick the day off as our theme is visioning. And I know we're going to move to the next session, but we'll come back to some of these. But I just made a quick note to some of the key words I heard. I think we may want to keep in mind as we move forward. I heard the word safety, citizen input, growth, housing, schools, citizen engagement, trailblazers, happy place, job opportunities. And I really liked the quote, having people that work here who want to live here. So those are some of the key terms I heard. And for you, Mayor Pro Tem Sheffield, skate park, I got that down as well. So those are just some of the key terms I heard during that session. And I think that sets a good course for what we really want to be talking about a lot the next couple of days as we go over the various items. So to keep things on schedule, though, we'll go ahead and move on to our next agenda item. And that is the 2004 in review. And I think the staff is going to handle this. And so I'm going to turn it over to you, Kelly.
We thought we would do a little bit differently this year with the strategic plan. And as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned when we opened up, typically Mayor would lead us through our year in review and all the accomplishments for the year. But this year we married that because this is the first year we've worked our strategic plan. We've been in the plan for about 10 months. And so we have a group of staff here that they're not gonna read all the accomplishments. The accomplishments are in your notebook. And there's a sheet in your notebook that looks like this, but there's also at the front of your book, an actual booklet that Fern designed that will be a public facing document. The other was just a list for you, but eventually they'll be printed into the booklets that you have there at the front of your notebook. But I wanted to turn it over to Tracy Keys, our budget manager, and she's gonna kick us off.
Thank you, Kelly. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Like Mayor Pro Tem, I am not a morning person either, but I have filled up with enough coffee, so I think we're good to go now. So Kelly did. Okay. So as you know, this is our first ever strategic plan for the city. So it is a 3-year multi-focus plan. We hope it sets a clear it sets clear priorities for the city council, communicates those priorities to the public, provides direction and shared values for everyone, and keeps the organization aligned and focused. So we know what direction we're going to move into in the future. It's also a foundation for staff work and budget development. So like Mr. Green said, we started this process. We hired a consultant in July of 2023, and we had a kickoff in September of that year with the city council, chairs of the boards and commissions, as well as we did an employee survey. Then we had a kickoff workshop between city council and management team, as well as then we had a planning workshop along with management team and a cross-departmental team made up of management team members as well as frontline workers. And we developed this retreat. We had another workshop during the retreat last year to develop and finalize our plan, and then it was adopted by council in March of 2024. So as you can see, we're about 10 months into the plan, not completely a year. And so it does have 6 key focus areas, and those are listed here. And so then right now, you're going to move into and have an update about economic and workforce development from Rodney Harrison and Seda Troutman. So I'll turn it over to them.
All right. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Rodney and I have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about our successes in 2024 with workforce and economic development for the city strategic plan. And I think Kelly reminded us like 17 times that we have 5 minutes, so we are going to be very efficient up here, but happy to answer questions if you have them. So you can see we have a long list of successes that we had. We wanted to touch on a few that show the economic development at all scales in Salisbury, from small business and entrepreneurship to large-scale manufacturing and distribution support. So the first photo you see is an image that is of the partnership with the Chamber of Commerce to award 6 $5,000 grants to support local businesses. And there were 37 applicants to the program. With the funding and the project applications, there were only opportunity to fund 6, so opportunity to grow that partnership in the future. But you can see those grant winners in that photo. And the other photo is an image of the Alley and Main building in downtown Salisbury. That was part of the Downtown Revitalization Grant Program, which was revised this year to increase the minimum amount of investment required, but also to amend some other elements of the project to better serve project needs for downtown redevelopment. And Alley and Main was awarded $150,000 towards 4 residential units and 2 retail spaces in that project. Also wanted to mention, kind of at the highest level of incentives, the city awarded a level 3 incentive grant for over $3 million of investment as part of the city's investment grant program, which was also revised in the last year to adjust the percentage of tax benefit, and council can expect more updates to that program actually in the next coming council meetings. And then, of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the Empire. I think you guys have gone about 6 weeks without hearing an update, so we wanted to make sure council was updated on that project. You worked in partnership with Downtown Salisbury, Inc. and private developers to establish and approve key documents for the project, including support for improvements to infrastructure and defining milestones for the next phases. This project is well underway. They are taking careful demolition to reopen doors and windows, and they are going to have 9 residential units and a retail space. I'm going to turn it over to Rodney to update you on microtransit.
Thank you, Sater. On January 28, 2022, at the City Council retreat, Council adopted a statement to implement a microtransit pilot project to determine the viability of alternate transportation. And it also listed as a strategic item on the strategic plan. Since that time, our transit team and key contributors such as Tracy with finance, procurement, Dale Waters with IT, Fern Blair with communications, Brian Hyatt, our consultant, as well as Nan and Quentin Woodard, who are members of our Transportation Advisory Board, have done a lot of work on our microtransit pilot project. It is exciting to share with council and the community that we've continued to advance our pilot project. We got approval from NCDOT, IMD, to release a request for proposal to secure a vendor. We received 3 proposals, which will be evaluated this Thursday and Friday. This is a schedule which was included in our request for proposal. As you can see, January 3rd to February 21st is our evaluation period, and as I mentioned before, that's where we are at. These are some implementation actions. As you can see, there's quite a few actions that has to be completed prior to launching our service. We're currently right around number 4, which is to secure a task vendor. This is a reminder that the pilot project will replace one route, Route 3, our blue route. When it launches, it will also include our 88 paratransit services, and that all riders must be picked up and dropped off in the service area. Now I'd like to turn it over to Clara and Michael, which will share some information on organizational excellence.
Good morning, all. Michael Brooks and I have the privilege of discussing the focus area with the most items to cover, of which we only had to choose 2. Michael's supposed to be in here to share about the shared interest groups. Oh, hey, Michael.
So instead of telling you about the shared interest group, I should give you a visual representation. Sorry, golf is not my sport, but those are there.
When he was carrying them in.
One of the initiatives that we started this year are the shared interest groups, and I thank the City Council and management team for your support in our shared interest groups. Currently, we have 4 shared interest groups that are up on there on the screen. We have the golf group, which I thank you, Jim Amaral, for the prop. I'm not a golfer, but the golf group meets on the 3rd Thursday of each month at 3 o'clock at Corbin Hills. We also have the reading group, which meets the first Thursday of the month at the Parks and Rec building, and Misty Fields is the lead on that. And that is where we just go and read for an hour in silence the book of your choice or whatever you're reading. My current book is Miller Salter's Last Day, which is kind of funny, so I recommend it. We also have the sports group, which meets the first Wednesday of the month, and Levi Coldiron and I are the lead on that. And there's a picture of us. We went to a Charlotte Checkers hockey game, and we're also going to another hockey game on March 9th, and we're also planning a cornhole tournament for city staff. And then we have the theater group, which meets on the 3rd Wednesday of the month, and Emery O'Rourke, Macy O'Rourke, formerly known as Macy Emery, and I are the leads on that. And we've gone to see shows at Lee Street Theater. We did a backstage tour of Piedmont Players, Maroney Theater, and Norville Theater. And we also are planning a staff talent event, so look out for that. And then new this year, which isn't new this week, actually this month, we have a new group, the Fellowship of Christian Employees, and they're going to start meeting next month, and Chris Tester and Michael Hanna are the leads on that. Are there any questions about the shared employee groups? If not, I will turn it over to Claire.
I'm here to just briefly go over the Salisbury Passport Program. The Salisbury Passport Program originally started in 2019 and then took a pause due to COVID, but it recently came back due to the Employee Advisory Committee bringing it up, and Mr. Green got with Kelly, and they're like, how can we relaunch this program? So this program offers employees an interactive behind-the-scenes tour of each department. If you're familiar with Citizens Academy, it's like that, but on an employee level. The program is designed to create cross-department collaboration and gives everyone a deeper understanding on how everything in the city works. Employees participate for 6-hour days for 5 days over 10 weeks, and after they finish, they end up with 30 hours of city knowledge to bring back into role. We had 2 groups this past year, and we are launching again in March with our 3rd group since relaunching. So before we wrap up all the items we also wanted to add in that the employee's newest employee newsletter, the Salisbury Scoop, it's actually one of the items under Organization Excellence. It also features passport, shared interest groups, and other items as well, and we just wanted to highlight that because that is a big item that encompasses all of this. So with that, I would like to invite up Victoria and Alyssa.
Good morning, everyone. On the right side, okay. The projects Victoria and I will be sharing with you fall under the cultural amenities section of the strategic plan. The areas that support community spaces, amenities, and programs to support healthy lifestyles and celebrate the rich cultural diversity of our community. This past September, the Public Arts Commission held its second Paint the Pavement project at the intersection of East Carr Street and North Lee Street, as well as the crosswalk between the Lee Street Theater and the Farmers Market Pavilion. 5 Rowan County artists and their teams worked hard during the nearly 90-degree temperature weekend. They started on a Saturday afternoon. They battled bees, drank more than 100 bottles of water, and successfully completed their murals late Sunday evening. In clockwise order on the aerial image, if you start on the most right mural at the top, the artists and their artwork titles are Jasenia Abney's Sensational Salisbury, Shayla Pinero's Equal Flowers in the middle, Gina Mitchell's The Dog Walk, it's the colorful one on the left, Constant Lane's An Ode to Florence Wells Slater at the top, at the top with the bugs. And the last one down at the bottom between the Lee Street Theater and the Farmers Market is Sharathy Hager's Paint Yourself a Beautiful World. For this project, the artists were able to use traffic paint, which we hope will hold up a bit longer and last into 2027. Artists were each paid a $200 stipend, and one artist donated their stipend to the local animal nonprofit, Faithful Friends. To hear the artists talk about their work, recordings are available on the AutoCast app and website, and artist information is available on our city website, salisburync.gov/paint the pavement.
Good morning. I'm going to speak about the Bell Tower Green. Bell Tower Green is a 3-acre open space that allows our downtown community to have a picnic, take a walk, or just enjoy nature. Many come to gather in our central green space to take photos, connect, and play. The city has planned and coordinated and partnered with others this past year to create 16 wonderful events. These events include things like Pride, Halloween Fun Fest, College Night Out, Brewfest, and so many more. All of these events bring together our Salisbury community as well as our greater Rowan County community to come together and celebrate. Halloween Fun Fest was estimated to have approximately 3,000 people in attendance for kids to come together for entertainment, games, and a costume contest. College Night Out had approximately 1,000 people in attendance, including our 4 colleges in Salisbury as well as our RSS staff to come together for food, networking, and fun. The Chairman Festival is also able to expand its footprint into Bell Tower Green this year for our beer garden and food vendors, which allowed attendees to enjoy the green space and step away from the main strips of Main Street and Ennis Street. Bell Tower Green has become a placemaking space for our community to come together, of all ages to come together and thrive. To continue to support our community, the city plans to coordinate future events to bring together family friends to enjoy our historic downtown green space. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer. But if not, I will pass it off to our Transportation Director, Wendy Brindle, and our Assistant Utilities Director, Jim Amaral.
When Michael asked for my golf clubs, I knew I had to up my game. So, sometimes it's tough to bedazzle wastewater, but here you go.
Crap.
So Wendy and I are here to talk about a couple projects for our sustainable infrastructure. SRU received a pre-construction planning grant. We're working with CDM Smith Engineering on a wastewater master plan. CDM Smith is assisting with long-term planning and guidelines for CIP purposes for both Grants Creek and Town Creek wastewater treatment plants. Last council meeting, during the electrical upgrade conversation, Councilman Post asked about long-term decision-making. And I just want to stress that we're absolutely considering that, and that's why we're meeting with CDM and working through this long-term planning process. So the master plan will identify and prioritize improvements needed to accommodate future growth, and that future growth in the wastewater world is wastewater flow within our service area. Future flows have been developed in 5-year increments through 2025 to 2045. They're conducting physical condition assessments of our treatment equipment and evaluating what needs to be upgraded or actually replaced. And this is done through a TAS data and contract agreements. We're also evaluating nutrient removal. The master plan is forecasting nutrient reduction, specifically to nitrogen and phosphorus. And our requirements through our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit is always getting more stringent. So this is very timely to evaluate these. We also need to determine treatment technology to meet future permit requirements at the discharge requirements because they're becoming more stringent. And you can see that. I'm sorry I didn't move my PowerPoint along, but these are some flow projections and some nutrient guesstimations. Again, we have to take educated guesses on what we're going to see within our permit throughout the years. Our permit is up for renewal every 5 years. We also did some sanitary sewer improvements through sewer lateral upgrades. This minimized the need for disruptive maintenance during the Main Street project. So we're proactively doing that. This is lessening the impact on the timeline of the upcoming Main Street project because this work will be completed prior to the streetscape.
So nice segue into mine, which would be the Main Street project. So as you all know, back in August, we came before you and the public with some preliminary plan layouts to show you some ideas we had for the Main Street project based on our adopted plan. And at that time, we presented the project objectives, which were just loosely done in a timeline here. And those remain the same, but we have continued to work and partner with DOT, DSI, and others to go more towards a final set of construction plans that we can finally get out and hopefully bid this year and begin construction. So we've developed a little more refined timeline. And as you can see, this has not been overnight project. So even on the timeline you see here, it goes back to 2019, and that's when this process began with our planning department, and we gathered input. But we are now in this area, so we're getting more towards the orange, which is good news. We've completed our NEPA document. We are nearing our 100% drawings. We're working on right-of-way certification, and we're just finalizing those details. So want to keep our downtown informed on what's coming up. So also want to let you know and let everyone know, no, the project is not going to begin the day after Cheerwine Festival. We've heard that from some folks. But we are again shooting for construction to begin sometime this year, and we will be coming back to you in the next several months for some updates on Main Street and hopefully some final approvals. So with that being said, we're going to turn this over to Hannah Jacobson, our Planning and Neighborhoods Director, and Dennis Rivers, who's our homeless advocate for Salisbury PD, to talk about healthy and safe neighborhoods.
I just was told by the lady I have to go first, so I'm going to follow the female's directions. So just kind of give you an idea, if you don't know me, my name is Dennis Rivers. I am the homeless liaison for the Salisbury Police Department. So we was tasked with to touch base on our healthy neighborhoods. As you know, as the homeless liaison, one of the things that we focus on is making sure our homeless as well as our citizens and our businesses are being addressed more than anything from encampments. So what we did was on 2024, we touched on several different projects, and some of the major projects that we touched on was not only relocating our homeless from encampments, but basically relocating to shelters as well as to their families, and also treatment facilities in state and out of state. This right here, one of the projects we work on was with Mike Cotillo and code enforcement. If you notice right over there, which is off of Bendix Drive, we had a lot of encampments. So that property right there off of Bendix Drive was right across from IHOP, and which had to get cleaned up. I don't know if y'all recall, like last year, it was a lot of shopping carts pushing up and down in the street. Coming from that area, was around Father's Day, I believe. So the project, what we did was try to make sure we clean up and re-beautify certain areas, but at the same time making sure we also provide services to our outreach team with the homeless teams as well. And by doing so, we're making sure they also got information to how to get into the shelter, how to get relocated to their families or into treatment places. But doing so, looking at the area where the encampment had to be cleaned up, then we went inside and made sure those encampments was there be removed and relocated, but also make sure we cleaned the area up and working with code enforcement by doing so. This project right here, I believe, roughly took around $12,000, and some of the funds was through city, but majority of the funds was also through the private owner properties as well. By doing so, with that right there within last year, some of our numbers that we touched on was basically 54 individuals we got IDs for. North Carolina is one of the states that does provide free IDs for the homeless community. Also, we touched on getting 9 individuals assisted into detox. The detox facilities spread from Monroe to Asheboro, to High Point, as well as to Lexington and Statesville. And doing so, we basically transported them ourselves. That way we don't have to wait for trying to get them a ride anywhere to those facilities. And also looking at 11 individuals was transported and assisted into placed into shelter areas around Rowan County. And when we say around Rowan County, because there are some individual boarding houses, so we help them get into the boarding houses, but also in other areas like Lexington and Kannapolis and Concord as well that has boarding houses. And then we also transported 3 to Rowan Helping Ministries. The one we transported 3, they was actually families that we got them relocated. One was sleeping in the car over there by the old Magic Mart off of Jake Alexander. One was sleeping at over there by IHOP off of Benny Straub, and the other one was sleeping at Lowe's. So we was able to get those 3 families relocated into the shelter and transitional housing. And then lastly, also 8 individuals were relocated out of state with our supporting funds that we received from through the grant that we had previous years, but also receiving just a new grant with St. Luke's Church Episcopal Church Foundation. They awarded us some funds also to help get bus tickets or train tickets to help those get relocated to other treatment facilities, as well as to their families out of state.
Thanks, Dennis. So one of the actions that's in the comprehensive plan it's in the strategic plan, is to start implementation of the Forward 2040 comprehensive plan. And I'm really I did not know what the activity was going to be, but I'm pleased to see that we are not looking to bring back the dinosaurs. This didn't show up here, but I do have a puzzle of dinosaurs, but I also have a puzzle of the future city. So if people want to do these on breaks, we've got puzzles to do. We were able to make some good progress this year on implementing some of the actions that are called for in our comprehensive plan. One, we kicked off our South Main area plan, which is a small area plan that looks at essentially from the graffiti park to the Habitat Restore. It'll be looking at doing land use and transportation, as well as some community building, placemaking, and public art. We kicked off that project this year with a really fun community walk last March, and we've had two community meetings about that since then. One that was related to creating a vision for that corridor, and then one that was just, I guess it was last Wednesday when we got together to talk about kind of character of development. So that project is making some good progress. Also, one of the actions that was identified in the strategic plan, or one of our accomplishments for the last year, was to apply for the Reconnecting Communities pilot grant. And happy to announce that not only did we apply for that grant, we were awarded that grant. And this project, which looks at the West Ennis Street corridor, was one of those that was very near and dear to Mayor Alexander's heart. And just want to shout out all of the work that she did to make this grant a reality for the community. It partners with Livingstone College, Catawba College, the VA Hospital, Novant Hospital, and 14 other organizations that provided us with letters of support to work on this project. So really excited that we were able to not only apply for the grant, but get the grant for next year, and hopefully it will be able to be standing here next year talking about the wonderful things we've been able to do. Thank you. And now we're going to turn it over to Major Brooks and Chief McBride to talk about public safety.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So I know Chief Parnell and Chief Smith are probably going to cover some of this tomorrow, so I won't start there. So the city of Salisbury was given $10 million, $10 million for public service, for public safety. Yay! So senseless violence is on a rise throughout the United States. You see that through school shootings, and public gatherings. So we had to prioritize purchasing bulletproof vests as well as ballistic vests, starting with Type 3 vests, which is this vest right here, as well as the Type 4 vest, which is the other vest right there. We had to ensure our safety while protecting our community. The Type 3 vest is what PD wears on a daily basis. The Type 4 vest is what our service companies wears, which our service companies also consider our ladder and our rescue companies. Hopefully there's never an incident here in Salisbury, which we never want an active shooter here in Salisbury. We pray that there's never a situation here in Salisbury, but if there is a situation here in Salisbury for an active shooter situation, these service companies will, what we consider a hot zone or something like that, the service company will go in with SWAT or PD. On these vests, you will see there's what we call a tourniquet. The tourniquet is designed to stop the flow of blood. These guys will go inside the hot zone with PD to go into to rescue a downed victim into the hot zone. Hopefully there's never a situation to where we have to do that. We pray that we don't ever have to do that. But you see that the different types of vests, the different type of guns that these vests will actually stop. The reason we had to go up to a level 4 vest is because a 30-06 is the bullet on the end is an armor-piercing bullet used with a 30-06. Most of us don't know what these types of guns are, but if you see what these types of guns, a 9mm, a 12-gauge shotgun, AK-47, and 30-06. But the level of protection that we need, the level 4 protection, because like I said, the 30-06. For PD and fire, we were able to purchase 100 vests and 100 helmets total. PD got 80 vests. Fire got 20 vests. For a total of 100 vests, we were able to purchase 345 tourniquets for just under $321,000. Do we have any questions regarding any of that?
So I'm going to speak a little bit about cultivating conversations. So in 2024, Salisbury Police Department, we hosted a series of cultivating conversation sessions, engaging with diverse groups such as our seniors, Hispanic residents, youth, and the LGBTQ+ community. These sessions fostering meeting connections. Can't hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Meaningful connections and strengthening community engagement. So what do we accomplish when we had these sessions? Building trust and open conversations between communities and the Salisbury Police Department helped establish transparency and accountability. Encouraging inclusion. The Salisbury Police Department actively engaged with diverse groups, ensuring that all voices were heard, with a particular focus amplifying those from underrepresented and marginalized communities. And we also accomplished strengthening relationships while having conversations and engagements. It deepened relationships amongst our communities and Salisbury Police PD, fostering unity and mutual respect. And enhancing awareness. Throughout the year, the conversations help identify shared goals and shed light on unique challenges, leading to more informed decisions and policies. Ultimately, these interactions created a stronger and safer and more cohesive communities. So here's some pictures with Chief Smith and City Manager Jim Green. They are, so during these meetings, we had a lot of our community members, and we were getting to know them. They was getting to know us, and we were sharing ideas. Chief Smith was also talking about how our police department is our stratified police department, how we work our day-to-day operations, and with the help of Michael and Ann putting this together with partnerships, it was a successful conversation with several of our officers there, and this was something that we've needed for a long time, and I'm glad that we had it, and I always enjoy going to these conversations. Now we're going to turn it over to Kelly.
If anyone would like to try the best on after we go to break, we'll leave them right there for you.
And so council, I know you cannot read this. This is in your books. The biggest thing I wanted to take away for our grants is to show you that over $11 million were received in grants in 2024. And obviously the bulk of that was our public safety grant through the state, but still something really proud of staff for continually looking for grant funding, donations. And this isn't an exhaustive list, but it's the major grants that were received throughout the year. And so as we close out, I wanted to get your feedback or let you at least think about as we go through these next few days. Are there modifications to the strategic plan? Now, obviously, spoiler alert, there's a recommendation up there that we're saying let's hold off for a little bit just because we've only been in the plan 10 months. We've not been working in it a full year yet. And we would recommend waiting until next year if we want to update some strategies that are in there. But as you hear and you take some time to go over those informational sheets, I mean, there's a lot that's gone on this year. There's a lot accomplished, and it's been a challenging year. So kudos to staff and to you all for all that you've done to make these things happen. But as you look through those, is there a strategy you feel like needs to come off? Is there a strategy that needs to be modified? Again, we're probably going to go through that exercise next year. We'll be closer to 2 years into the plan then, and we'll have a better idea of how things are going. But I did want to put that out there for your thought and your feedback over the next 2 days as you think about that. But are there any questions? And I just want to thank staff again. I really appreciate staff coming up and sharing with you all. You hear from us a lot, and so we thought it would be good for you to hear from other folks who are making these things happen to highlight some of the projects that were important to them. Yes, sir.
I agree with the idea of, not messing with strategic plans because they're supposed to be long-term in view, but my question is, since you live in these things every day and, you've got 15 projects going on inside each of the individual silos, are there any that you believe, that you and staff believe deserve more emphasis or less emphasis?
I don't think so. I think they're all equally important. There are some big projects in the strategic plan. Just, I guess to Mayor Pro Tem's point, those are multi-generational projects, some of those. The multimodal project, the Empire project, the Plaza project. Some of those larger projects are going to take time. And so
my question isn't so much on projects, it's more on
the emphasis, those big projects.
I mean on your
to stay there.
Plan.
Well, those are the accomplishments from last year, from 2024. Those were all of the accomplishments for the year. And then, they're the strategies for the next 3 to 5 years.
That would be the only question I would have is, without going through the process of updating, reviewing and all that and changing it, just review to make sure that like I said, are there any that deserve additional emphasis or any that deserve reduced emphasis?
Okay. We can look at that as we go through the next 2 days. I don't think so, but we can definitely, staff can look at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Post, I would just add, staff, the management team continues to make sure that we're making progress and that we emphasize all areas. When we bring council items to you, you've noticed your agenda That's usually the first slide on the presentation. We tie it to the strategic plan. So we want to make sure that we're emphasizing that, not only internally, but for council and the public as well. It's very much a communication tool as well. So I agree with Kelly. I think we're working hard as a team to emphasize and make progress. I appreciate all the comments today. You see, there's a lot of energy and a lot being done, and we're making sure it gets out in the organization and that we're focused on that. And as was mentioned earlier, this is really the foundation for our budget.
And I would just like to say, if we could give a round of applause to the people who had to present today who aren't used to presenting, so you guys did a great job. Thank you for that. We see a lot of notes from a lot of people, but it's nice to see a lot of you guys, so thank you.
Yeah, just as an outsider looking in, I mean, how impressive to see all the information here today. I commend you. That was excellent. So, yeah, so you're to be commended for all the hard work I've seen done. I've got to tell this one really, really quick story, so I apologize. When he was showing the vest, we had when I was in Lincoln as city manager, we had a couple of dogs, and one of our lieutenants had gotten some new equipment to train a dog. And so we had a citizen who called this Lieutenant Lukash and said, I was wondering, Lieutenant, I've got a dog who I think may be violent. This is true. Did you think you could put that equipment on and bring your dog over here and see if you could prompt him to attack you and see if this new equipment actually works? And so I'm going to see if my dog's aggressive. And the lieutenant said, yeah, I can do that. And while I'm at it, maybe I'll put on one of our new bulletproof vests and let your husband take a shotgun and fire at me and see if those work as well. So I thought that was a pretty interesting story. But we are running, the next item on the agenda is a financial review that's scheduled for about an hour. Do you want to go and get into that, or does everyone need a real quick break now and come back, or do you want to stay on the agenda and try to make it another hour before we take a break? It's up to you. If we think we're good to go, let's go ahead and start with the financial review. So that'd be Wade and Mark, I believe. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, the finance brothers are here for your entertainment pleasure. So let's talk about a little bit about a financial review. And we have some goals that we got set out for you. We want to review where we were as of June 30th, 2024. We want to give you an update, what's going on so far since then, and kind of let you know what funds you have available to spend. So flashback to June 30, 2024. Yes, ma'am. You had a total general fund balance of $39 million. $39 million. That's pretty good, right? Pat yourselves on the back. Go ahead. So the gold coins that you have in front of you are for this exercise. And each one of you should have 10, except for Mr. Post, who has probably eaten a couple. So each one of you should have 10 gold coins, okay? So just hold on to those, but don't eat them quite yet. So you've got $40 million, and you know we've got a bunch of projects coming, right? So you got $40 million, and that's reserves. That's not just cash, that's fund balance. And we all know that fund balance in government terms is synonymous to your savings account at your house, right? So you got $40 million. Pretty good, huh?
Yes.
All right, $40 million sounds like a lot, but there's going to be a couple of questions with this slide. This is just a recap. Last year, this same time at June 30th, 2023, it was a 24 retreat. You had a $28 million available fund balance. This year, at June 30th, 24, all of a sudden that 39 turns into 31. available. We just show that for comparison. That represents this year's 62.7%. We hear that percentage a lot of your expenses. Again, this is available. So right off the bat, we're looking from 39 to 31. We'll call it 32. So what happened? Going back to your 40, we have things in fund balance that are not spendable. Inventory. We've got oil filters and oil and car parts and things in inventory that we use repair. We can't convert that to cash really quick, so we can't spend it. Leases, prepaid items. The big number in that is the 6.5 that is reserved by state statute. That's a calculation. The easiest way I can explain that to you, think of accounts receivable. The bulk of that, $5 million of that is sales tax receivable. So that is revenue that the state has said that we're going to get at June 30th. We know we're going to get it, but we have not received that cash yet. So that's $8 million, almost $8 million right off the bat. And I need to apologize, Mr. Post, because as Wade starts taking money away, I don't think this is going to be the happiest place on earth.
Two apiece will work, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now you're down to $32 million of available fund balance. Hey, go back. No, go forward. Go back or something.
Go back on that. Go back on this one.
One more. There we go. All right, so $32 million. City Council has established a 25% kind of working capital fund balance project. That's $11 million. We can call it 12 if we want to. That's the money you say you do not want to go below.
How many?
This $12 million. That is your
Additional
working
funding,
capital.
Wade.
That takes you down to $20 million. So each of you should have 4 coins left, I believe.
Only 2 for me? Only 2.
I do have a secret one.
Wade's enjoying this. I do want to make a note real quick at the bottom. That 25% is your policy. You do have the ability to go below that if you so choose. We're not recommending that. We're not suggesting it. Just letting you know that's not a state regulation. That is your policy that you have the prerogative to go below if you wanted to.
Mark, I just want to clarify, we started at 40.
Started at 40.
Requirements, city council's policy, et cetera, we're down to $20 million.
Down to $20 million. That's the fastest you'll ever spend $20 million in your entire life. But wait, there's more. So you're at $20 million. We're going to make an assumption. This is just a complete estimate. Could be more, could be less, that at the end of 2025, we would be able to add 1.5 million to our fund balance at the end of the year. Like I said, it could be more, could be less. In 2024, we actually added over 3 million. So we're gonna give you 1.5 back, but just wait. We're not gonna actually give it back to you yet because we're looking at about 1.8 for the Main Street streetscape. We've already kind of appropriated or committed 2.2 million for Parks and Rec projects, and of that, about 1.3 is still remaining to be spent. There's 1.6 for grant matches for projects that we've entered into. City Hall, city office building projects. This building recently, I think, was cleaned and had some point work, looking at some windows and things like that. That's another $500,000. We have some other appropriated fund balance that we have brought to you throughout the year at 24 and 25. Which was about 1.6 million. So that totals roughly $14 million of your 20. No, that totals, I don't know what that total is, but that leaves you with about 14 million after funds that have already been committed. Just for reference, 10 million is what we were showing you was available to spend last year after the commitment. So there's the $3 million increase that we had at the end of 2024. So now we're down to $14 million. So we just spent about $26 million total. We started at 39 or 40, and I wish I could do like a wah, wah, wah or something like that. But you're down to 14 million. Still not too bad, but that's how quick the money can go. Keep in mind, we do have future projects. You're going to hear a lot about that. You've already heard a lot about it. You're going to hear a lot about the next 2 days. So we're looking at a potential fuel site, construction of a fuel site. There's 1.7. The depot project, there's an estimated anywhere from $2 to $5 million potential shortfall. Empire Building, the downtown streetscapes. Right now we're looking at 1.8. There's a potential that could go more. You've got Wells Fargo in the event center. You heard it here first. I'm going to coin a new term. This was Wade's idea. You've got the MAC, the MAC, the Multi-Generational and Aquatic Center. Let that go down in history that you heard it here first. Kessler Mill, property for future growth. We have some departments that are starting to run out of room. Their office is getting really, really cramped with staffing increases, new fire stations that could be coming. Police department expansions, firing range, downtown parking. It has been mentioned, I think, maybe in prior council meetings or maybe even last year's retreat, do we need to think about an emergency or rainy day type fund? That would be something maybe in addition to your 25% that you put your policy, or maybe that is your 25%. Things to think about for your future needs to spend that $14 million on. Just for a point of reference, we also have, that kind of wraps up the general fund. We have 3 major enterprise funds, Salisbury Rural and Utilities, that's your water fund. They have an unrestricted fund balance of about $43 million. That's 145%. If you remember in fiscal year, in this current budget, fiscal year 25, we actually allocated about $6 million of that to go to projects and infrastructure. That number looks big, 145,000, but keep in mind they also have about $170 million capital improvement plan. You'll hear about that later of these 2 days too. Stormwater, they have an unrestricted fund balance of $3.3 million. That's about 152% of expenditures. Again, it may sound like a big number with the 152, but they're looking at about a $15 to $16 million capital improvement plan. Transit, 300,000, that's 17%. Keep in mind with transit, that is mostly a federal grant funded fund. So a lot of their expenses are going to be paid for through federal grants. So that fund balance is not going to run as high as what a lot of our other major funds are. So that kind of wraps up the fund balance. We're going to turn it back over to Wade. He's going to go over some metrics that y'all have looked at in the past.
Hey, Wade, before you go to that, could you go back to that list of projects, please? Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I thought this was an effective exercise. When you hear about $40 million in fund balance, that is outstanding for a city our size. But we talked about this, and Wade was eager to take your coins away, but that 40 million obviously is not all available. And so when you meet all the requirements, you meet council's 25% policy, it leaves us with about $13 million available, which again, for a city our size is outstanding. And Wade joked about patting yourselves on the back, but that has been a priority for you all, to build that fund balance because of this impressive list of projects. Very impressive projects on that list that are going to cost money. And you're going to hear more about that in our capital presentation that Tracy's going to do. But I just wanted to remind council again, we're in great financial shape. You're going to see some of the matrix coming up. We have great reserves in our general fund, but also in SRU and stormwater. So we're in great financial shape, but council has a list of impressive projects too that you want to fund. And so part of that conversation over the next 2 days, making sure we understand your priority. And so as we go into the budget, we can evaluate that $13 million and work with you all and look at allocating some of that, if necessary, to make sure that the funding's there for these projects. Wade, thank you.
You should have between you 14 coins left. Mayor Pro Tem, you want a skate park? You want to use $1 million of yours? Yeah. Okay, what if that's a $3 million project now? You don't have enough money?
I got 3 right here.
Okay, you're 2/3 of the way there. Can you get some help on that?
Yep, got extra funding right here from private donor.
Just to visualize the decisions that you as a council and the management team have to make going forward. 2 years ago, during this session, we had, what's his name? Bill Rivenbark from School of Government here to talk to us about how to measure what we're doing. And he gave us a lot of metrics to look at, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but in a kind of small print over there. So the operation revenues, intergovernmental revenue, talking about how is our revenue looking as compared to our peers. Anything that you see in FY24 that shows green is good. Okay, green is good. And you'll get a print out of this. You can go back and look at it later, so we won't talk about every single one. One I will talk about on this screen is the debt service ratio. Compared to our peers, we only spend 4% of our general fund expenditures on debt service, and our peers spend up to 10%. So we're doing good in that regard, on that metric. Quick ratio is basically cash. We're good. We got 10% versus 7%. I mean, that's our metric. Not 10%. Available fund balance. You know, you saw that 62% a while ago on that chart. It looks really good. We got 62% of a year's worth of expenditures set back in available fund balance. That's the 31 number, not 39 number. Okay? 62%. That's pretty good, right? Well, our peers are 67.5%. So we're still not up to our peers, the average. Now, years ago, we used to talk about 8%. We had to keep 8%, right? And that's still not a bad thing. 8% represents 1 month of expenditures. And so the Local Government Commission did not want you to have any less than 1 month of expenditures on hand. Our city adopted policy is 3 months of expenditures, or 25%. So we're over half a year at 62%. So that is good. But just to see where we are compared to that, the average of our peers is we're still not quite there. Again, a debt as percentage of assessed value is very low. So we have capacity to issue debt in a general fund, which is good because, and we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow specifically, but the next item is where we get dinged at in both the general fund and water and sewer fund. And basically this is saying is our fixed assets are more than half depreciated. More than 50% depreciated. In this case, 60% depreciated. Now, I will tell you that a lot of that has to do with a certain GASB pronouncement, GASB 34, that came along years ago, and it made us capitalize our streets and sidewalks. But when we put those on the books, they were already old, so they were pretty much fully depreciated. So that's infrastructure brings that number way down. But what it's saying is we need to invest in our capital assets, okay? We need to invest because we have to keep replacing and fixing our infrastructure. Same thing in the water and sewer fund, and I'll go to water and sewer, and some of the same metrics. All this is good. The debt service ratio at the bottom, you see is 0.15 versus our peers is 0.18 because we do have some water and sewer debt. We have issued revenue bonds as recently as 2020. So we do have some debt there, but we're still below the average of our peers. Again, the very bottom line is, which tells you that we need to continue to invest in our infrastructure. Of our capital assets, we have depreciated more than half already, which means they're aging. If you think of that as infrastructure only, it means our infrastructure is aging. Now, again, you're going to hear more about SRU capital improvement plan. Mark said we got $170 million. They got plans to spend some money, right? we're in the process. You know, we're getting ready to do this bricks project. That's going to be a $30-something million project. Once that comes online, that helps that. But that's a couple years down the road still. It helps that number. We are investing. Don't think that they're not. As we said, we appropriate about $6 million of fund balance to go toward projects this year. So that's just some metrics we wanted you to take a look at. When you get the handout, if you have any questions on anything, feel free to reach out to us. So let's shift gears a little bit. Yes, sir, Mr. Post.
Where are our peers on percentage of their capital infrastructure having been depreciated? We're at 60, we're at, what you said, we're at 60%. We're more than 50%.
More than 50%.
Where are our peers?
Well, to go back, the peers are at 62. The line that the LGC looks at is 50. Okay, so that's what brings this to a yellow. If this was still over 50, it'd be in a green. But the LGC looks at 50%, so they want at least half of your capital assets to not be depreciated, because that means they're not old.
We're at 62.
We're at 47. The peers our benchmark is at 62. That's our peers.
Councilmember Post, and you're going to hear more from Jason in a minute, but when we bring things to you on council, we try to mention this. This is something that Bill Rivenbark from the School of Government mentioned as really, I think that was the only concern when he reviewed us against these matrix compared to others. And we continue to invest. We have some large projects coming up, as you know, especially in SRU, but you're going to hear more about that. But this is a priority, and we're making sure that we maintain and invest in our infrastructure.
So again, I don't want to paint a picture of gloom and doom here, because when I became finance director, I never wanted to do that. That's why Mark got to do the fund balance presentation, so I wouldn't have to do it. All of these metrics have been green, except for the same metric in both the general fund and water sewer fund. So we're in good financial shape. The yellow is just a concern. So let's talk about how FY25 is going. Let's talk about taxes. You remember we had a tax increase that generated about $2.1 million. That $2.1 million was for growth, including new positions across the general fund, including 3 police officers. Infrastructure and technology, we're now using Microsoft 365. That costs money. We had a 9% across the board average increase for employees during the year, not all at one time. Health insurance costs have gone up. Employee benefits, especially retirement in the local government employees retirement system, is still becoming more and more expensive every year. So with taxes, we projected we were going to receive about $26.2 million. Well, remember last year, I sat up here and said we had good news. We were going to get a little bit more than that because the county had budgeted conservatively, and so we were going to get a little bit more. I got good news again. Because of conservative budgeting on conservative numbers that we get from the county, because that's our starting point. They'll always give us, this is what we think your tax base is going to be for this year. We're again we're projecting about $700,000 more in additional revenue than what we budgeted. So that's a good thing. As you can see, the bottom bullet is our collection percentage is going well this year. We're ahead of last year's pace. So we think we're going to collect more than 98% in this fiscal year. Remember last year, too, when I told you that we were going to bring in $1.5 million more dollars. We went back to our budget and looked at things that we cut out, and then we looked at things that department heads brought to us that said, hey, this has popped up, we need to do it. So with your pleasure, we're going to do the same thing at the next council meeting. Although not looking at the full $700,000, again, this is smaller than I thought it would be on the PowerPoint, but we've detailed here several projects that total $588,000. Some of them were cut out of the budget in order to balance the budget last year, like windows at Fire Station 2. Fire Station 5. Yeah.
This is important stuff. You agree with that, right? Can we make sure when we're doing this that we have these printouts in front of us?
Yes.
Because, you know, this is kind of.
Can't see it.
We can't see any of, I can't see any, I mean, I can see the red and the green, I mean, the yellow and the green, and I can see a long list of numbers, and there's a ladder in the way here, but I can see about $500,000 at the bottom line there. But, you know, this would be, you know, since we're the policymakers here, it'd be useful to have this information in front of us to be able to actually see it. Thanks. Just.
Yeah, I mean, it's all important stuff, right? You want us to go through some of these? So
It's up to you. I mean, I can't.
Okay. So Fire Station 5 window replacement, $64,000. We cut that out of the budget last year. Replace a wooden fence at a cemetery for about $15,000. We cut that out of the budget last year. The next few things are fire turnout gear, fire protective gear, a fire RIT pack. I really don't know what that is. Fire hose. Those are all things that we applied for in a 2023 fire grant, but got denied. We don't have the funding, so we didn't buy it. This gives us a little bit of funding, so perhaps that this would be a resource to be able to take care of some of those things for our fire department. We've got compression issues across the city, and we need to take a look at that. HR, I think, has already started doing that some on their own, but we needed a third-party, unbiased consultant to kind of help us out with that. So I got a little bit of money in there for this. So as you keep going, and some of these things I can't speak knowledgeably about, but we have great people like Hannah Jacobson that could talk about a Vanderford Basin fence, police cameras, police speed radars, parks. We got swings that are non-ADA compliant that we need to replace. You know, those things are expensive. But this gives you a list of 588 things and several projects there that we could accomplish if you want to appropriate $588,000 of additional revenue. No, hey, that's a $500,000. Give him a coin back. So half a coin. So that's this is what we want to do if it meets your pleasure is put that on the next council agenda just to give you some time to think about that. We'll have some more details and ask for your approval to fund that. And these are projects that we do hope that we can get done before June the 30th.
Let me just add, Wade, thank you. So past couple years we've done this, and I recommend typically a conservative budget. Work closely with Finance Department on the revenue estimates, and at mid-year, they look at those revenue estimates, and if there's some additional revenue, we go back to departments. What did you ask for in the budget that we had to cut out? And what are some new items that we need to pursue? Wade mentioned two criteria. One is these should be one-time items, not for positions, not for recurring costs. And number two is our goal is to complete these items within the 6 months by July 1. So we did just that, knowing that Wade has identified potentially $700,000 in additional revenue. We worked with the management team, and council, you have that list in front of you. We wanted to share it with you rather than flipping through it now. We wanted to focus on the presentation, but we have copies and we'll be sending the presentations to you all. But any questions on some of these you saw in the budget that we cut out. Some, like the fire chief requested a grant, unfortunately, we didn't get. Some things, like a fence, and some other things have come out of conversations with management team over the past few weeks. So, as Wade said, we would put it back on your agenda for approval and to revise the budget if council's supportive of this, but we're happy to answer any questions on these items.
Looks like, I mean, I'm looking at the page that says, so how is FY '25 going? Which shows the extra $700,000, you know, the city budgeted amount and then the current projections. It looks like this is coming from increase in valuation of $114 million. Yeah, that, the last screen number there. Is that from new construction and new, I mean, there hasn't been an adjustment in valuations of existing properties. So is that new investment inside the city limits of Salisbury during this year?
I don't have details on where that came from. It could be personal property, which would in a lot of cases be equipment, not necessarily real property. We're not finding real property. It could have been more, when we get numbers, when we start our budget process, we get an estimate from Rowan County tax assessor as to what that value is going to be. Whoa. So, and sometimes they may not have full numbers yet because in fact, we got the same projection for next year this week. So they're not done yet. So there may be more houses, more construction that came online after they give us the original projection. And so we always get some uptick. We always have some discoveries during the year. But what really breaks out that makes the 114, I don't have that detail.
I think some of it, right, is just growth that comes on, as Wade said, but for us, again, we see it as an opportunity for some of the things we've cut out in the budget to bring those back to you after Wade has worked with the county to identify if there is any additional revenue. This time it looks like about 700,000 plus.
Great, thanks.
And we had conversation yesterday, back in 21 or 22 during the calendar year, we had a ton of voluntary annexations. Housing developments going up everywhere. Well, they're not online yet, but I did drive through a new housing development off Old Moxford Road. I don't remember the name of it, Oxford Station or something like that. It's going to be huge, but there are now houses being built, but those houses are still not valued at a house value because they're not done. You won't see that growth come onto our tax roll until 1/1/26 for the houses that are getting completed.
That's, I mean, 114 million, I was going exactly to that point. Based on the plans we've been presented, I always ask what's your price point in your housing complex, and they'll say between these two numbers, but that represents only about 300 houses at $300,000. Round numbers, 300 houses at $350,000. So it's, I mean, we could see some there. We've got a bunch of housing projects on the books, don't we?
Well, I think your point is we still have a lot more growth to come.
Right. Yeah.
Personally,
I think it's better not to get behind on these things that, since we did have the tax revenue come in, I think it's better not to get behind because everybody knows that if you have something broken in your house and you don't fix it, the cost of fixing it later gets higher, it gets worse. And these are, a lot of these repairs kind of a thing. Since the money's there, I'd be in favor when you bring it to council later to support it.
Council, if you're all okay with that, we'll have it on the next agenda. We're happy to present it again or answer any specific questions on some of these items. But you're right, Mr. Post. A lot of these are maintenance items or equipment items to replace some worn out things, whether it's a fence or some fire hoses.
What is an RIT pack?
Rapid Intervention Team Pack. Firefighters have SCBA on their backs and breathe through masks when they enter a smoke-filled house or building. And should that malfunction, the safety team on the outside responds in with that RIT pack, Rapid Intervention Team pack, to replace that mask or bottle or what's necessary so they can continue, or they can be rescued from life-threatening environments. We have a few, but we don't have enough.
Kind of moving along with how 25 is going, sales tax revenue, you'll remember a few years ago, we were seeing growth in sales tax revenue, leaps and bounds. 12, 13, 14%. That has started to, I guess, correct itself, you could say. We're not seeing those big increases. Good news is we're still seeing increases. They're just starting to flatten out. So this year, we're looking at roughly just over a 1% projected increase for fiscal year 25. So like I said, good news is that revenue is still going up, but we're just not getting the big gains that we were a few years ago. Interest income, a couple years ago when as inflation was going up, interest rates were going up. We went from earning probably 0.5% to 1% a year on interest to 4 or 5, maybe even had some 6% investments that were out there. That's starting to correct also as the feds have begun cutting rates. Beginning in September 24, our interest revenue is starting to come back down. Right now, they're estimating another 0.5 to 1% decrease in 25. We'll see if that actually happens or what happens with the economy. Currently, we budgeted for this fiscal year $1.4 million in interest income for general fund. No, we budgeted 1.2. We're projecting 1.4, so we're still running ahead of budget. Right now, we're kind of anticipating maybe a slight decrease in the 26 budget, depending on interest rates. Probably best case scenario, they're going to stay flat. So we may not really have any increases, but we're kind of hoping we can at least keep them flat. But there could be a slight decrease in interest income. Broadband?
So come back to everybody's favorite topic, the broadband debt. As you know, the targeted payoff date is March 1, 2029. We have talked in here about speeding that up a little bit, and our recommendation so far has been not to do that because interest rates have been higher. As interest rates go down and we get more toward the very end of this, I could see a possibility of making 2 payments in that last fiscal year, in the next to the last fiscal year instead of 1, and getting this thing paid off maybe a year ahead of time. As of June 30, 2025, we're still going to owe $10 million, but that's very good compared to the 33 that we had to start with. Again, and that represents about 6.29 cents on the tax rate based on the FY25 tax rate, okay? We use 429,000, and you'll see that number again tomorrow, 429,000 for 1 penny on the tax rate. So 2.7 million is about 6.29 cents. So we're going to wrap this up, and you've already heard about a lot of the challenges that we have ahead. We have property needs, infrastructure needs, staffing challenges. And this list probably doesn't even begin to put everything on there. You know more things that are going on but I think just to sum it up, we are in good financial position. We do have some fund balance. We've got some things coming down the pike though that we need to plan for, and that's where the vision comes in. You know, what is your vision for the future? How do we build that vision, and where do we use our money effectively? So with that, we'll ask you if you have any additional questions.
I have one. The change of administrations in Washington, we have federal money coming in for current operations, and we have federal money that we might be counting on in the future. We've got, government brings in about $7 trillion a year. It wants to cut $2 trillion out of that. I'm on some boards that are really shaking in their boots, you know, like Head Start. I mean, do we have any gut feel for what the impact of these new administrative things could have on us?
Timing is everything. We've been talking about this with our lobbyists. Washington Kelly just sent out an update to the management team. We're concerned. You all know
It's on our radar.
it is on our radar. Let me turn it over to Kelly, but I think you know our largest grant, 22 million brick grant for our water intake, and with the new administration coming in, there's been holds placed on grants. So one of the things we're trying to figure out is where that grant is, and let me turn it over to Kelly.
Yeah, overnight there was an executive order to pause all federal funding. We've gotten a copy from the Office of Management and Budget this morning of their directive. It begins today at 5 o'clock. They will pause all federal funding, meaning it could be transit, our federal funds we receive for transit. Hopefully we're checking now to make sure our brick funds are in a good place. They should already be at the state. And just a matter of our getting to a good point with our agreement for our period of performance on that. But in the direction from the White House, it says that they have to submit reviews of all the projects and programs no later than February 10th. So I anticipate this will be a few weeks before we know more. Our lobbyists are working on it now to put an analysis together, and they'll get something back out to us today. I'll be glad to share it with you all. But we're trying to, it definitely will have an impact on our budget, but to the extent we just don't know yet.
Transit, I mean, I know that 90% of our transit's grant funds, some of it from, I mean, we provide transit, we only get 6 or 7% from ridership, and then we put in 600,000 or 700,000, and the other $1 million is federal and state money, right? And how much of that extra $1 million-ish is federal money? Do you recall offhand, Rodney? I mean,
I don't have an exact figure, how much.
I mean, as a percentage of that $1 million that we get from the government for transit, is that mostly federal or mostly state?
Mostly federal.
I mean, that's bad.
So I think it's going to be even more far-reaching than we're thinking of, but as soon as we get the analysis this afternoon, we'll share that with you all.
Are there any other departments, I know transit's a biggie, are there any other departments that, I mean, that have significant chunks of federal money as part of their budgets?
Councilmember Post, I would add, CDBG and home comes from the federal government, so all of that funding that goes towards owner-occupied rehab, new home construction for low, moderate income.
I hate to ask this, but I mean, you got so much to do by February 12th, but would it be possible to let us know where in our budget, this $27 million, how much of that is federal money and which department it hits, just so we know where there's a potential risk of us losing funding or having reduced funding or something? Is that difficult to put together?
Yeah, we can pull that together. One of the biggest things, Wendy.
Yes, almost all of our projects.
I mean, we're talking about this at the table. It hits you, as you, I mean.
Department of Justice, I mean, it's
Yeah.
across the board.
I mean, I'd like to, would you guys like to see that?
A lot of federal.
Most of our projects.
Wendy, I'm sorry, can you share again the federal impact, state impact to your budget?
Almost all of our special projects are federally funded grants.
Yeah.
So I have not had an opportunity to.
This is a big deal.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And again, we're working hard to evaluate, working hard to involve our lobbyists and try to clarify where we can. Yeah, we'll need those gold coins back.
So should we, while it's not as big of a dollar amount, the projects you just talked about, where maybe we could fund by that 700, like, do we need to maybe not put that on the next budget and wait and see what we know is going on, so that some of that could be used for something that we know we absolutely have to have? we could always bring that back later once we know, but I don't want us to approve something and then us have a shortfall somewhere else where this could have covered it.
I think that those things, they were all fairly small projects. You saw the one fence for $130,000, but those are small things that we could knock out. I would think, you know, and this is just a what if. So in this year's budget, we got $300,000 to design the fuel site. Well, the plan was for $1.7 million in next year's budget to build it, which would be covered by fund balance. So is that, to your point though, I think we have to look a little bit deeper. Is this something we gotta have, or is this something we need now? Can we wait? Is it prudent to hold on to that 14 million coins to see how this administration is going to transition and through some of these items, because we have a lot of exposure.
Yeah, I would agree. Again, you all have done an excellent job of creating some savings, and we're going to talk about projects. Some of these projects, like the downtown, like the depot, you all know we've received grant funds for those projects. So, but those grant funds aren't enough. So, do we allocate money from fund balance to finish those projects, or do we pull back and see what's going to be coming down from federal government? So we still have some work to do on that, but wanted to share with you where we are from a financial standpoint. Good position, but there's a lot of unknowns right now that we're working through. And we're going to talk more about some projects. You're going to hear about SRU projects, of course, a separate fund there, an enterprise fund, but you're going to hear Tracy and Wade go through capital projects in a minute to get some feedback from you. Any other questions on that? We're about at break time.
Yeah, these are the type of the discussions that don't make me miss being a city manager, I can tell you that. But that was a great update. And I know there'll be a lot more talk about this as these couple of days progress, but that was an excellent update. And for what it's worth, I mean, speaking about grants, I know in Commerce, it sort of sent shockwaves through our department yesterday too about putting a halt or stop to federal spending. I don't think any of us know right now where this will end, but clearly it is a big issue, and so we'll see what happens. But all very, very legitimate questions. But let's, for now, if there's no more immediate questions, go ahead. We're right on schedule. Take that 15-minute break, and let's say at least by 5 after. Let's try to be back started again. So, thank you. think, but from 11 to 12, the title of this session will be, we talked about the financial standing situation for the last few moments, and now we'll talk about prioritizing the budget and capital improvement planning. So we'll go ahead and begin that session if everyone's ready. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, before Tracy takes over, I just wanted to give her a shout out and thank you. When I got here about 2.5 years ago, one of the areas that I identified with you all as an opportunity for improvement was capital project planning. And we have always, I think, done a good job on the utility side. We needed to improve our project planning on the general fund side. And we were fortunate enough, Tracy, how long you been here?
It'll be 2 years in March.
So Tracy's been here a little over 2 years, or about 2 years. And we were fortunate to get her, steal her away from the city of Charlotte, where she had done some CIP work. And we continue to develop and improve our capital planning. But I wanted to publicly thank Tracy and Wade and the whole finance team. We are in a much better position today than we were before Tracy's arrival, and you're going to hear some of that today.
I'll amen that.
And so Tracy, thank you for all your work. Wade, Mark, I think Mark's still here, Mark and the whole team. Tracy, thank you.
I know. So good morning again. So I'm here to talk about this CIP, or the Capital Improvement Program. So it is a 10-year plan that outlines the city's vision. It is a tool that straightens links between community infrastructure and the city financial capacity, as well as, we want to make sure that we have our ducks, or what I did during the CIP kickoff was talk about that we had our ducks in the row, that we didn't have, ducks mixing with pigeons, and we had groups of ducks over in one corner talking about one project, saying it's a priority for the city, and another group over here talking about another priority. So that's why we have, my 3 little ducks over here sitting in a nice little row. But each fund has their own CIP, so while this presentation will focus on the general fund, SRU and Stormwater both have a CIP fund. Jason is going to talk a little bit more this afternoon about SRU, and then for Stormwater, we'll have them come and do a presentation during March or April during our budget process. And I will also come back to council probably in April to talk a little bit more about the CIP and give a bigger update, because a lot of what was submitted was done prior to the election and the announcements that are coming out of Washington right now. So this is, like I said, a 10-year plan. We're going to focus on the general fund and the first 5 years, or the next 5 years, which is FY26 through FY30. We may need to look at, in the upcoming years, maybe reducing the number of years we include in a CIP. Why a lot of them years ago used to be 10 years. A lot of cities have moved into a 5-year plan. So that includes, Concord, Morrisville, Davidson, even Charlotte. So it's easier to plan for 5 years rather than 10 years. Wrong one. So, we're going to plan for the future for our city. That's the purpose of having a CIP, so you can keep your ducks in a row. So, jumping right into department requests, we'll have DSI, or Downtown Development, first. Of course, you have the Empire Redevelopment Project. Each of these requests do fall within a focus area of the strategic plan.
We tried to align those requests with our strategic plan so we have a direction of where to go. So this one falls under economic and workforce development. $200,000 has already been approved for that. That was approved a couple of council meetings ago, and so that's for phase one. But we don't really know if the future phases, we're going to commit to those or they've been finalized. But I also have included about 800,000, so a total of 1 million for FY26, maybe if we do move forward with phases 2 and 3. The next project is Main Street project. It is part of the larger Main Street project that's in transportation's budget. It falls within the economic and workforce development and sustainable infrastructure. This is just kind of a offshoot to help the downtown businesses. So the first year is roughly 20,000, and then additional years after that will be 10,000. So, and all of these have a funding source listed. Some of them are fund balance. Some of them will be grants or donations or contributions from organizations. And then also for DSI, we talked about downtown holiday decorations. And that's a new design and purchase of holiday decorations to make sure our downtown area looks festive, draws people into the downtown area for shopping and other forms of entertainment. So that falls within economic and workforce development, infrastructure, and then also cultural amenities. The total cost is over $100,000. The first year is roughly $5,000. That's just a contract to hang up the Christmas decorations. So, and then funding sources, of course, is the downtown development operating budget. That does have an impact on their operating budget. We've asked to partner with the Downtown Salisbury Incorporated, as well as grants and other donations. So now, the fire department. They have a couple of robust projects coming up. One of them is Fire Station 2 renovation, and that's creating a dedicated decom area and turnout gear storage area for the firefighters, and that will be at Station 2. Of course, it falls under public safety. The first year, construction and design of this project is roughly estimated at $1.2 million, and this is going to be funded through the state grant appropriation that we have. Next is their fire training facilities, and that includes fixing the tower at Station 1, as well as building a training facility at Station 6. First year is estimated at $265,000. Most of that will be for Station 1, the tower that sits behind it, which is old, and it can be viewed as historic. So it does show a funding problem, I guess you could say. So we have to kind of think outside the box if we want to fund this. So, and then also there's $15,000 in the budget to repair the anchors at Station 6, which is primarily where they do their training once the recruits come out of the training at RCC. And then in addition, they want $300,000 in FY28 to build a separate training facility, kind of like a module training facility at Station 6. And so that funding sources include fund balance or grants, which you can get some federal grants or state grants to look at that. And then they're looking at a new fire station on Bringle Ferry Road area. Funding needed for construction to start in FY30. It's roughly estimated at $7 million. Funding source is, we're going to issue debt proceeds, state grants, or fund balance. And this project will have an operating budget impact. Once it's completed, they will need a new engine. Right now, it's estimated at 1.2. It's probably going to go up to about 2 million once we finally finish the station and get the engine in 4 years. And they have new staff. That includes 3 battalion chiefs, 3 captains, 3 engineers, and firefighters to ride the engine. And then also they have equipment and other costs for those firefighters, and that's estimated roughly about 200,000. So the one thing to remember with CIP, while you have the initial CIP budget and the impact, you will also, some of these projects have an impact on our operating budget later on once they're finished.
Hey, Tracy, I'm sorry,
Yes.
can I interrupt? And you go back one, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, this is why the CIP is an effective tool. So we know we're a growing city. We're working hard to finish Fire Station 3. Hopefully have that finished this summer. But we need to start planning for the next fire station. So the chief has worked with different departments to evaluate that growth. Where are we going to have that growth? And where should that station be? And the timing. Now, the growth may not come as quickly as we think, so this may be pushed back, or some other issues, but by having this in the CIP, it does not mean this is budgeted. It means we're planning for this and wanting to share this with council and the public to let them know this is an issue and we need to start planning for it. The other important part of this, and what Tracy has brought, there's the capital costs. So to build this fire station, you heard her say maybe $7 million, but that operating cost as well that we need to take into consideration and be able to budget for those operating costs as well. So this was, I think, a great example of why the CIP is important as a planning tool, as a tool to help us with future budgets, and as a communication tool. So by putting this up there, it can still go back. It may not be in FY30. It may be a couple years later, but the chief is planning for that. We need to keep that in consideration as you start looking at fund balance and other priority projects, knowing that 5, 6, 7 years down the road, we're probably going to need another fire station. Chief, anything to add to that?
No, sir, only that, with the help of Hannah and other departments, we're able to plan and determine where growth trends are. Hannah's been very helpful in pinpointing that, and, we've even talked about, in this particular location, 2 things that will influence it is hopefully we can convince some developers out there to help us with land for the fire station. And secondly, the growth plan with the town of East Spencer, which influences that area. So these things are all being worked on now in preparation for 2030.
Chief, how far does the city's responsibility extend out Brinkle Ferry Road? Is it Earnhardt Road?
Yeah, exactly, Earnhardt Road and Shea Crossing right now.
Okay.
There are other projects, maybe Hannah can, or won't, but maybe she can't, but talk about those. But there's growth out there, trending.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, the extent of our growth agreement, at least with Granite Quarry, was Earnhardt Road and that area there. Once we get a little bit beyond there, there's some factors that contribute to our ability to serve with water and sewer. So that is kind of one of our limitations there on that side of town. But there's been a lot of residential development that has been approved, and Philip may talk about this in his presentation, that is not yet online yet, but will need to be served, and it's stretching the limits of our current stations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
And there's also some telecom requests, and telecom falls within fire, but their 2 main ones is fire alerting system, which is the installation of a MAC alert system, which basically will alert the fire departments when a call comes into 911 in Rowan County. it will send out an alert to the necessary fire station and trucks, tell them what type of fire or, event it is and how many, what engines and ladders are needed. So they're looking at installing that, and that is, 1 year in FY '27 is $500,000. Funding sources, we could get some 911 funding, depending on what, most of the 911 funding does go to the county as the primary answering point for this area. They then decide what they want to do, what they want to do with said funding. We could have some partnerships as well as grants, may be available. Just on a side note, I know Charlotte, replaced their station alerting system with a FEMA grant a number of years ago, so, it is possible. Then also, they have a request for what's called a Seahawk monitor. It's a remote terminal unit that they'll add on to radio towers to track interference issues. So they've had a number of issues in the past year or two about interference with, cell phone, I think drones, that sort of thing. So these monitors will help alleviate the interference issues that we're facing. The first year is $55,000. That is in, that's a request for FY '26, and then the total cost for this system is $220,000. So we're looking at possibly grants or fund balance for that. Then police. So they have a firing range request. It's to build and operate a needed firing training and certification range. The first year, $75,000. I've estimated $6 million for construction of the range. We do have the property. We just need to build it. And so then there will be an impact on the operating budget once the range is complete, and that will probably be staffing. You'll need someone to staff the range, training partners, and then maintenance of another city facility. And so that's estimated about $100,000 annually. They also have a request for facility expansion. As you know, we've talked about it a lot this morning. We'll continue to talk about it over the next day and a half. This city is expanding. Departments are expanding. We're running out of space. Police is no different. So we're looking to expand the current location, and roughly the funding, they're looking at maybe $8 million. It's $4 million in FY '28 and $4 million in FY '29. So the source of that is fund balance or a request in the general fund. Also, with that expansion will be an impact on the operating budget, because you're going to have new supplies, you're going to have maintenance and janitorial costs, and so that's going to be roughly around an estimated $200,000. Transportation or engineering. Sorry. So, of course, their big project is the Main Street improvements. It's an upgrade of aged infrastructure, some additions, upgraded sidewalks and amenities along the 6 blocks of North and South Main Street. It falls within the sustainable infrastructure. The first year is roughly a little bit over $9 million. The city has a match of $1.8 million right now. That may need to go up, so we could do $2 million by FY '26. We do have a block grant and then some fund balance for the city match. There is going to be an impact when this project is complete on the operating budget. You saw there was a capital request in SEDA's budget due to this project, and so it's, other department requests. You're going to have continued road and sidewalk maintenance, and I've got it estimated about $300,000. There are also a request for the depot multimodal center project. That's the purchase and renovation of the Salisbury depot. The first year estimate is $3.7 million. There is a city match of $320,000, and then perhaps a cost to purchase it, and we have it estimated about $3 million. We have a grant for that, or the CMAC funds, fund balance, and then some STIP funds. And then, of course, if we purchase this and renovate it, we're gonna have an impact on our operating budget for this. It's a new building, so I've got it estimated about $285,000 for annual cost for operation and maintenance. And then Wendy has some sidewalk projects, and they're adding sidewalks to various areas of the city, primarily on Brenner and Jake Alexander, I believe. They're an estimate of $584,000. There's a city match of $117,000. So we do have some state grant or funding sources of TAP, STBG, and then also funding, fund balance. Then into planning and develop neighborhoods. So we have neighborhood revitalization and rehab. It's a program to help homeowners in identified neighborhoods with exterior rehab of their homes. Of course, it falls within the healthy, safe, and engaged neighborhoods. The first year is $310,000. Total cost is $3.5 million over 10 years. 10 years. And the funding source, there's money in Hannah's budget usually every year, and then of course fund balance. And then they have the downtown revitalization incentive program. It's an ongoing program to promote, reuse, and rehabilitate underutilized buildings. And Hannah talked about this during her strategic plan initiative, or SATA, sorry. You shouldn't sit next to each other.
You really shouldn't. People get this confused way too easily.
So the first year is estimated $200,000. Total cost for 10 years is $3 million. And that's general fund and fund balance. So then they have a greenway, Salisbury Spencer Greenway connection, several phase project to connect existing greenway to Stanbeck Woods in Spencer. So this is about, we want to make sure, are trying to connect our communities together and make it a vibrant place to live as our, vision in our strategic plan states. So this first year is roughly $50,000 for a feasibility study. Additional funds needed for construction FY30 and 31 is estimated at $3 million. And so we do have we're looking at partnerships, federal and state grants, and then some money coming out of the general fund. And then the last project for them is Kessler Mill Infrastructure and Local Participation. It's actually listed as two separate projects, but it's part of a public-private redevelopment of the former 13-acre Kessler Mill site. It's budgeted to start in FY27 at $9.7 million. So funding source, of course, general fund, section 108 loans, various grants, and probably a private-public partnership.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, the Kessler Mill project is something that we've talked about with you all for some time. Appreciate the work Hannah and her team have done with the School of Government. And that is actually coming to you at your next council agenda. You remember we talked about putting out a request for proposal, RFP, to see what type of development proposals we get. That 9.7 million is a very high and rough estimate. To develop this as affordable housing, we know that development community is going to be looking for some assistance. What we've heard from council is to do it in phases, and Hannah has presented where the tax credit opportunity may assist in reducing that cost to the city. So just wanted to mention this one is going to be coming to you. We've been working on it for some time. We don't know what we'll get from the development community, but from the priority that council has set on this, we're recommending to move forward, but are not recommending 9.7 million at this point. We would do it in phases so we could evaluate that. And Mayor Alexander was very vocal on this, seeing what opportunities there were for the development community to fund some of the infrastructure and other things that are needed. Hannah, anything else to add on that?
Happy to answer any questions about it, but we will be covering it at the next council meeting.
And then we have Public Works. It's already been mentioned, but we do have money currently in our budget this year for a fueling site design. And so we're looking at construction to start next year, and that's estimated at $1.7 million. And this more than likely will come out of fund balance. We have our asphalt resurfacing, that's maintaining. The city is, looks to have a 25-year resurfacing plan rather than originally, a couple years ago, they had a 40-year plan, and by the time we get to certain streets, they're just too old. So a 25-year plan is much better to have for maintaining our streets in the city. So the next year is a little over $1 million. Most of that funding source is the Powell bill funds we receive from the state. And
one thing we will be requesting this year is a reevaluation of our streets. If you remember when we did the original evaluation, we set out to try to do that on a 4 to 5 year plan. This is the 4th year we'll go into. We have a plan for next year's paving, but this will establish the next 5 year paving plan, which has been pretty efficient.
And then next, they have roof audits and replacements. They do have, they audit existing properties to identify maintenance needs and replacement issues, and then replacements are performed on a regular schedule. So this is just to fund this program. The first year is $250,000. Total for the next 10 years is a little over $4 million. And so this is the, it's included in Chris's budget in the general fund, but it's also could be funded by fund balance. And then their last project is a garage bay addition. It's an addition to the fleet facility to accommodate the growth of the city fleet. As the city grows, the staffing will grow, our fleet is going to grow, and so our fleet operations needs additional space to make sure that they can get the fleet out in a timely manner and that it continues to be operational to serve the residents of this city. That's estimated at $5 million, and more than likely will be a fund balance. And then for Parks and Rec, so the first two are Wells Fargo, and as Mark referred to it as earlier, the MAC. So both of these, I do have some general information here, but you'll be hearing more about them tomorrow when Keisha and our two consultants have their presentation tomorrow afternoon. But roughly, the Wells Fargo building is a renovation of the former building that we purchased on Main Street for infrastructure improvements. That's where the Park and Recs Administration offices are currently. We may add some additional city offices if necessary, as well as an event space. You know, the downstairs will be an event space, and there may be some breakout rooms upstairs. So basically, we have an estimate of $6 million. They'll get more into the details of that project and the costs tomorrow. But, you know, a lot of the funding may be fund balance. We may look at a bond package or grants. And then also there's going to be an impact on the operating budget. You know, currently Parks and Rec reside there. So there are costs that hit the operating budget right now for maintenance, janitorial, but also, you know, moving forward as we get the event space finished, we're going to have the need for additional staff, a cleaning service, event supplies, that sort of thing. So I've estimated about $250,000 to maintain an event space. And then the MAC is the construction of a new recreation facility. We do have a partnership with Lefty Homes for this. It's going to be multi-generational. So right now I have a FY26 estimate of $15 million. I haven't seen the latest breakout based on from our architects for this project. That will come tomorrow. But we may look at a bond issue, a bond package, grants, partnerships, or donations. So, as you can, and so there's some infrastructure projects also for Parks and Rec, roughly about $650,000. And these are going to include bathrooms at some parks, a splash pad and shelter at the Fred Evans Pool, outdoor basketball courts, tennis court, and pickleball resurfacing, and of course, we mentioned it earlier, park play structure improvements. And so a lot of that could be fund balance. We could include it in a bond package. We could look at grants, donations, or just an impact on the general fund. So with that, I'll take any questions you may all have. And this doesn't incorporate all the projects that are in the CIP. You'll see that in your budget books, but I can get you a comprehensive list when I do my presentation in April. Anybody have any questions, comments?
Does the budget book have this?
Yes, it has the big spreadsheet with the 10-year plan and all of them, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, again, I appreciate the work Tracy and Finance Department have done. You can see that there's a lot here. We talk a lot about some of the big projects, whether it's Kessler Mill or downtown streetscape or depot, but there's a lot that we need to think about too, whether it's a fire station or park improvements. So this is trying to get more of a holistic approach, and I think Tracy wants to get your feedback on helping prioritize these. Going back to our earlier discussion, there's a lot of unknowns. You heard her say a lot of these are grant opportunities. We don't know if those grants are still going to be available in the future. We don't know if grants that we've already received or are in the process of receiving, if those grants will still come through. So there's a lot of unknowns. You heard Tracy mentioned fund balance several times, and that's why we set that up with that 13 million and change, right? What was the amount? Exact amount, I forgot. Anyway, using that 14 and setting your priorities, but let me turn it back over to Tracy.
Okay, so are we ready to have some fun?
Fun balance, you say?
But, okay, so, all of you should have paper clipped some smiley faces, with your initials on them, but, so I have, there should be 5 of them. I have a list of the projects that have been, recommended, or they have a request in FY26. So those are listed on the sheet there. And then we're gonna have you pick your 5 priorities. Now you can do this in a big group, you can do it individually. And then depending on what you pick and prioritize, I may come around and take the rest of your gelt. Or your, I did give you some Reese's peanut butter cups. I may take those too, but, so we're just gonna get up.
How much are these worth?
I don't know, 2 million, I'll take what, I can take whatever.
He already spent his.
But, so the smiley faces are color coordinated. The the hot pink would be your first priority. The green would be your second priority. Yellow is third. Fourth is blue. And then the purple is the fifth priority. So with that, you know, I ask you to, you can get up, come look at the list over here, and you can make your, pick your priorities. So let's find out how many priorities you can
Is this with,
fund.
is this with or without regard to cost?
This is whatever one you want as your priorities. We'll see how many projects we can actually fund.
Yeah, I think with the unknowns right now, it's just getting some guidance from you. So what are your priority projects so we can, again, continue to work on the grants and fund balance and other options? Tracy, what if somebody says, oh, I don't see a project up there I like, I don't know, skateboard park? Can they add that to the list?
Surely it's up there.
Actually, it isn't, but I do have sticky notes on the
After
side.
all these years.
I have sticky notes and
Gotta get
markers, so if you
more
do see a
votes.
project that's not listed that you would like to add, feel free to put that on the sticky note and add it to the list. But, so they're broken out by the focus areas of the strategic plan. So we'll take the rest of the time. I do have some inspirational music for all of you.
All right. Inspirational music. All right.
Tracy's ready.
There you go, Tamara.
Hey.
She said she was.
How it works. looking at the priorities,
Government does.
we, of course, have Depot as Mayor
Tracy.
Pro Tem.
Mike.
It's gonna hit us that hard. I agree.
I need to put, okay. Hear me? Oh, wait. Does that work? No. All right, I'll just go over here.
Can I make a comment? I'm nervous about, I mean, call me pessimist. I'm a little nervous about spending any money on anything because of the federal government issue. I mean, because we might have to, rob Peter to pay Paul. In other words, if we have some department like transportation that loses its federal funding, we've got to still run our transportation system, so we may have to steal money from somewhere else, even though, maintaining a bus system up here isn't one of them. So I get nervous with all the uncertainty. I mean, the federal budget's about $7 trillion. And, this Department of Doge or whatever it is wants to cut $2 trillion. Well, when you take Social Security and mandatory spending and interest on the debt, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and then add in the Defense Department, there is not $2 trillion left in the budget, the U.S. budget, to cut. So it's like saying eliminate the entire federal budget. I mean, these numbers they're throwing out there right now are crazy. And it's being thrown out by people who don't. I worked on the Budget Committee of the U.S. Senate, so, give me a little latitude here. But, we got people making pronouncements in Washington, don't know what they're talking about yet. And so I'm nervous about saying, let's do this $7 million, or $10 million, or $5 million project on anything. So I'm just throwing that out there.
I share your nervousness of where we are. This is a planning tool to help us. We're working hard to try to get clarity. There's going to be, I think, some unknowns for a while, but I think it's important for us to at least get those priorities and for us to work toward. But I agree with you. All of these items may not be recommended because we're using local funding, fund balance for other things that maybe aren't on here yet. So, but I think from a planning tool and just hearing council's priority, this is helpful for staff.
The other thing about fund balance is, as healthy as our fund balance is, we're below the benchmark. I think that's the word that was used, that we're 5 percentage points below them anyway. So we start eating into this and, I don't know what that does to state government thinking. I mean, we're well above the 8%, state law requires. And the working capital balance, that $11 million that we set aside to make sure we have working capital, that's got a little squishiness to it also, potentially.
Yeah, again, I think we're in good shape. There's just a lot of unknowns, but from a planning standpoint and hearing from council, you're all here together. This is good for us. We're just going to have to continue to evaluate and work with our folks in Washington to try to get some clarification.
Okay, so now that we've kind of looked at the priorities, the two biggest ones that kind of stand out are the Depot Multimodal project for 3.75, and then the multi-generational center for 15 million. So given that we had 14 million-ish in fund balance, I'll just go ahead and take your coins for those two projects. But as you can see, this is, what we can.
What else got some votes?
So we've got the Wells Fargo Center, bathrooms at Kelsey Scott and City Park, outdoor basketball courts, asphalt resurfacing, community park improvements, Empire redevelopment, training facilities for the fire department, and the firing range. And then also, there's the skate park, as well as Mr. Post said, everything. So,
Through the skate park.
yeah, but the skate park,
That's probably me.
so, but as you can see, this is kind of the problem that we as a city is facing or other cities are facing. We've got these large projects that are coming that, we want to plan for, but how do we fund them? And so tomorrow, we're going to hear from our financial advisor, David Cheatwood, with some alternative funding solutions, whether some that we have not done in the city for a long time, like general obligation bonds or investment financing. Also, we may look to to gather more debt, or you can offset, push out these projects, for the future. You may not need to do them next year, but maybe the year after, or, we kind of scale them back a bit, that sort of thing. So we've got some tough decisions to make. This was just a planning tool. So I'll take any questions or comments from council.
We were standing there looking at some of those things, talking about it. Some of those things we sort of felt shouldn't be on the CIP, but should wiggle their way into the budget, such as bridge repairs. We can't have bridges fail. We can't have, they've got to be fixed. They're must-dos. So we sort of felt that that shouldn't be a future planning choice. That ought to be wiggled its way
Something that we do.
Yeah.
Anyways, some of the things, when I came on, I was kind of tasked with redeveloping our CIP. So there are some projects here that aren't capital improvement in nature. And so as we move on, this will change. We may change the threshold. We may look at what's just standard maintenance. That's usually not on CIP, and that includes bridge repair. But then other cities include street repair as part of their CIP. It's been my experience, it's always been something more capital project in nature, like construction of a building, construction of a road, that sort of thing. So we've got still have a lot more development or changes to do with CIP as we move forward. But
I would add, I think that's a good point. I always tell the management team, employees, we got one pot of money. So, whether it's bridge repair or a new fire station, coming out of the same pot of money, if it's fund balance. Now, again, as Tracy said, you can hear tomorrow from our financial advisor talking about other financing options or opportunities for us to pursue. But there are a lot of unknowns now, and this is going to be a difficult budget process with the unknowns. Plus, Wade listed the pressures we're under, the growth pressures. Revenue is not growing as it once was, so this is going to be a very difficult budget process. But Tracy's done a great job, and we'll continue to refine our CIP.
I don't want to stand in between anyone and lunch, so.
I was, if there are no other questions on this, I know we have lunch, but I was going to ask Jeff with his experience. Jeff,
I've got this. Yeah.
You've managed many cities, just things you're seeing that we're addressing. I know it's not unique maybe from the federal level and the impact, but the list of projects, the limited resources, and just your experience.
Well, I guess my first impression, as I said earlier, it doesn't. When I go through these processes, it doesn't make me miss being a city manager very much. But there are challenges. But I see a couple of positives. You do have a healthy fund balance, which I think you're to be commended for. Very, very little debt. I think the bonds are an option. And I think just simply going through a process like that, I mean, certainly everything on that board won't be able to be approved this year, and it may be further down the road. But I think the positives that I see are the city is in good, strong financial position that I give the elected officials and the staff credit for. It's obvious these items have been well thought out, and you're looking at the same challenges that probably every unit of government, every municipality and county in the state are looking at right now. I do agree that some of the uncertainties in Washington make it even more difficult than normal. Talking about federal grants, that probably even makes it more of a challenge than a typical budget year. But I also think you need to go through the process as you're doing and do the prioritization as you're doing, and fund balance and grants and other funding options were mentioned. And I guess part of the process is just to go through and try to narrow down or whittle down the top priorities and come up with a funding plan. But it is nice in these times to have some available funding balance and maybe have the option for general obligation bonds if you want to go that way. But I think this has been a great session, and staff's done a great job of telling you what the current status is. And the way I sort of view this part of the morning has been telling you where you are, and you've started looking at some of the needs coming up, and now to dive deeper into some of those and get more detail, and so you can put your budget together.
Thank you, Joe.
So I think we're right on schedule. If we want to do lunch, I think we're going to try to start back at 12:45.
Yes, sir. We have lunch outside. I think it's Olive Garden. Yes. And please help yourself plenty. But grab lunch and enjoy it. And then we'll start back in about 45 minutes. We're right on schedule. Thank you.
to Utilities Director Jason Wilson.
Good after lunch. I don't know what's worse, go before lunch or after lunch. So you're hungry before and you're coma after. So we're going to run through a couple of our key projects that are in progress or coming up for us. We did provide you with an oversized printout. We've got some graphics that are pretty small up here, and didn't really do much better on 8.5 by 11. So you've got a big FUD factor presentation there in front of you, a hard copy of that. So don't jump ahead, but we're going to get rolling and try to be as quick as possible. I'm joined today by Jim Amaral, who you've already heard from this morning, talking about some of our other things as part of the strategic plan. And then also by Keith Garbett. Keith's with LaBella Associates, a long-time partner of SRU in the city. I know he's done some work with stormwater and some other departments here. Keith is the Southeast Regional Manager and a Senior VP with LaBella. So we're happy to have him here and happy for their partnership over the years. Look forward to what he has to talk to us about this morning. So let's just jump right into it. We're going to talk about some of our capital project updates. Obviously, the new raw water intake and pump station is a high priority and one that we'll talk about there and give you an update on that. We'll look at the water treatment plant electrical system upgrades that we just talked about at our last council meeting. Valve assessment and repair, excited to give you an update on that project that you approved several months ago. Sanitary sewer line rehab, inflow and infiltration reduction. We're familiar with that. We'll give you just kind of a status update on that as well. Lift station capacity upgrades, as well as Town Creek pump station modifications. So looking at the river pump station intake project, I think most of us are well aware of this project. Critical for us, talk about multi-generational, this is it. This is going to supply water for not only our city, but for our county and our regional utility for generations to come. Been working on this one for a long time, so we do have some brick funding. So this is the site plan showing the existing pump station location and where we're proposing to locate the new one. And then we have a rendering here of what that will look like. So the boat's not included, by the way, but we can work on that if we need to. But you see the bridge going out to the new structure. It is a combined intake and pump station, which is different than what we have now. It is above the 500-year flood elevation, which we do not have now. So this is, again, critical to the long-term sustainability of our utility and providing water for our citizens. Jumping over, I won't spend much time on this one. We went in depth on this one last Tuesday night. Appreciate your support on that. We'll get that contract over to Black & Veatch, our partner on the design for this. So we'll be coming back in a future, probably a year from now, and be asking for money to start construction on these upgrades. But another critical project here to kind of reinforce our long-term ability for water treatment. This is a new project for us. So this is our valve assessment and repair. This is a recommendation that came out of our water distribution system master plan a couple years ago. This was awarded a couple months ago at council, and they got underway last month. Again, we have about 8,000 water valves throughout our system, and this is just a screenshot of the dashboard that our contractor and consultant is using on this. So just to clarify, on the right-hand side of this, the blue dots are what they have already assessed. So they started in the towns of Spencer and East Spencer, and they're working in Granite Quarry now. And then the red are all the valves that they haven't touched yet. So they're going through, accessing the valve where they can. If they can't, they make a note of that so they can go back later and make some repairs or modifications to the valve box. But then the chart on the left just kind of shows you what they've found so far. The majority of our valves are operable, which is a good thing, but we are making a list and getting an assessment of those valves that are inoperable or they're not able to access or, are broken, so we can make a list of those. Yes, sir.
Jason, could you share with council too, especially the past couple weeks with, the breaks that we've had, and I know it's been many, but how important it is to know where these valves are and that they're operable?
Yeah, so it is critical. So with freezing temperatures, the long freezing temperatures, we do have more calls. Got a text over the weekend, Mayor Pro Tem, about some water in the street. It's a valve that's seeping a little bit. given everything else, it's not a high priority, but it's on the list, and we'll get to it if they hadn't yet. But we do have water main breaks, and that's caused by the ground kind of moving and shifting. The pipes aren't necessarily bursting like they would at your house in your crawl space, but the ground shifts when it freezes, and the kind of the deeper it gets. But then the thaw can be worse than the freeze. So this week we're seeing, that again on the backside. But valves are critical to that. So it's what we want to try to do is isolate as small an area as we can around the, kind of contain the break. And so we put as few of our customers out of water as we can. So if you go to, say, an intersection out here at Bank and Main Street, and you have 4 valves at every side of the intersection where the water line, meets there in a couple of T's, if one of those valves doesn't work, you have to go back one more layer. And you have to, hopefully there's another valve at the other intersection. You can shut one there. Sometimes they're not. So you may have to, because one valve not working, you may have to do 3, 4, 5, and that's just exponential. So if 2 of those 4 valves don't work, then you're going back multiple blocks to find the next valve that may work. So the more of these valves that can work, the easier it is for our folks in the middle of the night in sub-freezing weather to get the leak isolated so they can repair it. And so this is critical, and this is something that hadn't been undertaken for decades, and it's well overdue. So thank you for your support of this project. Sanitary sewer rehab. Jim mentioned this morning the work we're kind of in pause on right now in Main Street. We did the rehab work. We're scheduled to come back and remobilize the crews to start the cured in place lining, hopefully late February, early March, and we'll give you an update on that at a upcoming council meeting. This is just kind of looking at how we kind of determine where to go next on to reduce inflow and infiltration in our collection system. We do sewer metering. We have more than 15 sewer meters that have been throughout our collection system for over 15 years. So we have a lot of data on wet weather flows, dry weather flows. It helps us to decide where we focus. If we were going to just do all of this, it's tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to bring this aging infrastructure. Again, we're looking at that depreciation of assets versus what we're reinvesting. So we've got to be strategic in our reinvestment. So we look where we focus. So we're looking at the worst offenders for inflow, the worst offenders for infiltration. And then we do the flow monitoring, and we also do smoke testing. These were on the consent agenda last week. You approved 2 contracts with another partner of ours. And so what we're looking for smoke testing is we actually, charge the gravity line with smoke. So we have a fan and it generates smoke, and we blow that through the line. And it's going to come out places and show you, hopefully it's coming out of clean outs and vents on houses where it should, that's connected to the sanitary sewer, but it can also come out of storm drains and breaks in what you see here is a break likely at a joint, and it just makes its way up through the ground and shows itself. So that'll get documented and marked, and then that can be a point repair or, the cured in place line, and we'll address that as well. This can show proof of, defects, but it also can show proofs of cross connections, things that shouldn't be connected to the sanitary sewer. Roof gutters don't go to the sanitary sewer, but sometimes they do get connected to that inadvertently or intentionally, and so this helps identify those. We don't get paid for stormwater, so it's a double-edged sword. It eats up capacity, and we don't get paid to treat it. So we want to keep it out of the system if we can. So capacity upgrades. This is something that we try to stay ahead of. So we've heard growth all day. We're all experiencing growth, and one of the big keys is water and sewer capacity that can attract economic development to our city. But we don't have unlimited capacity. We've seen in some of our neighbors, when you don't have capacity, it's hard to really develop. So we try to stay ahead of that. And one of the things you'll hear us talk about is right-sized infrastructure. You don't want it too big. You don't want to just go build something big that you've got to own and maintain. You're not getting enough flow or revenue to be able to operate that efficiently. But you also need to stay ahead of the wave to make sure you've got enough capacity available to be able to allocate that to planned and future development. So right now we're looking at lift stations. This shows 3 of our lift stations that will be impacted by by development in the Town Creek Basin. So we have 2 wastewater plants, and this is our smaller wastewater plant basin. 3 of these lift stations will be impacted by residential development in Rockwell and places in between, Salisbury and Rockwell. So we have entered into, I think, 4 developer agreements over the last few years to have those developers share in the cost of upgrading these lift stations to add additional capacity. So we're in the process now of developing a master plan to identify and prioritize what we need to do and how we need to make sensible and logical upgrades. We don't just want to add enough capacity for the development it's getting. We want to make a logical step in that upgrade so that we're building capacity that will benefit future development as well. Town Creek Pump Station modification. So this again is at our smaller treatment plant. This is an aerial view of that. So if I can run this, this is the pump station here at Town Creek. So inflow comes in here at the headworks, and then it goes to the screw pumps currently that lifts it up to the aeration basins. Effluent leaves the pump station and is pumped over where it's combined with our other wastewater plant. We have 1 treatment plant according to DEQ. We have 1 discharge, so we have combined effluent from both our plants. So we only have 1 plant. We have 2 facilities, or they call them treatment trains. So effluent leaves this plant, is pumped cross-country, joins up with effluent from Grants Creek, and then it's discharged back into the Yadkin River. This pump station right now is an effluent-only pump station. Our plan is to convert this to an influent and effluent. So this pump station is built with a marriage wall between. You can see a little person here that kind of gives you a scale. So this is kind of down in the basement of this pump station. Right now there's 4 pumps, 2 on each side of this marriage wall. Our plan, due to the size of this, is to convert this will be the effluent side, this will be the influent side. The brick and mortar's there, the hard part's done, the expensive concrete's there. This is just, it's poised to be converted to this, which will be beneficial for us. Going back real quick, the screw pumps, effective yet inefficient in lifting water. Maintenance, we schedule significant maintenance on these every year. We can eliminate this step in our process, do this at this combined facility. So fun project, and this is a design build project. So we've selected a team and we're waiting on proposals to be able to get this. It is budgeted this year to get started on this project. We're excited about this. Any questions about any of the capital project updates before we kind of transition?
I'll just go back to what council has asked about and prioritized, and that is investment in our infrastructure. And wanted Jason here today to share that. You can see significant, you heard this morning about planning and the money that's being put into planning in wastewater and water, but some of these projects are queued up and ready to go. So you'll continue to see much investment in our water and sewer infrastructure.
So just moving on, we're not going to go through our CIP line by line this morning. It's pretty long and extensive and fluid. Every year we reevaluate that. And one of the things we utilize and have been utilizing are master plans to be able to populate that document, that planning document. So this is just a graphic illustration of kind of what we've been working on and what our plans to work on is. So if you see at the top, there's a water distribution system master plan. We've referenced that several times over the last few years. A lot of the projects in our current CIP came from recommendations for that plan. And you'll see there's 9 total sector master plans in our department, if you will, and some of those are in progress. We've got the wastewater treatment master plan that Jim referenced this morning that we got $400,000 ARPA grant to help pay for that. We're in progress on that. That is going to generate a probably pretty lengthy list of recommended wastewater treatment projects that will go into our master plan, into our CIP rather. Some of those others there, you approved a contract at last Tuesday's meeting on the consent agenda to update our water treatment master plan. So we will be getting started on that to look at what we need capacity-wise to stay ahead of the wave of growth and development. So all these combined go toward our goal, our ultimate goal, to develop a comprehensive master plan for our water and sewer utility. This would prioritize from top to bottom through our department all the capital improvement projects that we need to do. Right now, everybody's kind of got their own little area, but what's the most important from our department from top to bottom? And this would help identify and define those and give us a playbook for the next 15 to 20 years that we can then populate out our CIP. Any questions on our master planning initiative? Yes, sir.
What's the total for the 10-year?
I think Wade's number this morning was about 175 million, but is what we currently have in our 10-year master plan, our capital improvement plan. Subject to change. As these master plans are finalized, then we'll be, some of that's going to be beyond 10 years. A good bit of that's going to be years 6 through 10, which if you look at our current printout of our CIP, there's a lot of empty spaces on the second 5 years of that, just because, we don't know what we don't know at this point on some of those.
Wait, that's kind of a replacement of depreciation costs over that 10-year period, right? Thank you.
That's right.
So now we're going to transition and look at workforce planning, organizational master plan. So if you look, backing up, one of these master plan or two of these master plans, one of them staffing and one of them's facilities. And when we talk about facilities, we're not necessarily talking about treatment plants and pump stations. We're talking about facilities to support staff, offices, meeting space, workshops, those type things to support our workforce. So those are two things. One is wrapping up and one of them's underway now. But we want to talk a little bit about what we're needing from a staffing standpoint. And so I want to ask Keith to come up. We partnered with LaBella on this to do the staffing study, and they kind of took and ran with it, and then we've been meeting along the way, so we've got some information to present you this morning.
Thank you, Jason. Just want to take a quick moment to say thank you to council, thank you to management, city management, thank you to Jason and Jim for continuing the relationship with LaBella. We value this relationship very much and have been are grateful to be involved with some of your very strategic and very important projects through the city. So as Jason explained, we kind of started down this path of workforce planning and organizational master planning. And the reason that the purpose of this was all to continue to provide the quality water and wastewater services to the region. That's in the mission of the SRU utility. And in order to do that, we need to have proper staffing levels with qualified individuals. We all know that's a challenge some days to hire qualified staff and the pressures on retention and also, attracting talent. And Salisbury, or SRU has seen experienced growth over the last couple of decades. And what you'll see in this presentation is, although the service area and the expansion of the utility has increased, the staffing levels have remained pretty stagnant. So that's a testimony to the current staff on maintaining the high level of service that's provided and with somewhat limited resources. So how do we do this? Well, we take a look at peer providers. What are other utilities doing in the area that could give us a sense of what is the right number of staff per utility, and we can benchmark ourselves against them. And that's what we did. So we looked at a number of different providers in the area. These were selected for a number of different reasons: population size of the service area, the geographic proximity, and the number of treatment facilities. As you can imagine, each utility is unique. There's different, number of treatment facilities. There's different miles of pipe. There's different lift stations. There's different quantities of collection and distribution piping. So what we try to do is to arrive at some sort of common denominator. So this is a metric that's a little unique. This is actually a full-time equivalent to 1 million gallons of treated water. So that's a little, you probably have never seen that before, but what this attempts to do is to baseline or normalize a utility against another utility. And so we're looking at both the water and wastewater treated capacities. And so that gives us a metric to use to compare ourselves with others. So as you can see, City of Hickory, 8.58 full-time equivalents or, staff to million gallons of treated water and so forth. We have taken some of the outliers, some really high metrics and some really low metrics, and tried to take those out of the equation in order to get a true average FTE per million gallons a day. So what you see at the bottom there is roughly 10 staff per million gallons of treated water. Well, the next evolution of this is, well, what is the average salary per FTE across these utilities? And so we went out and through either information on websites or relationships that we have with other service providers, looked at their entire organization from director to mid-level staff all the way to technicians, and came up with an average salary per FTE. And you'll see that number there is about $82,500. So where does SRU measure up against some of their peer providers? Well, the average again is 10.03. SRU is closer to 5, about half of that. So what does that mean? Well, given the current staff count in SRU, we would need to add about 96 staff members to be equivalent to meet the average of the peer providers in the area for a total staff of 185. And the salaries actually were promising in that the average salary per FTE was 82.5 roughly, and SRU is about 86.5. So you're commended for that, for attracting talent into the workforce here in Salisbury. So Jason, I think you want to talk on this slide a little bit. Any questions on some of those metrics or anything that I could add before Jason begins?
Yeah, so thank you, Keith. So just to kind of to summarize, we've looked a lot at the organization and kind of how we're structured, and so we've got some changes we'd like to propose and recommend, and we've been working on this for a while now, and so we're proposing to add 27 positions over the next 4 years, kind of strategically, and to kind of restructure our department. I'll let Jim talk a little bit about kind of what we've done on the plant side in recent years, and now what we're proposing to do kind of on the what we call linear assets. So we have vertical assets, plants, pump stations, those things above the ground, and we have linear assets, pipe that's in the ground that runs, from here to China Grove and here to Rockwell, and all the areas in between, all the things that go with that. But so we feel strongly that the way we run our utility and the way we operate, we're pretty efficient with what we have. It's kind of the, do more with less, and we're very good at that. We're not asking for the 90 plus positions. We're asking for, less than 30 over the next 4 years, and kind of space those out and have a plan on how we want to get there. So, so why do we need to add staff? I mean, we're doing pretty good. I think we have a good feeling of where we are, but we're also growing, and we're kind of lagging behind a little bit. We haven't added many positions, and I think the common thing we've heard this morning is growth, unprecedented growth. So we're seeing customers being added. We're seeing my phone's been vibrating in my pocket of people wanting to meet tomorrow to talk about, how can I build this, and I need, a lot of water, and I need sewer capacity to be able to, add this new industrial facility or this spec building or whatever it's going to bring, tax base to Salisbury and Rowan County, but they need the water to be able to draw them here. So we're seeing that growth. We are a countywide service provider. We're a regional water and sewer utility. We are a city department, but our service area is outside the city border. So that's, we've got, you see here, Salisbury's kind of, there you see our water and sewer in blue and green on the county map, and we stretch all the way down to Rockwell. We stretch down to China Grove, and kind of can provide service to parts of Kannapolis. We go, we have an interconnection with City of Statesville down Highway 70, so we're spread out, and we have a lot of service area to cover. We're 5 fewer positions than we were 15 years ago. We've had growth over that amount of time, but we really have not kept up with the staffing and kind of some of the metrics that Keith went over. we've had to increase our contracted services, especially in the last 5 years. We've brought contracts to you, multiple times each year to pay private contractors to do what city staff used to do. Part of that is, not enough positions. A lot of that is not being able to fill the current positions we have at the entry level pay and the job description that's required with that. Retirements. We've had some strategic retirements in the last year plus, and we got some strategic retirements that could take place at any moment. So we're trying to replace that knowledge base, that experience is a challenge. So that's what we're trying to get ahead of as well. Work-life balance. It's last on the list, but not last in priorities, if that makes sense. So wanted to spend just a little bit of time talking about that. We talk about this a lot at the city. A lot of times, government jobs, municipal jobs, we can't pay and compete with private sector. We offer different things, and one of those is work-life balance. And we've got some long tenured employees that are doing the jobs of multiple people, and they're burnout. And so we're looking to reinforce and support them and provide them resources to do their job better and to kind of get their work-life balance back in check a little bit. Anything you want to add on that?
In regards to work-life balance, some things that I think get overlooked when it comes to utilities is that we are a 24/7, 365 operation. We have staff that have to stay at a facility all day, all night, inclement weather, holidays, and sometimes that gets overlooked. At any given time, we have 6 people on call at all times. So I think just that gets overlooked as well sometimes when in regards to utilities. We just don't have the luxury to shut the lights off and lock the office door. When you turn that faucet on at any time, clean, safe, aesthetically pleasing water is going to be reaching our 55,000 customers. When it comes to this slide right here, I just want to take a moment to discuss the right side of the slide. That is the plants, pump stations. It's, as Jason refers to it, the vertical assets. And we've strategically approached the side of the utility staffing-wise to ensure an appropriate workload and career ladder opportunities. And I'm proud to say on the water resources side of the utility, we're fully staffed. And we've been fully staffed for nearly a year now. So I'm really proud of the culture that the supervisors provide there, and it says a lot to be fully staffed. I would also like to say some of the things we've done to help with staffing is, for years, we've always had one operator that works night shift. You're all alone. Has anybody been to Grants Creek wastewater treatment plant? It's 500 plus acres. Being there all alone is really difficult. Not to mention, when that person calls out, somebody that worked all day would traditionally have to come in and cover because we're required to be there. Somebody certified is required to be there. So we have 2 operators on nights all the time now, which has really helped with alleviating burnout. We've also approached DEQ, and due to history of being compliant, one of our facilities that's required to be staffed 24/7, 365, we get to lock the gate at the end of the day based on compliance and our relationship with the state, and the fact that our instrumentation and controls can communicate remotely if there's any issues. So that's also helped with staffing. So we're always looking to be more efficient and alleviate burnout when it comes to employees. On the left side, as you can see, we're strategically trying to mirror what we've done on the right side, and that is to get more working supervisors, folks that can take ownership of their respected areas within the system and be in the field and make day-to-day decisions. And that's something that we've done on the right side of the org chart that's created a very healthy work environment that we want to do on the left side as well.
Thank you, Jim. And one other thing I want to mention before we go on to the next slide is we've worked with HR over the last couple of years to, we've had a lot of entry-level vacancies, long-standing vacancies. So instead of asking for positions, in recent years, we've reclassified some of those long-standing vacancies to different positions to try to attract qualified people. We get a lot of applications for people that can fill out the application. They don't bring any experience or any certifications or many qualifications. So we try to train those when we can. So we've tried to build it from the ground up. We're kind of doing a little bit of shift here. We're going to try to build it from the top down, hire those working level supervisors, and then let them build their individual teams and in that regard. So what you see on the reddish brown boxes here are reclassified positions from existing vacancies, no new positions. So what we're asking for next year is additional positions. So we'll run through these pretty quick. You've got them there in front of you, and we won't spend much time on the individual one of those, but this will be, what we'll be proposing in the budget for next year is 9 new positions next fiscal year. And then looking at the plan, we just add 8 the following year, 5 year 3, and then 5 in year 4. Again, much like a CIP, this will be reevaluated every year in preparation for budget, and we can tweak those, we can add, we can take away, we can defer, we can push out. A lot of flexibility there, but just big picture wise, so that we can get to, why do we need this and how are we going to pay for it. So just real quick, if you look at this, you look at population served has been growing, and our number of employees has been going in the opposite direction over, the last nearly 20 years. How much is it going to cost? So we, looked at a year-by-year cost for not only labor, which includes all the fringe and all the things that go with that, but also any capital costs. Certain jobs require a dedicated vehicle. Certain jobs have an office and desk and all they go to. Certain jobs have computers. Not all, but some do. So we took all those costs into consideration, added 3% a year on top of that, and then this is the cost we get. So a little over 3.2 million, for the labor cost over the next 4 years, and then a little over 4 million total once we, at full build out, if you will, if we're able to do that. How do we pay for it? So we're a little unique compared to most other city departments, and the lion's share of our budget does not go to personnel. It goes to operation and maintenance and capital and debt and all those things. So about 30% of our annual budget goes toward personnel costs. So we have a little bit of flexibility there to kind of defer some things, move some things around to cover these costs. We're not going to fully staff them on July 1st. We'll budget for that, but there's going to be some money left over there at the end of every fiscal year because we're not going to be able to fill all these positions on right out of the gate every fiscal year. So that will be some deferred cost or delayed cost. I mentioned those service contracts. We could do fewer of those, or we can do smaller contracts and not have to rely on contracted labor for as much of the service that we provide. If we can restructure this and fill a lot of those key positions. Growth equals revenue. More accounts equals more money. We're buying more water meters now to stock in our inventory in preparation that we're going to need them. It takes about 6 months to get a water meter. If somebody comes in today and buys a water tap, I can't tell them, hey, you got to wait 6 months before we can hook you up. We want to get them hooked up. They need to be hooked up. And, those water meters, you've heard me say it before, that's our cash register. That generates the revenue. Wade didn't put any coins in my spot this morning when he was handing them out to other departments. That's a different pot of money. So, we get our money from the cash register, the water meters. And also, if you look at the bottom graphic is what Raftellus last year during our budget proposal, that's what Raftellus presented. We recommended and you approved a 3.5% rate increase last year. We also set the table for 4% over the next 4 years is what we would need to kind of keep up. This what we're talking about today was not really included in that. We'll be working with Raftellus and finance to kind of run the rate model again this year, give them some of this information. We'll see where it comes out. We're not proposing to fully fund this strictly through a rate increase. I think we've got a lot of factors at play, and we'll see kind of how it shakes out with their recommendations. But we've got some flexibility to, maybe it's not 9 positions, maybe it's 8, and we do some other things. But this is just kind of what we feel like we need based on looking at our peers and looking at the growth and all the information available to us. And I'll just leave you with this, just a little graphic. Since 2006, population's grown, different things, and our staffing has kind of gone the other direction. We've gotten smaller, kind of held the line when everything else is increasing. So, anything to add? With that, we'll take questions. I think we ran over just a little bit.
The 27 FTEs, that's including replacing those retiring, or those are just adding new people?
So the people that retire have a position that we would fill. These are additional. These are new positions. These are adds to our current 89. So we get us up to about 115, I think, total positions. Yes, sir.
Jason, you said that we utilize contract services because we don't have enough people. And here it shows that 19% of our budget is contracted services. If we had no contracted services, how many full-time equivalents would you need? And what would be the comparative cost of replacing all the contracted services with full-time equivalent employees?
Yeah, I don't know it's realistic to say that we could replace all contracted services, because that's a pretty extensive list. One example I'll give, and kind of the thing we're focusing on, is we have a current contract in place with a contractor to provide basically a utility crew, a foreman, an equipment operator, and 2 laborers. That's a 4-person crew, because we have a crew and a half or 2 crews vacant right now on the left side of the org chart. So I think last year we paid them $1 million a year. I don't see Mark, but we paid them close to $1 million on that rate, and it's a pretty good price. We think we're getting a good rate from them. We use their labor, our equipment. We've got a contract with them. We've got the equipment. We've bought it. We're maintaining it. We don't have people to run it. So that's an offset. So I'd say it would be more realistic to look at what are we offsetting from that. But we contract lots of stuff. All of that can't be replaced by full-time staff. Some things our core business is water and sewer. We contract with people for tank inspections and other things that we don't do. It's not a full-time job. So
if I rephrase the question a little bit and say, of the contracted services that we could replace with full-time employees, it sounds like, 4 full-time employees on our average of 86,000 is about 300,000. We're paying $1 million. So we're paying a premium there in order to have the service to serve our customers. Is there a way to do an analysis? You told us you need 27 people. Is there a way to do a further analysis and say, if we replace the contracted services that are performing services that we could hire for if we had the opening in our budget, is that possible?
Yes, I think we could definitely come up with current services we contract out that could be pulled back in-house, and the cost that will be eliminated from that, yes.
I'd like to see that because it's easier to ask for new employees if we're paying them with dollars that we're already spending. It's easier to add that to our budget than it's easier to replace that in the budget with new employees than to continue to hire contracted services, if it's possible, feasible.
So in this scenario, you were adding 31 new?
27.
According to David, to replace something like that would be.
No, that's taken into account, and that kind of gets to how do we pay for it? So that was one of the things. Fewer and or smaller service contracts is the lion's share of this cost, if not all of it, would be covered by those reductions in service contracts, and that would be part of our in our budget development. We work with finance and Raftelis. Again, that's another contracted service, but we don't want to do that in-house. We don't have, So there's a lot of contracted services, but it's more about the labor piece that's providing those that I think we could eliminate or severely reduce that would all but cover these costs we're talking about here today.
So you're gonna come to us eventually and say, we're not gonna ask you to use any of your money to pay for this. We want permission to hire these people, and to do that, we're gonna need, and inflation and, you know, depreciation, replacement and all that, we're gonna need these increases in our water rates, and you're giving us a 6-year look at, a 5-year look at the future.
Right, this would all go into the rate study that we would take on as part of our budget development. That would take in not only this, capital, inflation, fuels going up, all the things that go into that. And then that, you know, again, our recommendation might be, it's not 9, it's 7 this year. That's, you know, because we don't, you know, we're, you know, our rate increase is getting above where we want it to be. So, you know, we've got to do that. We've got to do that balance work. And, you know, my plan will be all that's done behind the scenes before you ever see it.
That's what they say about government. You don't want to see the sausage being made.
Making the sausage.
I guess
That's what I was just telling.
you doing an assessment, analysis to determine if full-time with all the additional pieces that go into that, insurance, health, vacation, those sorts of things, are you better off with that contractor that brings some savings with that? Is that part of your assessment when you?
Some things, yes. You know, some things we do well in-house, we just don't have the people to do them. Some things it's more efficient to contract it out. Expertise, you know, the labor piece is not so much, but you know, those are things we can do well in-house. We've just had a challenge attracting those entry-level employees in recent years. And again, it's going to be a challenge to fill these spots. One of the, and we kind of zip by it, one of the additional positions we've talked about is a recruitment coordinator, and to really be focused on getting our message out. This is a great place to work. Not a lot of people don't know it. Enough people don't know it. I'm not, yes, city. The city is a great place to work. And we need to better tell our story. I think police and fire have people that at least part of their job is dedicated to recruitment. I've seen some wrapped vehicles riding around town saying, come work for us. You know, we don't do a good job of telling our story and tooting our horn. So we need to dedicate some staff time to that, to go beat the bushes and go to hiring events, go to UNC Charlotte, you know, to their career fairs, go to RCCC and develop those relationships to kind of get a pipeline, pardon the pun, to Salisbury. You know, police and fire have academies. There's not an academy for people that want to work in water and sewer. And you know, and that's our own industry's fault. I mean, and it's a challenge. It's not something that hasn't been discussed at national and state levels, but it doesn't exist.
That would be a recruitment and education coordinator, and the reason why we combine those is some of the best talent we've been able to attract and retain over the past couple of years have been Pfeiffer, Catawba, and RCCC graduates through us presenting at environmental science classes and conducting tours. So we strongly believe that if somebody is plugged in with the appropriate programs at our local universities, that's gonna be very helpful for us. Going back to the contracted services, just to clarify, when Jason made a reference to tanks, so we have 14 elevated storage tanks. These tanks need to be climbed on top of and climbed inside of. We don't have the expertise to do that. So those are some of the contracted services that that's appropriate to outsource. One of the contracted services that we hopefully could eliminate are those that are on call and that are doing water and sewer repairs. There's no reason why we can't have the adequate and fully staffed to do that in-house.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, if I could, Councilmember Post, you mentioned making the sausage. So I'm pulling the curtain back on some things. You're going to hear, you heard from Jason, I appreciate him working with Jim and Keith to evaluate staffing needs. We typically share the CIP and the projects and the costs. You heard Tracy talking earlier about the operating cost, and that's something I feel we need to focus on. And so the first part of Jason's presentation was about capital and growth. And I appreciate that they've taken it to the next step and looked at the operating costs. So based on looking at and benchmarking other service providers, you saw SRU would need to add 96 full-time positions to be at a par level. And Jason's not recommending that, and I am not recommending that. I respect SRU being so efficient, and I bet we're the envy of those others that we benchmark against. But we're at the point now where, because of the business of utilities is getting more sophisticated and specialized, because of our growth in customers, we need to look at our staffing. And so this is not a recommendation, but this is, Mayor Pro Tem, a bits and pieces as part of the budget. Councilmember Post, you asked about this coming back. This would come back as part of my budget recommendation. And at this point, I don't know if I'm recommending 5 positions or 10 positions. And you heard Jason say, just like the CIP, and you start looking at priorities and moving things around, it's the same as what SRU needs to do on positions. So this will come back to you as part of the budget, but on this presentation and next will be Philip with Development Services, you're going to hear about needed positions to deal with growth and service demands. And I could ask every department director in here to present, and they would tell you the same. Growth is impacting service levels, service demand is increasing, and more positions are needed. We simply don't have the resources to fund them all. So that's where it gets back to Councilmember Post making the sausage. When I present that budget to you in May, I've worked with the management team, and we're coming together on priorities that I recommend to you. And sometimes those priorities, like last year, we added some police officers. This year, we may be asking for funding to add SRU employees or development services employees. So there is a lot that goes behind it, but I'm sharing this with you early in the process. So if you see it again, and we're asking for 7 or 8 or 6 positions, that's a lot. I get it. Now SRU, a separate fund, separate funding, but you've still got to pay for these positions somehow. So again, I appreciate Jason talking about contracts and where we may be able to reduce and save, looking at additional rate increases, looking at the timing of these positions, all that have budget impact. So a lot of work has gone into this. Typically, you wouldn't see all this, but I thought it was important to show you what goes into that analysis, so when you get that recommendation later, you have more of an understanding of how we got there. So good work by SRU and Keith and the team. But there's going to be, over the 2 days, you're going to hear about other positions that are needed in the general fund as well.
Any other questions?
The only other thing I'll add, he did mention that they're looking at current vacant positions too, and looking at opportunities to reclassify those positions. If those positions exist in the schedule, in our position schedule, those I have the authority to approve those reclassifications. If it's a new position that they're asking to reclassify, so there's a vacant position, we're not adding a position, but it'd be something added to our position schedule, that would have to come to council. I think he's reviewing a couple now with HR that I think I will be able to approve, but if there's one on a future agenda, it's basically a vacant position. We're not adding a new position. We may be adding a title and salary. Thank you, Jason.
Seeing you. All right. That was another great review. Good session. We are actually running a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're doing good. So if there are no more questions for those three gentlemen, next thing on the agenda is tracking progress, and here we see this word growth again. Developmental growth review, land and development services. So we'll turn it over to you.
Mr. Emery, and good afternoon, everybody. I brought a team. Tyler is passing out to you our presentation, so give you a little bit closer look at it. And then I've got Victoria here is going to take you on a fun activity, a version of Simon Says. And then Larry is here. Larry's our, if you don't know Larry, if you haven't met Larry, he's our ombudsman. And he's been brought on to help us with communication, working with development teams. And he has actually compiled the majority of this data and put it together for us. So what we'll look at in our presentation is really, I have this up as history and function of the department, but it's really the formation of the department. And then we want to look at some statistics. We want to have a fun activity to kind of show you a little bit about the development review process, and then some steps that we've taken to improve the process, and then some forecasting. So we'll get through this really quickly. Victoria is going to take up most of the time. We feel like it's very important for you to understand what we do on a day-to-day basis, so that it kind of makes these numbers come alive. And so she's going to take up a little bit of time with that. So Tyler and I are going to speak really quickly. So this is the reorganization. That was a reorganization chart that was brought about at the very beginning. I won't go through each one of these. These are tasks or duties, areas of responsibility that our department forms or takes on. And I'm not going to read all these, but essentially what we are responsible for is anything to do with permitting in the city. It comes through us. Whether that's a zoning permit for a house, whether it's a state permit for a water line extension, or a water or sewer permit for a new tap, stormwater permit, any of those, they roll through our department for review of the plans, and then issuance of those permits or approved plans, and then they're handed off to, for example, if we have a stormwater system in a new subdivision, then once that is permitted and inspected, then it's handed off to Public Works for future monitoring. So that is a little bit about the organization. Our department really got started, I would call kind of a day one is when I started, which was May 15 of 2023. So we're a little over a year old. Let's see, what we did is we populated the department with some existing employees. So we had a senior planner, which is Victoria Bailiff. We have a engineer that came to us from then engineering, now transportation, and that's Nee Sue. And then a development services specialist. Our development services specialists, actually the two that we had both found other employment, and we now have hired Kathy Mabe she came to us from SRU, which has been extremely helpful because of our interaction with SRU on a daily basis, multiple times a day. Then we hired a also have a senior development services specialist, which we have not filled at present. Then we had new positions that were given to us, either initially by what was anticipated, or as we recognized the need for growth in the past year. I've got these glasses on, I can't see that far with these things on. So we had a engineering division manager position that went vacant for a while. We reclassified that went through council for a reclassification to assistant director and city engineer. We were extremely fortunate and blessed to be able to hire Tyler Chemo, who is our assistant director. He has been a great help to us in the past, coming up on a year, but I think he was hired in September. We hired a zoning and codes inspector. I think we retermed that when we advertised it to a construction codes and zoning inspector as Jesse Woolard, and he conducts anything from zoning inspections and COs to proof rolling for roll proofing. I always get that backwards for new roads or stormwater systems. Planner 1 we filled is John Kinsey, and then a senior administrative assistant we were able to fill in January of this year, which is Jennifer Jackson. So as you can see, this is our org chart. We are all full except for one position, and then this next chart shows you month by month this past year how we have been staffed. So you see in January and really up to, one of the things that's important, and you'll see in a future slide, is January and up to the middle of February we had 3 employees this past year, and we've been able to grow every since then up to filling the department with every position except for one. The blue man, and I could not talk Larry into wearing a blue man suit and bringing a drum, but that represents our ombudsman, and he comes to us on a contract basis, and he works daily with development teams that are coming to us, and they have questions, and they need a project kind of shepherded through. That is Larry's position. He does an incredible job. So we'll move into some statistics. Tyler's going to take over and do that, but I want to go over a couple of those statistics with you. So this is a chart. If you go back to the chart that I showed you before with the men on it or people on it that tell how we were staffed over each month. This is a comparison of that data with the number of plan and permit applications we got in that particular month. The one thing that it doesn't show is in January, this information was all pulled out of our current software, which is Intergov. In January, what it doesn't show is that was we're talking, that was actually not here at the last meeting, or last retreat, because that was our go live week with Intergov. So we started January 16 with that data, or with that new software, while having 3 employees and 104 applications. So you can see how that progresses through, and those are new applications each month. That progresses through the year. And then we aggregated that data. We had, looks like a total of 2,444 applications last year. And then we issued or approved 1,681. And then plan applications, and we'll get into a little bit about that. You'll understand the difference between a plan and a permit application. We had 249 applications for permits, or plans rather, and then we released 103. And again, those numbers don't really resonate until you see really what happens in a plan review. And we're going to go over this one line by line. We thought it was really simple and concise. Jim said be concise. We thought this would be a concise chart.
Thanks, Jim.
Maybe only a couple of you can review that, but no, we broke that down. I'll give it over to Tyler to go over that.
So this data might not be as comparable for this year as it has been in previous years, just due to the nature of how the permits and plans were tracked. But you can see that we are still seeing growth in 2024. You'll see here the construction industrial sign permits, and then also the residential plan, or sorry, residential permits. On this one, you'll see major and minor site plans, and then also major and minor subdivisions. Again, development is really not slowing down at all. On this one is the utility review. So the water and sewer permits are taps, backflow, fats, oil, grease, and then the utility only is like water and sewer extensions that are not related to anything else. Legislative review is text amendments and rezonings. And here's our total number of inspections by type. You'll see that driveways or pre and post pour driveways are the most requested out of all of them. This is our total number of plans in review by type that are currently in review right now. And there's 84 total. This is the total number of permits currently in review, and that's 247 total. These are the total number of reviews by application type in 2024. And these were reviews completed by staff. There are 2,953 total reviews completed by staff in 2024. And then here's the current review times that we're seeing for our most common, or sometimes the most lengthy review types: preliminary plat and construction documents. And you'll see that construction documents are around 60 days for the first review. That's a little longer than other communities, but we are working to get that down a little bit. We've hired consultants like other departments to get that down. And here's our activity. Victoria's going to come up and...
Tyler, before the activity, could you go back one, please? So, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, I've had calls from most of you from where you've received a call from a developer or an architect, engineer saying, you know, it's been 30 days, 45 days, and my plans are not approved yet. And yes, in some cases that happens. And I wanted just to summarize a couple things from the presentation you just saw. First, business is good. If you look at the growth, you're seeing submissions of various plans and permits. January of 24, just 104, but all the other months had at least 200, a couple of the months pressing 300. So a lot is coming in to development services. At the same time, the department was just established about a year and a half ago, and they are still not fully staffed. They're closer now than they've ever been. But Tyler, how long have you been with the city? 6 months. We've got other planners that have been with the city just a few months more. So the department is working hard and adding positions and working hard to meet the demand. But I will say, I've talked with everybody in the department. They're not satisfied with that turnaround. I'm not satisfied with that turnaround. And we're working hard as a team to do a better job, be more efficient in plan approval and permit approval. But one thing that's key, and I've said this many times, it's a partnership between the development review staff and the developer and the developer's team. And probably getting into Philip's presentation, but Mayor Alexander used to call it design by review, where the developer, the engineer want to get it off their table, and so they submit it to us, and it's not complete. So it takes us longer to review, and there are more comments. And I've had calls from some of you saying, the developer said they had 100 comments. And it shouldn't be that way. There shouldn't be 100 comments. But if it's not a quality plan that is being submitted, number one, and number two, if on our first or second round of comments, if those comments are not addressed appropriately, it comes back in, it's more work for us, it takes longer, we're going to have more comments. So that partnership and communication and working together and having quality plans submitted is critically important to reducing those review times that you see. So we are making progress. I'm the first to say we're not where we want to be yet, but I appreciate the hard work that Philip and the team are doing in trying to address some of the concerns that you all hear and I hear.
One more thing, Jim, if I could. So that slide number of reviews, we struggled with, okay, how do we present the amount of work that comes in and goes out of the department, and always number of permits issued, number of violations cited or whatever has been a metric. But each one of these numbers, each one of those permits that you see that was issued may have, I think one of them, we're now on the 9th round of reviews. So you may have a number of reviews. That number of reviews, if you remember, he said 2,953. If you remember back the number of permits that we've actually issued, it's taking, and to back up what Jim is saying, it's taking a lot of rounds of reviews in order to get a set of plans to the point of approval, and we can issue the permits. And so, but we are using that number. Tyler and Victoria and I are working on tying an amount of time per type of review, so that we can say, okay, this is the staff that we need, because this is the workload that we have based on the amount of work that's being conducted, and projecting what type of developments we see are going to be coming out. So with that, I'll leave it to Victoria to get started, because she's.
Could I ask one question?
Sure.
Go to your next slide. That's 168 days. Does that mean if I walk in with a plan, it's going to take at least 168 days for the city to review it? Or is that saying, in a best case, if the preliminary plat's approved, it's on average 17 days, and then I get to go straight to construction documents? Or do I have to go through each of those 6 steps?
So the preliminary plat, and this is going to be in a case of a major subdivision that you'll see, and this will play out in just a moment. That 17 days is primarily representative of when the first day of the month falls, because that plat is reviewed, and then it goes on to the next TRC meeting. So that governs, and that number will always stay the same.
Philip, what's TRC?
Technical Review Committee. I'm sorry. It's where we have all of the departments that have anything to do with development. We have representatives of each one of those. We review it. We vote on it. It gets approved, and if it gets approved, that's the point at which it jumps down to construction documents. What we're having is second and third, and fourth and fifth and sixth reviews before they get TRC approval, because they're being approved with conditions. There's a couple ways we can go to that, and I'm jumping a little bit down a rabbit hole, but we can go to, if you don't meet the regulations, motion to deny, second, and kick it back to the applicant. And that is a way that we can do it. We've, in the past, and we've continued, is to allow development to move along and not have to come back to the TRC. We have approved with conditions. So this is reviewing those conditions and the iterations of those plans going back and forth that we have to review. And at that point, they get to construction documents, and then they're into that process. And that process starts out at a 58-day initial review. So, yes, sir.
I guess we're gonna talk maybe more what the difference in minor and major is.
I can do that. Yeah.
I mean, is that later? I don't wanna jump ahead.
No, I didn't have that as part of it, but real quickly, a minor subdivision, for example, is 4 lots or less that front existing street. A major is anything to do with dedication of right. We've got a major that we're working with now that's 4 or 5 lots, but it's dedication of right of way or public sewer or whatever that has to happen. So that's what kicks that. If it's a major or minor site plan, it's tied to the square footage. So if it's less than 10,000 square feet, then it's a minor site plan. If it's more than 10,000, it's a major site plan. So it's just a little bit different level of plan.
Is there a way, I mean, so someone's going through step 1, step 2, step 3 in either one of those phases. Is it because we have developers that don't know, or we're difficult, or is it a combo? Or do we have things that are in place that we don't need to do? Or I guess what I'm trying to say from saying that is there a way to be proactive so that we can just kind of keep people at that first step? Like, is there a way to, if it's a fact that maybe some developers, things they just don't know, is there a way to do some education for these people so that we're not having to drag this out?
Checklist.
Talk about that in just a little bit.
Okay.
Things that we are currently working on and contemplating putting in place to help reduce that, anywhere from checklists to increase review fees and things like that we've talked to other municipalities to find out about. So we'll get to that in just a moment.
Because we know the narrative is, they're just hard to deal with. I mean, we know that's the first response, even if they just, I brought it in. I mean, obviously it's gonna get kicked back, so I'm just trying to say, where is the truth in that? And then are we doing anything to be proactive, so.
And we'll get into that. Let's get Victoria to let her to do her game.
Okay.
Magic.
Thank you.
And we'll go over some of the things that we're going to try to put in place.
Just have a microphone.
No.
She needs a microphone.
You may have to put the slides. Okay. All right. We are going to do a game called Subdivision Simon Says. I'm going to walk you through one of our longer processes. It's a conditional district major subdivision. So we're going to have you all play different roles, and we actually have 6 different roles. So Mr. Courier and Mr. Green actually get to play along too, but y'all are going to get the hardest. So let's see. If y'all want to close your laptops and make sure the drinks are pulled forward, y'all are going to have to move fast. All right. Councilman McLaughlin, you are going to be our applicant. Mayor Pro Tem, you are going to be our review coordinator. All right. Councilman Post, you are my favorite. You are going to be zoning reviewer.
Oh my God.
All right. Councilman Jackson, you are going to be our engineering reviewer. Mr. Courier is going to play the role of all the other departments, which includes SRU, Public Works, Fire, Transportation, and neighborhood or planning and neighborhoods. And Mr. Green, you get to play the role of City Hall.
Okay.
Everybody who operates in City Hall.
Okay.
Okay. So you all have cards. Keep them in the order that you have them, with the exception of the review coordinator. Those can go out of order.
that me?
And yes, that's you. So it's City Hall, applicant, review coordinator, zoning, engineering, and other departments. Okay, so you're gonna end up passing your cards back and forth, and this is gonna show you how many hands it touches, how complicated the process can be, and how much back and forth it can be with the applicant. And, you know, a lot of times you hear, oh, it's taking a year, it's taking 2 years. This is why. So I'm gonna start off slower, and then we're gonna move faster. Otherwise, they're gonna call the city manager.
You were one of the three in that.
Yes, I am. All right. So applicant, you're going to take your pre-app review and you're going to submit it to the review coordinator. So pass your card to the review coordinator.
Hope it's quick.
All right, you can put that down. Review coordinator, leave it there. Hold on to it for a second. Review coordinator, you're going to take your cards, the blue, green, orange, and you're going to pass it out to the reviewers. You're going to pass planning down to Post, engineering down to Jackson, and the orange one, other departments down to Graham. All right, so our departments have it now. They are reviewing it. They do their pre-app review. Now y'all are gonna send it back to the review coordinator. Send your cards back down.
How long does that usually take, roughly?
That'll be about like 2 weeks, because the applicant will submit on the first of the month, and then our pre-app review is usually about 2 weeks later.
These
So-
all in the same building?
Graham said 30 seconds.
They're on the same, they're on the same Zoom call.
Really good.
Yes. All right, so we've held our pre-application meeting. Now, review coordinator, you're gonna take that pre-app review and give it back to the applicant. Applicant, you've now received your pre-app review comments. So you're gonna look at those, you're gonna give it back to your engineer. This is, just put that to the side now. All right, your engineer is going to revise the plans if need be. This is also a rezoning, so you're gonna work on your community meeting at the same time, get those documents in place, and now you're ready to submit for your TRC review. So take your TRC review, submit it to the review coordinator.
What's TRC again?
Technical Review Committee, there you go. All right, review coordinator, pass out all your review cards again. Zoning, engineering, and other departments. All right, all our other departments have reviewed it at the TRC meeting. Pass it back to the review coordinator.
How many
Come on.
people are on TRC?
We've got several. Like I listed all the departments, but we also have NCDOT usually hops on board. They're non-voting. We have erosion control from the county. Who else?
We pull all those folks together, so you got the DOT, you got the county, so it's just not our department, so that's a benefit for the developer. We try to all be on one call to give that feedback.
All right, so review coordinator, TRC review comments, go back to the applicant. Applicant, you got only 15 comments on your TRC review. You did pretty good. Yeah, only 15. You're doing good. All right, so you're gonna revise your plans. You're gonna send it back to the review coordinator for second round of review. All right, zoning and engineering only had comments. Other departments didn't have any comments, so only send out zoning and engineering. All right, zoning and engineering are looking at their zoning notices that you changed one of your truck turnarounds, so they need to talk to fire. So, zoning, send your blue card down to fire. Fire's gonna look at it. They're gonna make sure that that's all right. Fire's okay with it, so send it back to zoning. Zoning and engineer are finished with their review, so send it back to the review coordinator. Review coordinator, send it back to the applicant.
You're good.
All right, and we're gonna pretend that you're good. Usually it takes 3 or 4 rounds, but we're gonna pretend that you are good with TRC, so TRC has recommended approval of your site plan, or your master plan.
A whole bunch more than I do.
Yeah, we're not done yet. We're just at the top.
All right.
All right, so now it's in zoning's corner. We're getting ready to go to all our planning board and council. So you've got your notice. That is your sign that you're gonna make up and post, and that is your letters, your mailings that you're gonna notice. So you send that to your planning and neighborhoods our other departments, they're gonna get the letters out for you. Then you're gonna create your planning board packet. Your planning board packet is gonna go down to City Hall. We're gonna have our planning board meeting, and lucky for you, planning board has recommended approval. So now we're back to zoning again. You can just keep it City Hall. Newspaper notice. So you're gonna create your newspaper notice, that's gonna go down to City Hall. Connie's gonna send out the newspaper notice. All right, now you got another notice card. You gotta do your signs and your letters again. You're gonna send your letters over to planning and neighborhoods. They're gonna get your letters out for you. Now you're gonna create your city council packets. Send that down to City Hall.
I sell chips for a living. See, everybody loves that.
We've got our city council meeting has been held, and our wonderful council members have approved your master plan. So now, City Hall, do you have an ordinance card over there?
Ordinance.
All right, City Hall is gonna send the ordinance down to zoning. Zoning is gonna check that ordinance and make sure everything's correct, and then they're gonna send that over to planning and neighborhoods. Planning and neighborhoods is going to update all our GIS maps for us. Then zoning, you're gonna take your master plan, you're gonna put the ordinance number on there, and then you're gonna send that over to City Hall. The mayor's gonna sign that when it gets over to City Hall, and now City Hall's gonna send it right back to zoning. Zoning is gonna upload that to our files. And you can keep that one, put that off to the side. All right, and then we're gonna upload that. Now you've got your construction review. All right, so you're gonna flip the switch in our new permitting portal and notify the applicant, send it down to the applicant, that they can submit their construction drawing review. All right, applicant, now you're gonna submit your construction drawing review. So applicant, send it to the review coordinator.
Construction review?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, review coordinator, construction drawing reviews only go to zoning and engineering. So send your zoning and engineering cards out. All right, zoning and engineering are gonna review. All right, send it back to the review coordinator. You finished your review. Review coordinator closes out the review, give the construction drawing review back to the applicant. And applicant, you only have, don't give away erosion control.
Oh.
Keep the construction.
Oh, man, that's so many.
He's got too many.
Pick a card,
All right, applicant, your construction drawing review came back and you only had 212 comments. All right, so you got some work to do. Your engineer is gonna work on it, revise your plans, and then you're gonna submit it back to the review coordinator. Review coordinator, you're gonna send out the zoning and engineering reviews. Zoning and engineering are gonna look at it, and now they're gonna send it back to the review coordinator once they finish the reviews. All right, review coordinator, you're gonna send the construction review back to the applicant. Applicant, this time you only had 109 comments. Unfortunately, your engineer did not put his glasses on, so he did not respond to half of the comments correctly. So tell your engineer to put his glasses on. He's going to revise the plans again, submit it back to the review coordinator. Review coordinator, send out zoning and engineering. Zoning and engineering are going to look at it, then they're going to send it back to the review coordinator.
No change.
All right, review coordinator, back to the applicant. Good job. All right, and we're just going to pretend that your engineer actually did very well with his glasses on this time, and you have an approved construction drawing plan, but a lot of times that can be 4, 5, 6 reviews. So now we are on to the permitting portion. You have approved construction drawings, but we're not gonna turn you loose yet. We gotta make sure you got all your permits. So engineering, do you have a data sheet for me? All right, engineering has created the data sheet. This is for utilities. You're gonna send that to SRU. SRU is gonna check it and fill it out. And then SRU, you're gonna send it back to engineering once you've got it finished. And then engineering, you're gonna send it over to the review coordinator, who is going to issue the permits and collect the fees. So you can put that off to the side now. All right, applicant, where's your erosion control card now? All right, erosion control. You're gonna send that to the review coordinator, that card.
I give you all this, can we bypass the whole?
All right,
Gold coins, maybe,
review coordinator, you can just send that card to zoning, just the erosion control, yeah. All right, zoning's gonna take a look at it, check it, make sure it's all right, and you can just leave it there. They're good. All right, applicant, do you have an NCDOT driveway permit and a flood permit? All right, you can submit both of those to the review coordinator. Review coordinator, you can pass those down to engineering. Engineering's gonna take a look at those, and you did good on that, so our permits are good there. All right, now how about a three-party encroachment? You got a three-party encroachment? All right, send that into the review coordinator. Review coordinator, pass that down to engineering. Engineering is gonna check it. It looks good, but then we're gonna have to send that back to City Hall, because the city manager's gotta sign it. So, three-party encroachment, down to City Hall. All right, city manager has signed it. Now we're gonna send it back to engineering. Engineering's gonna file that away in our records. So now engineering, do you have an easement document? This is a template that we use for our public easements. Good, we're gonna send that down to the applicant. The applicant's gonna fill out his information, and then the applicant's going to submit that to the review coordinator. The review coordinator, yep, just send that on to the review coordinator. And then the review coordinator is gonna send it to engineering. That didn't work in Salisbury, applicant. All right, engineering, you're gonna have SRU take a look at it as well, because those are public utility easements. All right, SRU is good with it, so they're gonna send it back to engineering. Engineering's gonna hold on to that. All right, engineer, do you have a construction permit, water sewer construction permit? All right, send that down to the applicant. Applicant is gonna fill out his information. Then he's gonna submit that to the review coordinator. Review coordinator is gonna pass that down to engineering. Engineering is gonna check it, they're gonna sign it, and they're gonna issue it, so issue it back to the applicant. All right, now zoning. Do you have stamped plans now? All right, zoning has sat there and gone through their whole long list, made sure the construction drawings are approved, and now we're gonna issue stamped plans to the applicant. So send it on down to the applicant. They have stamped construction drawing plans. All right.
Beetlejuice, right? With that just sitting there.
All right, applicant. Now you gotta have your pre-con meeting. Do you have a pre-con meeting? All right, so that's gonna go to SRU. You're gonna request a pre-con meeting with them. Once you've had your pre-con meeting with SRU, then you can finally begin construction. And we're not done yet.
We've only earned one.
Victoria, I want to give, because I think there's some more presentation, right? Do you want, this has been great, showing the steps. Do you want to kind of summarize just what was left? It looks like Councilmember McLaughlin. So we made progress. We got the stamp plans. Just kind of summarize what's next. I want to give Philip and Tyler time to finish, but this is great.
Yeah, then you're gonna end up going through, you're gonna build out your construction. You'll have to request all of your inspections for water, sewer, storm drains, roadways, sidewalks, landscaping. You gotta submit your bond estimate so that we can take a look and make sure for the items that you're not building out, but you wanna plat, you wanna go ahead and plat, then we've got security for the bond estimate. And so you're gonna submit your bond. Once we've cleared the estimate, we're gonna look at your as-bills. Once you've submitted those, made sure that they're okay, you're gonna submit the plat for review. Once we've reviewed that, got all your bonds and any inspections that are required, then we're gonna sign off on the plat. At that point in time, you can go forward and get that recorded and start pulling zoning permits. But typically with a major subdivision, you're still not done once you've platted, because we're holding a bond for the improvements that you have not finished out on. So we'll do a few more inspections while you're finishing out those final improvements, such as landscaping and sidewalks, your final lift on the roadways. Then we'll go out and inspect those, get our as-built, and then you probably are familiar with this process. Transportation is gonna bring in the street acceptance to city council for y'all to finally approve. And at that point in time, then you are finished with a conditional district major subdivision.
I've got a question.
Okay, just one.
One thing I haven't heard in this conversation, and I know the city doesn't have governance over this, but your utilities such as electrical, telephone, cable, where do they come in? Because I think I understand why when a developer comes to us, I say us, Duke Energy, by the time they get to us, if we ask for one thing, they go ballistic, like right away. I've been through this and, so it kind of explains to me
Yeah.
their frustration when they get to us.
Yes.
Is there any discussion in this process of
We
engagement with the utilities?
We don't deal with any dry utilities, so we don't look at, we do look at lighting plans, for like the street lights that Duke will have to create, and a lot of times we're looking at those to make sure that there's no conflicts with street trees or hydrants or anything else that light poles could have issues with in the right of way. If they're in our right of way, they may need an encroachment permit, but telephone lines, that type of thing, we don't deal with.
Yeah, so there's some conflict there because the utilities have to have a certain variance for clearance, particularly primary resources. high
Yeah,
voltage.
and with Duke, where I worked before, that I've experienced issues with that too. A lot of times we approve a lighting plan with the subdivision, and then Duke comes in and puts down the poles, and they're not exactly to plan. So then we have to have plan revisions made after the fact.
I'm the lighting manager, so I'm gonna blame the developer for that.
Okay.
We don't decide where they go.
That's true.
We let the developer tell us where.
Sometimes plans
told they need
change. Just
We keep our hands clean. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
I think this was a great exercise, and it begs the question of, is there a way to make this more efficient? I mean, just is begging for that. I mean, because I can understand why a developer would think, I want to go somewhere else. And then you hear that we used to have a place called the One Stop Shop, and the county brags about how they can get things in and out within, a week or whatever their current brag sheet says. But, I mean, this seems to me that 168 days up there is short, and before you can get to open your thing, sell a house or there, that you've got a year of just paper shuffling in the city. And so my question is what did the One Stop Shop do that was different? But there's got to be a way to streamline this.
so a lot of what I was listing off, those are required permits. So we're gonna have to have like the driveway permit, that's NCDOT approval, erosion control. We need to make sure erosion control with Rowan County has approved it first. Water sewer permits, those are state permits that have to be issued. So a lot of it is just stuff that has to happen, and we have to make sure is in place before we approve anything. And a lot of times, like you were doing it linearly, but a lot of times those things can happen simultaneously. A lot of the inspections are being done at the same time. A lot of the as-built are being submitted at the same time. Their permits can all come in one day, and we can be looking at the permits all in one day.
Tamara's question, the very first question, I think, at one point you said, is there a checklist? When you walk in and say, hey, I want to build here, there's a piece of land over there, I want to buy it, I'm going to put 600 condos on it. Is there a checklist of everything I need? So I, have, everything I'm going to eventually have to have, and what the time frame is. When should I get it to you? Does it come on day one, or does it come in stages? I mean, do we?
We do have checklists for the plans, what are going to be required on the plan sets when they come in. Sometimes those are viewed and sometimes they are not. We do have the pre-application review that's done, and in those meetings, that's where we're telling the developer what all they're going to have. Sometimes they don't realize they're going to have a rezoning done. They don't realize they're going to have a text amendment. So we're telling them that, and we're telling them when you submit your TRC plans, you need to have this, this, and this.
But are
Sometimes
they
listen.
having to write all this out, or is there a checklist?
We really only have checklists for the plan sets, what's required to be on the plans.
I run the tax clinic for the county, the low income thing. we'll end up doing 1,500 tax returns. Every taxpayer that walks in, they have a checklist. It's about a 6-page checklist, which is overwhelming to some extent, but on the other hand, it's got everything that they're gonna have to do. And they should know that on the way in before they see us for an appointment. And so, I mean, the idea that I've gotta come sit down and talk to you and write all this stuff down, it seems to me that it's easy for me to miss something, and it's possible that the city misses something, that you come back later and say, oh, you didn't do this. And that means I took bad notes, or we forgot to talk about it.
I will brag on our new
Oh,
permitting system. It helps staff not to miss things, because within our workflows, we have checkoffs for each item that's coming through. So it helps us and the applicant, because it prevents us from going to the next step without having certain things done. And many of the engineers that are working have been working for years, so they know that they're gonna need NCDOT approval. They know how the general process works. There may be slight nuances within Salisbury, and a lot of them, the questions we'll get is, how long is your review period? Or sometimes they'll ask questions when they're doing a rezoning, and we do have a rezoning packet that walks them through step by step. So a lot of what you're seeing is new to you all, but to an experienced engineer or project manager, they should know all of those items, or at least know to ask the questions. It's pretty standard for any subdivision review across.
Whether it's here or another community.
Correct. Those items are not really specific unless you're doing water and sewer, which we do here in-house, but some municipalities don't. So I'll turn it back over to Philip.
200 of these same projects floating at the same time. Is that a?
29.
Yes, we have several going on at the same time.
So when a developer comes in, let's say, for example, I don't know the right term here, but like if you have a serious illness, you get a caseworker. Do they get assigned someone to help them navigate this?
So right now, what we've done is we brought on, that's what Larry does, is works with those folks to help coordinate and bring them through. And so he's there to, if they're getting stuck on a certain part of that review, then he reaches out to the reviewer in our department, or he reaches out to a reviewer at SRU or wherever, fire department or DOT, and kind of helps them through that.
I've gotten a lot of compliments in the community, from the development community, about Larry. Just to let you know, I mean.
They're all well-deserved.
I mean, lawyers call me and developers call me and say, I mean, I've gotten some just unsolicited calls just to say what a great job he's done.
Absolutely. So this is, just so we're not, we're not joking, this is a second review. I think in that second review, there were about 400 comments. And then even after all of that, we still get you see a misaligned sidewalk, and then we work on with dead trees and things like that on the back end, and those are the inspections that Jesse works through. So this is the workflow that you just went through with Victoria. We also outlined for a major site plan, if you remember, I mentioned that just a moment ago, and then a workflow for single-family zoning permits. So just to issue, once that subdivision gets final plat recorded and they want to pull permits to build a house, that's the process for that. So some of the things that we are, some of the things that we are working on to increase or to improve that permit review process. Improvements in process and communications. Again, I'll point to hiring Larry as an ombudsman. I've mentioned a couple times, Victoria's mentioned new permitting software, InterGov, that for the first time allows us to track plans, to track not only just permits, but also plans and rezonings, text amendments, those types of things. We have in the process I'm gonna call it the codification. It's a company called Encode 360. They are taking our land development ordinance, our Uniform Construction Standards Manual, and our 2040 plan, and putting them into a format on the web that is what it facilitates a applicant or a citizen or anybody being able to go through those documents, and it helps them. They make sense, and they're able to find the information they need without necessarily having to call staff. So it increases our efficiency, but it also increases their efficiency as well. And then we're looking at one of the things that we put into the one-time money that Wade was talking about earlier are tools within that software that help them to determine their buffer requirements or their sign requirements, or be able to, if they want to locate a business in the area and they say, okay, I want to put in an ice cream shop, and they can go to the land use lookup tool. It'll tell them all the appropriately zoned properties for an ice cream shop. And then it also backs into that, whatever all those regulations that they're going to be required to meet. It puts them into a document for them. They can print it out and have that to take with them. Hiring new employees, we've gone over that. We also have, like Jason mentioned earlier, we've hired consultants to help us with our reviews. That is AWCK, and they have been helping us to review both zoning and engineering plans. We instituted, we actually, when we started, we were responsible for all of the utility reviews as well. If you go back to that time frame and we had 3 employees, it was extremely difficult. We weren't able to get anything done. Talked to Jason, and we were able to get his staff is now conducting all of the utility reviews for us. So when we get that, we send it to SRU for their review. And then we instituted a walk-in Wednesday. That was really designed to give staff 4 days of focused attention on projects and reviews without having walk-in traffic to interrupt them every 10 or 15 minutes. That's been the good side of it. It's also been a day that every staff member is focused on. If anybody wants to walk in and talk about any project, we're there to talk to them about it. The only negative is that it takes up an entire day for staff, and so they're not able to do anything as far as plan review for that time period. We've talked about the time held of a project, and some of that is subjective. I won't get into that too much. When we've produced one of these, we held it this long. The applicant held it this long. Then there's some ambiguities in there that we're trying to solve for. So that'll be, I think, a forthcoming display. We talked about designing by review. Jim mentioned that. Really, I think what we get is we get a set of plans that someone reviews. They have not looked at our ordinance or ordinances, and then it comes to us, and we give them 200, 400 comments because nothing is per our plan, per our specs. And so then that increases the review time. It increases the whole thing. And then even our state standards are not being met, which is the state standards that are required for the extension of a water or sewer line, because we have the local delegated authority to issue those water and sewer permits. So it's not just our standards, it's also the state requirements as well. And then, as Victoria mentioned in our Simon Says game, all the comments do not get addressed. We'll get them back, and there'll be a percentage of them that are not addressed at all. And so those comments go back out. And so that just exacerbates the time, the frustration, and everything. We talked about new software, and Councilman Post, you mentioned the county's process and their turnaround time. We took some time to kind of look at what they review versus what we review. There are some things that are because of being in the county that they do not review. Those being things like water, sewer, streets, storm drainage, that are part of our review process, but they don't necessarily are not reviewed at the county level. So there are some things that they're not looking at that we are. And then outlook forecasting. I mentioned earlier about increasing fees. We had just anecdotally, we had a communication or a Teams meeting with a developer a couple of days ago, and talking about fees and things, and or talking about their review, and they were asking us our fees and our review times, and they said, and because we're communicating this message to them, they always ask the question, how long is it going to take the review? We always say, it really depends on the quality of your plans and how quickly we can get those back to you. The guy told me, or told us all, and I remember he said, wow. He said, we're used to dealing in Harrisburg and Charlotte where plan reviews are, I don't remember the number he said, but 3 or 4 times what ours are, and their plan review times are so long. He said we have to make sure that we get it right the first time. So we're looking at some things. I mean, thinking of all ideas, and if you have any, we're certainly welcome to take those. But we're looking at everything that we can, including if you look on down the list here, we do look at those application or plan checklists and those things that even if it's not something that our staff reviews and says nope, you didn't get it. They review it and they sign off saying that they've submitted they've submitted everything for that checklist. And if our reviewer gets it and it doesn't have everything, and we kick it back to them and it doesn't go onto our books as time on our hands, it goes back to them.
Are you saying that Harrisburg and Charlotte, if I bring you a set of plans and I've got 409 things to check off and you send it back to me and I come back again, I got to pay more fees every time I see you?
No, I don't know. I'm talking about their initial fee structure.
Okay.
Is higher than what ours is.
But why would that, I mean, if their initial fee structure is 4 times ours, you're still going to pay it in Charlotte and you're still going to pay us. Why would you be more careful submitting something in Harrisburg than you would in Salisbury?
Because it penalizes you for submitting less than standard plans. So it's worth it to them to submit, even if they had to pay again. It's worth it to them to submit a lower grade set of plans
for
us to review. They're paying us to design it, and then it goes back to them. So it's cheaper for them to do that than to pay whatever it takes to do the research on our regulations and then submit a good set of plans.
I thought you just said that in Harrisburg and Charlotte that there are no extra fees if.
I don't know what their subsequent resubmittal fees are.
So if somebody will submit bad plans.
The initial fees were 3 or 4 times what ours are.
So ours are cheap and somebody says, oops, I'll just go do it again and just pay our fee a second time.
And we just this past year instituted a re-review fee. You still get,
okay.
I think you still get 2 or 3 reviews on that initial fee. So
you go to H&R Block. I hate to say it this way, but you go to H&R Block. If you have 2 W-2 forms, they charge you more. They charge you for every little document you hand them.
Well, you see local governments doing it in different ways, and some have additional fees if it's a second, third, fourth review. Some increase it, and they're trying to get at, what we're trying to get at, if it's a good set of plans, if it's complete, if it checks all the boxes, it's going to be a faster review, less work for us, so the developer's happy, better turnaround time, and so some cities are reviewing their fees and adding more fees or higher fees if it requires more reviews. So that's the kind of thing we want to evaluate.
Can you reward a good set of plans? Say, okay, your fee's $1,000. I have no clue what the fees are, whether it's $1,000, $10,000, or $200. But say it's $1,000. If you meet all these specs, you'll get a $200, $250 back, or what,
We can evaluate that. I think the reward is a fast turnaround rather than the 60, 90, 120 days. Hopefully it's a 30-day review.
Right.
So that's the reward and the benefit for the developer. Time is money. We're turning it around quickly.
Here, you get 180 days. Here you get.
And so the other things that we're looking at, again, is getting out the message. We're continually looking for ways to educate the applicants and developers and engineers, and then reviewing our own internal processes. Even in settings like this, where if anybody has suggestions, then we're always willing to listen. And then looking at additional staff, and everybody's talked about growth in staff. This is a chart that that we came up with that contemplates adding 4 positions next year. That would be a senior engineer, a construction inspector, a zoning inspector, and a senior planner. And that's just to process the plans that come through. And also, I mentioned Jesse is tied up in, Tyler mentioned about driveway permits, pre and post inspections, proof rolling, stormwater. Those are inspections in some cases that are taking him 4 or 5 hours to do. And he just simply doesn't have the time to get around and do some of the other things. For example, zoning is mostly complaint driven. So it's something that we do not have the ability to proactively enforce at this point. So, and then in FY '27, we would look at a zoning inspector, and that was for that year, I'm sorry. And then looking at an Intergov software analyst, and that's somebody that just looks specifically at our software. And then in 28, we would be looking at a construction inspector, an inspection supervisor, and an assistant director in the planning side. That's it.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Jeff, let me just add, again, we're evaluating process, evaluating fees, evaluating staffing, looking for ways to be more efficient. Tremendous demand and workload, growing city, but again, we're not satisfied where we are, and we're going to continue to work to improve.
Any more questions from the elected officials while they're still up here?
I think we ought to thank Victoria for knowing how all that works. I'm not saying she's the only one that knows, but my goodness. Y'all made more than sausage. Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just mind blowing.
We're looking at a couple hundred requests a month, permits, plans coming through. And so we do have that one stop. It all comes through development services, but clearly utilities has to be involved, transportation has to be involved, other departments have to be involved. So we'll continue. The checklist that we've discussed is something I know staff has discussed, making sure that when those plans are submitted, they're complete. It doesn't mean there's not going to be an issue. And again, we're using council's ordinance and state law, and that's verifying that and evaluating that. I really compliment the team with the workload you saw. They do a great job of making sure council's ordinance is being followed.
Yeah, great job. And, again, the longer we sit here, I mean, everything goes back to growth. I like to use the term good problems. I guess a lot of these problems are good problems to have because you think they're challenges, but they're related to the fact that the city is growing and progressing, and those are good challenges. According to the agenda, we're actually about 5 minutes ahead. It's time for a break. We were going to start back about 3 o'clock with the last session of the day. So let's take a 15-minute break and say we're going to try to begin maybe about 5 minutes till, if that'll work for everyone. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I have one more question. We have all these plans, in there and everything's, and some of this doesn't come before city council. Do you have any range of how many housing units are currently on your desks right now that are potentially going to be added to our stock here in Salisbury?
We, when that came up earlier, I asked.
I asked you out in the hallway, I'm sorry.
No, I asked Larry and Victoria to take a look at that. We're gonna go back and look at it a little bit more in depth, but somewhere around 15 to 1,700.
Wow. A lot of houses.
And then about 440 multifamily units.
So that's over 2,000. You remember earlier when we had that $100 million increase in the tax base, and based on what developers have been telling us these housing costs, back of the envelope said that's 300 houses. I mean, that would be $500 million to our tax base, plus more than that. That's something to deal with.
Any other questions? I apologize, I jumped the gun. If not, we'll go ahead and start our break. Thanks. Okay, everyone, if I can have your attention, let's try to go ahead and get back started. We went a little over 15 minutes, so if you can, let's have our seat and get going with the next session. I know some people are still getting in place, but the last session today is data-driven growth and analyzing strategic expansion opportunities. Now, I know we have a guest with us here today, but I'm going to turn it over to staff to start the program. So who would that be?
Me. Thank you, Jeff. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. So you heard Jeff talk about data-driven. And as staff has been evaluating annexations, we've had conversations about looking at opportunities to be more data-driven, being able to have those conversations with council, make those recommendations specifically on annexations where we're able to share the data on cost, data on service delivery. With more annexations coming, it gave us a chance as a management team to sit down and evaluate our process. One of the things that we realized was that we needed a tool that would help us evaluate and gather data specifically on annexations. As we talked, and I think Jason's there, there's Jason. Jason and SRU had been using some software and a tool specifically to evaluate infrastructure, water and sewer, and the needs, and again, to make decisions based on data. And so as we talked more to Jason and then we got our consultants on the phone, we saw that this was an opportunity not just for SRU, perhaps it's an opportunity citywide. And the more discussion we had beyond annexation, this is a very broad tool, a tool that has a lot of benefit from strategic evaluation and priority setting, and with the growth evaluation. And so with that, Hannah and Jason are here today to kind of introduce it, and then we're going to turn it over to our guests. But again, this is a bit and piece for the budget. There may be an opportunity for us to evaluate this tool and budget for this for next year if council's interested. Hannah?
Thank you. And first of all, council, congratulations on making it to your last session of the day. And as Jim mentioned, we are going to be bringing you into some of these conversations that we've been having internally, kind of specifically beginning with annexation, but as Jim said, more broadly about our ability to effectively plan for growth. When we were doing the comprehensive plan a few years ago, I like to say there's three ways we can grow. We can grow out through annexation, we can grow up through increasing density, we can grow in through infill development. And there's a lot of growth coming. There's a lot of growth here already, as Philip was mentioning. But I'm going to set the stage by talking about some of our annexation trends, what we are currently doing to kind of increase the transparency of the process, and then also then I'll turn it over to Jason, who will introduce our guests and how they might be able to help us. First of all, I want to look back at annexations over the last 10 years. It's been about that amount of time since the General Assembly changed the annexation laws regarding annexations. So we can only do voluntary or annexations that are petitioned by applicants. So from 2014 to 2024, we had 32 voluntary annexations that expanded the city limits by 960 acres. And you can see that the year 2022 was a bit of an outlier. We had 15 annexations that year. Prior to that, we were chugging along at kind of, 1 or 2 a year, and then all of a sudden, bam, 15 in 2022. Since then, we've been a little bit more stable, 4 or 5 a year, still an increase over what we had seen previously. The difference being is that on average, they're larger annexations. So we're looking at larger acreages and more units since that time. Of course, we know also that not all development has an equal impact on the city services that it demands. So we looked kind of quickly at the number or the percentages of land that was dedicated for residential versus industrial. And about 2/3 or 780 acres of that land is dedicated to residential, and about 1/3 of it for industrial. This has come up a few times in a couple different ways. Not all of this land that has been annexed has been fully developed yet. So that has two impacts. Of course, we're not seeing it from the revenue perspective quite yet, but we're also not seeing it from the city services perspective yet. So residential obviously has greater demands from emergency services, greater demands in terms of trash collection, street sweeping, code enforcement. So there's a lot greater demand that goes into the city services and city staff, equipment, et cetera, when it comes to residential development. So we would really like to see a balanced approach to growth. In terms of where these annexations are happening, just to orient you a little bit to the map, the dark gray blob is the city limits. The light gray area is our extraterritorial jurisdiction. That's where we have zoning and planning authority. The yellow parcels highlight where our residential annexations have come from, or land that's intended for residential development. And you can see there, we are kind of growing in all directions. We're growing to the north, to the east, to the west. More to the south, we're seeing along Interstate 85 is where we're seeing that industrial development. I also wanted to mention earlier, this, and I don't know if this is working, this is that area where Chief Parnell was mentioning and through the CIP discussion where we're seeing residential development, and that'd be the target area for a new fire station.
Is the closest fire station that number 1?
Number 1, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Station 1.
That area right there on the east side of I-85, the closest is Station 1, right? So that's a long way away.
It's a long way, and there's a lot of population in that Station 1.
Does that affect our, what's that called, the ICO, the ISO rating?
It's all figured into it, yes, sir.
And we're still a 1.
We are.
But if we get enough development out there, we might have some trouble getting trucks there in 2.5 minutes or whatever okay.
So with the increased number of annexations that we see, and the fact that annexations, every time they have to come to council on 3 separate occasions, there's 3 different meetings that they come to city council. You all have these on your agenda a lot, but it's usually not until the final meeting with the public hearing where we dive into talking about the annexations. They're on the consent agenda. So we recognize internally that that's probably not soon enough, and we probably have not been giving you enough information. So our goal really over the last few months has been to do that, to provide more information and make it available earlier, both to you as decision makers and also to the public. So one of the steps that we've taken, and happy to say that this is brand new. As of last week, we have a new annexation website. This is for people to be able to learn about the services that you gain through annexation, for people who are petitioning to learn about the process to petition to annex. We have a really cool web map that was developed by Levi Coldiron that shows it's a time lapse of how the city has grown over time. And we also have an annexation tracker on the website, so you can see in your area if there's any land that has been annexed, and if it's at the first meeting, if it's at the second meeting, if there's a public hearing scheduled, et cetera. So that's helpful, I think, in terms of allowing the public to understand what the impacts of annexation are. We've also started to include in your packet for the second meeting an annexation memo. And that memo tries to do a more comprehensive job of explaining what some of those impacts might be. We review the consistency with the comprehensive plan. We provide some general fund revenue projections, and then we ask each of the different departments that provide services to provide us with some commentary. Now, I will say it's mostly commentary, and that's where we feel that we're lacking. We're lacking in data. While we have taken some steps to provide you with some more information, oops, sorry about that. We've started talking about what if we could. What if we could move towards a more data-driven approach that's more efficient and consistent? What if we had a tool that would provide data-driven analysis of the revenues and associated cost? This would be helpful in making decisions, but it could also be helpful in the front end of development. As Philip and his team are working with developers, they could provide front end estimates, costs for developers, in evaluating whether or not it's a good project to pursue. And of course, it could help to inform our long-range land use plans and our capital improvement planning. So as we were having these discussions, sitting around a table, that's when Jason said, I think I know a guy. And so I'm going to allow him to introduce talk about their experience and introduce our guests.
Thank you, Hannah. While the better-looking Jason is pulling up the next presentation, I don't have any slides, so it's my privilege to introduce Eddie Staley. Eddie's got a great title. He's the Chief Experience and Innovation Officer for Withers Ravenel. We've partnered with him and his team for a number of years to look at ways we can predict future capital costs for water and sewer extensions, not only for us, but potentially for developers that are looking for an area. We have areas of our system where we would like to direct certain developments to that have certain requirements or demands rather than others. So it's, that's a good tool to have. But we've also worked with him on life cycle modeling. That's where we get into depreciation versus investment, where we can project out how much money we need to be reinvesting into our utility infrastructure over decades, and how much we need to be doing today and planning to increase that spending to stay ahead of the curve. But I won't bore you with any of that right now. I'll get out of the way and let Eddie come and take it away, and I'm going to sit down over here and enjoy the show.
Thanks a lot, Jason. And I have my wingman with me today. This is Harold Weinbrecht. And Harold, maybe just a real brief, little bit about your history.
I've been mayor of Cary the last 18 years, been an elected official for 22, been involved in local government about 25 years. Working as a consultant with Withers Ravenel, mainly government relations, to help tell the story about two elected officials about what Eddie's going to talk to the rest of you about today.
Yep. Thanks a lot, Harold. So I want to start here with your strategic plan. First of all, congratulations, great strategic plan, very concise, very informative. And again, I really like your key focus areas, and we're going to dive into those just a little bit today as we talk about this model that we call Lucid. It's really based around looking at the land use, all the services that you provide. How do those things intersect together, and what does that require from revenue generation to be able to pay for those services? Are we focused on the right goals that we're shooting for? That's what we're going to focus in on. As I'm going through this today, if you have questions, feel free to ask away. If it's something we can answer quickly, we'll jump into it. If not, we'll put it in the parking lot and come back to it at the end. I want to try to keep you on time all day today, so I do want to get you out of here on scheduled time. So as I went through your key focus areas, you actually had multiple strategies listed in each one of those key focus areas. And I pulled out a few of those that really align with what we're talking about today. And a few of those are, infrastructure for sustainable growth, staffing levels. I was hearing about the fire station a moment ago. Again, a development here may require a fire station. A development over here may not. That makes those two decisions very different.
So how do we build a system? How do we build this digital twin, basically, that allows us to compare and contrast different decisions and understand the outcome from those decisions? And so ultimately, this is kind of jumping ahead on its own. Sorry about that. So ultimately, we're talking about Lucid. This is what it looks like here. Again, this is actually running inside Microsoft Power BI. Not sure why it's jumping ahead, Jason, but we'll deal with it. It basically becomes a digital twin. And the term digital twin, I wonder if I can, yeah, well, it's a PDF, so it shouldn't be, yeah, not sure. Can we pause that or something? When we talk about a digital twin, that is an industry standard term. And really what we're talking about here in this case is a mashup of technology and data. And so one of the key things here, you know what, I'm just going to kind of wing it and not use the slides.
Anything sitting on the keyboard?
Nothing's on the keyboard. Nothing I can tell. Clickers here. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't mind. That seems to work, the back on the bottom. All right, let's go at it again. Sorry for the technical difficulty as we're talking about technology. So a couple of things that go into this digital twin is really ESRI, or your GIS data set. So number one, we've had the opportunity to work with your data sets quite a bit. And you have made some really good investments in that data. And those data points is what Jason and planning staff, everybody in the city uses, and it becomes that repository of that single source of truth. Well, what we try to do is take that investment and level it up to the next stage, which is not just historical data, but being able to look into the future and understand what impacts our decisions are having on the systems that we manage. The second thing is life cycle model that Jason spoke about. We've already completed those for water and sewer. I believe we were just selected for the pavement condition survey work as well, so we'll have a life cycle model on your pavement as well. What does that mean? What it means is ultimately we can look into the future and understand what the long-term capital needs are to meet a desired level of service. And that desired level of service is really, really key. And this kind of ties back into your strategic plan. Again, you've done a really good job identifying what your values are as a city. What matters most to you? Now, how do we put metrics? For instance, we were talking with police the other day, and I think you'd asked a question about what's the norm for number of officers per residence, right? So if you look at the UNC School of Government, that's about 2 officers per 1,000. Not sure where your benchmark is today, and is that a good number for Salisbury? It may be a good number for Cary, but not a good number for Salisbury. So how do we start to set some parameters around that? And understand, are we making progress towards some of those goals? We also have hydraulic models that exist on the water side. I know there's some talk on the sewer side for that as well. That speaks to capacity. It's still for a while. It's still doing it. But at any rate, we are basically taking all this data that already exists and starting to build it together. Okay, now I want to go forward a slide. Thank you, instead of it doing on its own. So think about it this way. We're taking all this data and we're stacking these layers of information on top of each other, and now they're starting to interact together. And so what does that actually look like? So we were talking about annexation. If an annexation request comes into the city, a voluntary annexation, we're now able to look at water demands, sewer demands, streets, long-term cost. We're looking at demands on fire, demands on police, demands on sanitation. And we're able to kind of start to build out this model that says, if we make this decision, these are the likely outcomes. And this is the timing of that outcome. I like what you said earlier. You know, some of these have been approved, but we're not seeing the revenue yet. And we're not necessarily seeing the demands on city services, but we know that they're coming. The model can help us kind of understand the timing of that and when do we actually need to make those investments. If you want to let you take that. And so I've kind of pulled this graphic here together. This is one I've used for one of our other clients and really seemed to kind of strike home with them. But ultimately, we can't add a half a police officer, can't add, half of a sanitation truck or an 8.5-inch sanitary sewer line. So we buy capacity, we're making those investments, and that's going to carry us for so long into the future. So inside the model itself, ultimately, it's helping us predict where that future decision point is, when investment is going to need to be made, and ultimately, where do we have opportunity to have growth with the least amount of impact back on the city itself, where it's going to take the least amount of resources. Earlier, you mentioned like industrial. You're not going to have some of the police demands. You're not going to have some of the demands for parks or whatever else may be there that you would have with residential. Each one of those are going to come with different demand sets. And so that's ultimately what the Lucid model is doing. So I want to pivot here for one moment, and I want to talk about the life cycle modeling piece because this is a really important part of it. What we're looking at in life cycle modeling is what is our current state of infrastructure today? Is it meeting our current level of service goals? I'm looking well into the future, as Jason mentioned, 10, 15, 20, 30, even 40 years at times. And I'm looking at the degradation and the need for investment inside that particular asset. I'm building out capital plans for it. It all ends up inside that one interface, which creates transparency that we can talk about. And so one of the things that you mentioned earlier, I think in some of our conversations, and I'll show this in a moment with the city of Sanford, when a developer comes to us, I already know what the long-term capital needs are and what their impact's going to be. I can simply select that area, and it's going to tell me, we can talk about your development, but I also need to be talking about a $1.5 million developer agreement, because that's going to be your prorated portion of that impact downstream that you're going to be putting that burden back on the ratepayer. And so that's ultimately the goal of everything that we do. Other thing that happens, we went through this with Jason and his team, is a data gap analysis. Actually really good data here again, so you're starting from a great place. You've already got life cycle models in place today that we can go ahead and use, more to come. But the model actually helps us understand our data and how we can fill some of those gaps. Jason, I don't know, I think you were speaking earlier today. I don't know if did you pull any of this up or talk from this at all? Okay. So this is the interface that Jason works with. This basically allows him to ask questions of the system. What if we make this type of investment? What if this demand goes up? What if, what if, what if? And ultimately, it provides this really easy to use interface and the graphics. One of the things I often say, it's not hard, a lot of data behind this, but red is bad, green is good. Really quick, we can all look at it very quickly and say, hey, I see this is not trending. It's directionally incorrect from where we want to go. And again, it allows him to run those what-if scenarios. So as opportunities come from the outside or even from you, from the stakeholder group, what if we had made this decision? What does that outcome look like? He can quickly run it through that digital twin model and get those answers. I'm actually going to ask Harold maybe to kind of share a story of what you guys are going through in Cary right now. Town of Cary uses this same model, particularly on the pavement side. So maybe share that, Harold.
Absolutely. So in Cary, we're at a different stage than you are as far as growth, but I love the level of conversation that you're having. You're asking the right questions about response times and things like that. That shows an experienced, knowledgeable council. So I think this will resonate with you, even though I'm talking about something different. Cary's at a stage of about 85–90% built out. Last year we had a reval where the average increase was 56% because of inflation, because of capital projects previously approved and other things. I'll just say that. We were 8 cents above revenue neutral. So that created a lot of friends. I now have a lot of new friends, and they're very happy with me. But as we went into this fiscal year, which started on July 1st, we were getting bids on capital projects that were 200% above estimates. We would get one bid, no bid, then we have to rebid. And it became evident to staff that the inflation, give you an example of some of the inflation we're seeing, sidewalks 200% increase, sewer pipe 120% increase, asphalt 40% increase. And it was just getting to a point where staff had to say, time out. We need to, and council, time out, let's reassess. And so staff is re-estimating all these projects as I speak, and our annual retreat's in about 3 weeks. And we're going to be going through all the capital projects, including maintenance of pavement. And that's very significant to me because I've seen data I'm not supposed to see. We try to keep that conflict of interest apart, but I saw data already that showed that if Cary maintains or reduces maintenance, it will cost us an additional $2.5 million over the next few years. And so I'm dead set against that, and I haven't seen the rest of the data. But this kind of information will allow us to run scenarios, and that's exactly what we're going to see in about 3 weeks. And if you'll notice and I've got bad eyesight from here, but one of the scenarios up there, you'll see the red numbers, and that's how much money they're going to lose. And the next one probably has black numbers, I'm guessing. But it'll allow you to run any number of scenarios you want to help make an informed decision. And that's what we're going to be doing exactly in 3 weeks, is going over those capital projects and see the impact of reducing maintenance or adding another project or deleting a project. And so it's very valuable to us. And this is just one of the assets that Withers Ravenel can manage for you. And when you start overlaying them, it really makes a powerful tool.
Yep. Thanks a lot, Harold. Sure. So again, that already exists on the water and sewer side. That's getting ready to exist on the pavement side. So you've already got all of the base data that we need to go ahead and start layering these on top of each other. And again, the whole point is that data-driven growth and expansion, really understanding the total cost of ownership. So for instance, again, if you annex in a community, it's got 3 to 5 miles of asphalt. What is the long-term cost of maintaining that asphalt? How do you plan for that? Again, what is the particular tax revenue that may be coming from it? Is that community actually financially sustainable to pay for all the services that are coming? That's ultimately what we're trying to do inside the model itself. So I'm going to pop over to the model for a moment. We'll see if this works. Here we go. And I apologize because of my eyesight. I may look back here instead of over there for a few moments. But ultimately, this is what it looks like here. In fact, I'm going to change to the other one first. Yes, let's go. Right there. We can basically come into any given area. I'll zoom into this. All the parcel data is there. Same thing here with you. This happens to be the city of Sanford. We've been working with them on this for quite some time. Actually, a few of the staff members are here today because they wanted to hear your conversation and some of the questions because of things that they're doing inside their city. So thanks for allowing them to be here today as well. But ultimately, if I come into a given area and select what I'm seeing, what I start to see basically is, if this is working. Let's refresh this. With all the jumping around, who knows? All right. So let's go into an area. This was sort of the first version of this when we developed this for City of Sanford. And so I'm going to pick here. I'm going to come around an area. Get the mouse to work. All right, finally. There we go. So I just selected an area here let me come out again a little bit more, go up in this area. Is it still not? All right, I'm not sure what's going on, why that's not working at the moment, was earlier. But basically, whenever when we come into an area, we're able to select in a given area, let that refresh again. Go into a given area and select, and it's going to come back and tell me a few things. And this is something the city of Sanford uses it for all the time, is ultimately, do we have adequate capacity to be able to serve that today? Do we have adequate sewer capacity, or in this case here, do we have adequate law enforcement? It's going to basically come back and show me what capacity do I have in each one of those areas of service today, and if we're over or under on that capability. And what that's going to also tell me is what the cost, what the investment would need to be in order to meet that target level of service and be able to add capacity back in. And once that capacity's been added, ultimately, how much more capacity do I have for future development? I'll try this one more time. There we go. That's at least working now. So, something's actually still not working right because that number is not correct. But nonetheless, basically, it's coming in and showing me what the capital needs are there, what I'm already over capacity, but if I make this investment, basically that's going to be about 2,877 ERUs or equivalent residential units that would be allowed to be added with that upgrade or that capacity change. Let me come back in here again. Let's pick in another given area. As I move around the city, what I'm going to see is not every area is exactly the same. Every area is going to react differently. It's going to have different values. So down in this area, finally, that updated. Here, capital cost, $61,000 is my only capital cost to be able to annex that area in or take that over. Again, I've got plenty of capacity in this area. If I go down into another given area, let's go down this way here, over here to Carr Creek. A developer comes in or somebody asks to be annexed in, whatever it may be, I can come in and circle that area. You know, capital cost sewer is $6 million. The prorated piece is $5 million. Those are the kind of conversations that the city of Sanford have immediately with those developers saying, hey, if you want to move forward, this is your contribution that needs to happen for the impacts that are coming downstream. Again, we can do that across every one of those particular service areas. The other thing that you'll notice too, if I come into an area, I can also calculate the probable tax revenue that would be coming from that based on the land uses there. So immediately I can start to look at return on investment. If we make this decision, this is ultimately what the city's investment is going to need to be, when it's going to need to happen, how much additional capacity is it going to add for us, and then ultimately as well, when does this decision actually pay for itself? Is it self-sustaining? So that ultimately, sorry for some of the technical difficulty there. Note to self, always use my own computer. So nonetheless, that's ultimately what we're trying to do. And really what it's hopefully helping is, again, making those data-driven decisions. One of the things I always say with the model, it's not to tell you it's right or wrong, it's just to tell you that there are different outcomes. And at the end of the day, your value set are going to drive what those outcomes are. Even though something may not financially make the most, be the highest return on investment, it may still be the right answer for your community based on what your values are. The main thing is you're going to become more proactive instead of reactive at the end of the day. I pulled this one up just to kind of say, from the engineering side and the staff that we work with, we're diving deep into the numbers. Your staff does that all the time as well. This is not something that you probably ever want to see or have to deal with. But ultimately what it ends up doing is something like this. It kind of shows us where we have opportunities. When I look at the city of Sanford, wherever I see these green check marks, what that's telling me, these are areas that really, in particular, based on the land use, these are areas that really do not put a lot of burden or demand back on services back for the city. The areas where you see the red X's, those are areas where it's more costly to provide those services, whether it's going to require, a satellite police station, or it may require another fire station. It may require massive sewer upgrades. It may end up putting burden that's really difficult to overcome, particularly with the product that's going on the ground. The other thing that you'll see is some areas where we have excess capacity. This over in this area here, based on their land use, they actually, even if it's built all the way out, there's still excess capacity. That's an area where we should really be encouraging that kind of development. And so that's ultimately the main point and purpose of the software itself, and why we have the great success that we do with it. Again, City of Sanford staff's here. You're welcome to talk to them about it afterward. But I think you guys have been using this now, Vic, for what, 3-4 years probably? Yeah, somewhere in that range. So I'm going to kind of close out with this, and maybe Harold kind of share a quick story too. So we do this type of work for this for the city of Fuquay-Varina, and we were going through this with the city manager. Adam Mitchell's the city manager there, and I'll never forget him saying this. He said, "I'm driving the Fuquay-Varina bus," and I always thought that was a unique way to look at it. And he said, I'm basically in charge of making sure that I keep this going down the road in alignment with my council's vision. And I need to have the brightest headlights that I can possibly have on this bus to be able to see as far down the road and understand the impact of our decisions and be able to communicate that back to my elected body. And basically what he was saying is, this is what's giving me those brightest headlights, to be able to look down the road, understand the challenges that are there. They're very much in the same position that you are. Fuquay-Varina is growing at a very, very accelerated pace. Again, lots of options, lots of decisions to make. They need to be able to make them quickly, and they need to be able to make them consistently and informed. And so back on the staff side, again, Jason can probably speak to this, but many of the options that he can run out of that life cycle model, it's literally a click of a button, make the selection, he gets the answer. Without that, it could be days worth of work of sitting down in a spreadsheet trying to figure this out. Same thing on the planning side. How do we speed up and make staff more effective and more consistent in the data that they can present to you? That's ultimately the goal. So Harold, maybe kind of share a little bit on that from your perspective as well.
Well, from an elected official's point of view, we have a wide variety of council members. 3 of us have over 20 years experience, and 3 of us have less than 2 years of experience. To have a conversation about capital projects for us is going to be very difficult because our knowledge gap is so huge. But with this kind of tool, it helps us see the scenarios where we can boil it down to values. I'll have council members that say, the most important value to me is no tax increase at all, because we just had a huge one. And then I'll have other council members, wait a minute, our vision is to be on top of the arc. And if we get on this other side of the arc, we'll never get back to the top. So we've got to spend this money on capital projects. But that's what this tool is going to allow us to do, is boil it down to our values and our vision, rather than worrying about the details of the numbers. Of course, we can dig in those details and get more information and predict what our future is going to be like. But it'll allow us to get down to the values, which, as an elected official, I know I'm generalizing us, but a lot of us think in executive summaries, and we really don't need to be down in the weeds. We need the information to help us make a good, solid decision. And I think this tool helps us do that.
Yep. So with that, I'm going to close out and would love to have questions. We could try to dive back in deeper. Hopefully, maybe we've got some of the technical issues resolved at this point, but I'll be glad to entertain any questions that you may have.
I have a question. I'm sorry. I know I'm not, I said I wasn't going to be a participant, but I love what you've got here, but I understand the municipality putting all the data in, but like you used an example of a cost analysis, like, and your system can measure like what the cost of the pipe may be. Who's updating those constant material changes in cost? Like when a city or a contractor has to go buy a certain pipe or whatever the supply is, the way it constantly changes. Who on your end is updating that so I know it's up to date?
Yeah, great question. We actually do this as a managed service, and we we actually have this running in over almost 30 states across the United States. We keep records of latest bid documents. We're constantly updating unit costs for pavement. I can tell you pipe bursting is about about $24 per inch foot. CIPP is $15 per inch. But I mean, again, we keep this on top of our head all the time.
Okay.
And we're keeping it up to date, so Jason doesn't have to worry about it. He just knows it's the latest information. And again, as you guys go out to bid, we're gonna be looking at your documents and going, okay, well, this is the rate you're getting in your areas. It may be a little bit different than, say, Cary or somewhere else. But great question that, it's not adding a burden back on the staff to have to feed more data.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question.
You give a little idea, a cost estimate as we start evaluating budget for next year for us to start the implementation. And I know we talked about on the phone about picking a couple areas and maybe share that with council as well.
Yeah, so one thing that you've got an advantage on, the fact that we've already done water, we've already done sewer, getting ready to do pavement, those are already kind of covered to some extent. There's still a little bit more work that needs to be done there, but you've already got a really good jump start on the data. For other areas like maybe police, fire, sanitation, other city services, parks, greenways even, sidewalks, all those different assets that you manage and provide, value back to your community. Each one of those are going to vary in price a little bit, but, as a general round number, somewhere around 15,000 per asset or infrastructure type to be able to set that up. Once they're set up, we maintain it year over year, and the annual maintenance cost on that's around $20,000.
And the other thing with the department heads here, some of the departments already have a tool in place. It may be not as robust and it's not integrated, but how would this software work with other softwares?
Yeah, so again, in the digital twin model, we're pulling from various sources. So again, as I said earlier, it's pulling from GIS, it's pulling from the life cycle model, it's pulling from those, and it goes inside that data lake. Industry term, data lake, it just means this is where all the data connects and interacts with one another. It's getting that data real time and being fed all the time real time. Again, that's the part that we manage, so you don't have to worry about it at the end of the day. So again, all that work that's already done, that investment that's been made, this is just taking it to the next level. We're just making that data more interactive with other data sets. So I'll give a perfect example. We deal with this all the time. You got water and sewer, now you're getting ready to have pavement. When I can overlay those on top of each other, these two gentlemen now can sit here and go, hey, my model's showing me in about 5 years, I'm probably going to have to mill and overlay that street. And Jason's model is going to say, in 7 years, we're going to dig that street up and replace the sewer line underneath it. Well, that probably is not the plan that we want to do. That's what the model is going to sit there and point out to them and go, hey, here's an opportunity. You either need to move your project up in your CIP or you need to move the paving project back. Those are the things that are already happening inside those data sets. How do we now level that up to put it inside Lucid where it's interacting with everything else at the same time? Yes, sir.
How many, as I understand it, is 15,000 roughly per module, right?
For the initial digital twin setup, that's a one-time fee. Yeah.
I mean, does that cover all the different departments we have, or is that just one department?
That would be, so for instance, let's say that you said, one of the first priority we want to understand our policing, right? That would be to basically build all your policing data, gather every bit of that, pull it into the model, would be about a $15,000 endeavor.
So my question was, how many different modules how many modules does Cary have?
We just have pavement.
Just pavement at this point, yeah.
What about Sanford? What do you folks have? Wastewater. Okay, so they have like one module each, and police,
Yeah, Fuquay-Varina has water, sewer, stormwater, streets, leaving parks. Yep. Holly Springs does as well.
And so they pay a different fee for each of the different modules.
That's correct. Again, it's about a good round number is around 15,000 per module to get it set up.
Then 20 a year.
And then a flat fee of 20 a year just to maintain it.
So it's $100,000 a year for these towns that like Fuquay to maintain it for a year or per year.
It would, the initial year would be, you know, if you did, let's say that you did 4, well, that would be $60,000 if you did 4 asset classes. And then after that, it would be $20,000 a year to maintain it,
Per asset or total?
total,
Oh, total.
total.
Oh, so
It's
you're
a big,
big,
different conversation.
so you're big,
Right.
and you're, the quote, big money, not that it's that big, is just getting into the
Just
system.
getting started, yeah.
So if you have 3 or 4, 5, 6 modules,
Mhm.
you know, you pay 15 grand on average, you know, for each of those, and then after that, it's 20 a year to maintain all 5 or 6 of them.
That's right.
It's like buying a car. You can buy a whole car for $40,000, but if you go to your repair guy and get it piece by piece, it'll cost you $150,000 for the whole car.
Build it one part at a time.
Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great.
love the Johnny Cash reference.
And I have a question, because I feel like this is coming through your department under neighborhoods and stuff. How do you feel like you would leverage that? How do you feel, and what departments or what assets would you feel like should be included that beyond the ones that we have?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, you know, what they mentioned at the beginning is that we looked at this primarily for annexation, but that's where our minds were. But as we've been learning more about it, we realized that this type of a tool would have an amazing impact on our ability to do asset management, our ability to work with developers, our ability to go back and review our 2030 land use plan to understand and calibrate it to make sure that the growth that we have designated for some areas are appropriate there. There might be some shifting of interest. So there's a lot of different ways that we could use this tool, but I think your question is, there's a lot of different layers that you could build into it. Right? And which layer do we want to look at first? I think we've got a great start with some of the more complicated ones, like water and sewer. And I think it kind of, one of the reasons that we wanted to bring it to you all is to understand a little bit about the types of questions that we have when we are doing these annexations. I know that public safety is the main priority and that the chiefs are talking about, they're being distracted now. Is it okay?
We have gremlins all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where was I? So we were talking about, I think, the different layers.
Back at my question, because I was so distracted.
I think that, you know, we look at the different impacts to different departments. And there are some departments that are feeling those impacts more right now and have capital improvements that are perhaps more expensive than you know, they have larger leaps. Adding a fire station costs a lot of money. Adding a new fire engine costs a lot of money. So I think that might be where I start with thinking about how we're measuring an impact, how growth is impacting our ability to provide services and our ability to provide, to build the infrastructure to support it. So I might start with emergency services on top of what we already are building.
Gotcha. And then, like when you were doing the live example, you were drawing out an area. So a couple things I didn't know is I didn't see where it remained static on what you drew, and is there a way to have access of multiple areas compared at the same time?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, again, you can go in and select any area and get, if I'm understanding the question, you can certainly go in and select an area. You can save that area as like for future reference to say, hey, this was a question we were asked and I want to bookmark that basically and save it. You can certainly do that. Again, at the end of the day, the key here, I think, is just giving you all that information. You know, in this case here, this is Sanford's, but I mean, that's going to create 713,000 gallons of wastewater. I know exactly what the impact all the way to the plant is. I know everything that's going to be affected downstream. And again, ultimately what that cost back, you know, what the downstream cost that basically that developer should incur. And that's really one of the main things you guys use it for at times, I think, is is, you know, starting those conversations with developer. I told you I wasn't gonna call him, but yeah. Yeah.
I think he's missing part of the point, really, telling you what this thing can do and whatnot. It's not just, those darker lines are the total basin, right? A total drainage basin where sewer would go through a certain pipe and whatever. And he went and circled a little area to show you that, okay, the developer's pro rata cost for his 300-acre development out of this 2,000 area drainage basin is this much money. Valid, true, important. But what is equally as important is it also tells you what the total build-out of that basin will cost you, okay? So maybe the developer's pro rata share is $100 and the total investment needs to be $1,000. What you're saying is you realize that you have to make up that $900 somewhere, right? Is that through future developers agreement? Is that through system development fees? Is that through, you know, honestly, some sort of incentive arrangement? You want to develop in this area, so you're willing to put in that money. It's just as important from that perspective, I think. And I think that's the same thing that could happen with all these other modules he's talking about, right? Yeah. It can, if it's the streets, he can tell you, if you invest so much a year, here's where your pavement will stay. But if you don't, you're going to start to fall off, and then your maintenance costs are going to go up. So it's very flexible. Why we really got into this is to try to have one place where we could memorialize a lot of information. We were having real trouble with succession planning and trying to get, you know, knowledge handed down. And I started with Eddie and said, hey, I need some place to put all this stuff. I've got asset management stuff. I've got pavement condition stuff. I've got water models. I got sewer models, yada, yada, yada. I got thousands of dollars worth of information here. All of it is relevant. All of it's important. But I got no way to put it in one spot and hand it to the next person. So I think there's a lot of things this does for you other than just be a predictive model rather than a reactive model. And there's a lot of ways you can use it. And I tell that story because we started out with, we just want a place where we can put some information and hand it off. And now he's selling it to Anchorage, Alaska to do all this stuff, okay? What's going to happen is this thing will evolve. He loves this stuff, and he keeps trying to make it better. And it's just a great place to make relatively simple, well, to make difficult and complicated calculations relatively simple and do a comparative. You know, the question was asked, I think, could you look at more than one spot on how things, you can use it to say, okay, we're really interested in development over here for whatever reason. It doesn't really matter why. Maybe it's the most cost effective, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just where you want your city to grow. But you can see the impacts of that relative to another. Your question about keeping the data current, you know, he hates it when I say this. I don't really care if the numbers are wrong, as long as they're consistently wrong, because then I compare one to another. Right.
Right.
And that's the real thing. It's not because he can't tell you how much it's going to cost in 15 years to put that sewer line in. He just can't. Right. But he can tell you this one's going to be more than that one, and that's what I think is important.
Why do you only? You said you only use this for stormwater.
Wastewater.
Wastewater. Why don't you use it for any of your other, you know, police or housing or whatever?
We were early in this game. And sewer was something that everybody on the council understood. It was a controlling factor in development. And they understood it was expensive, and they understood that, you know, when you give away capacity, you can't get it back, and it's a revolving investment that's big numbers. There's nothing you can do in the utility business that costs a little bit of money. So it was to build off of what our council had. But we're in the same place you are. We've annexed 2,200 acres in the last couple of years, and we've got almost 9,000 approved lots. So we need to do a better job, just like your staff is trying to do for you. We need to do a better job of educating our council so that they can make informed decisions, however they care to make them. But that's why we started with just the wastewater.
And that's actually why you were here today, because when we were talking about this, he said, I'd like to just be a fly on the wall and hear what questions you're asking, because I'm gonna be going through the same thing with my council. Exactly.
You had one page up there that had like the red X's and the green checks. So I'm assuming that it's predictive in the fact of, and I can only use what my professional line is, let's pretend I built capacity based off of the volume of Doritos during COVID. Well, that would be the dumbest decision in investment that you could make, because you can't sustain 300% growth.
Right.
But let's say you say, well, maybe we can sustain 150% growth.
Yep.
Does this have an ability to be able to sustain like your capacities of water? All those different things. Does it have that ability to, because I'm not sure I understood the red and green checks. Does it have ability to say, yo, you gotta stop, or you can go, or how long can you go for?
I'll give you a simple staff answer before he goes into his spiel. It means one's better than the other. You know, he put in some standard methodology, and he picked something. The green ones are easier and less expensive to develop from a sewer perspective than the red ones. That's really all it means. And how much, where you draw that line is up to you. Because that's part of the question.
What are your values?
Right, that's part of the question in the evaluation process.
Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on that, and the mayor mentioned it earlier about a benefit of the values. So we'll go back to the police department, and that, one officer per 2,000 or whatever that benchmark, that value is. So as we continue to annex, the chief can look at it and say, no, that's 50 houses, no problem. Oh, no, another 100 houses. But at some point, we're going to hit that benchmark. But what is that benchmark for our city council that may be different than Cary's? Same thing you hear for parks. Some cities will set, they want every house to be, say, a 10-minute drive for a park. So as you grow, that lets you, if that's a benchmark, a value for this council, it helps us say, okay, we got to start planning for a park in this area. Another one is solid waste. We just added a crew last year that council supported, and Chris did a good job of justifying that based on, remember, number of stops and safety issues. And so if that value is we're going to have a solid waste truck for every, 1,000 homes, then again, that helps Chris when we reach that to prepare council, and it helps us for our planning and budgeting. But so one thing that the mayor mentioned as a benefit would be that conversation with council and setting of those benchmarks, those values, and we can bring other cities and talk about that. But in order for the tool to be effective, we have to have those values, that guidance, direction from city council.
And that value is, it can be pretty much anything.
It's up to you all. You all may differ from Cary and differ from other cities, but that's to you.
We build it out, not there's a template, whatever. We build out, okay.
It's specific to what's important to you. And again, I'll show this, I say this all the time, Marshall's here as well, but when they adopted the land use plan, what they actually adopted was a $47.5 million capital improvement plan for the sewer system. And nobody really knew that, right? Again, your land use plan that you've got today, there may be a very great vision that we all have alignment around. But if we don't understand the financial impact, our vision on that may change. Again, I jokingly say I'm a really big car guy. So, right, if money was an option, I'd own a lot of Ferraris. I'm a big Italian Ferrari guy, right? But reality kicks in. I may have Ferrari taste, but I got to have Fiat budget, right? That's what I can actually afford. And so without that knowledge of the decisions you're making with some of those other parameters, you could be making decisions that have an unintended consequence at the end of the day. The other thing too, just to hit this really quick, and I know I'm getting close on time here, but like in this case here, again, when you start to overlay the sewer on this, even with the $13.14 million investment is what's required in this basin to maximize the capacity of every pump station, every pipe, everything that we can get in that particular basin. That still gets me to only 29% build out. We've got a land use plan that says this is our vision for the future and no physical way to actually achieve that. And I think from Hannah's point of view, I think that's the thing that maybe kind of intrigues her a little bit is like, have we laid out a vision for Salisbury that we can't actually, money can't even solve it, right? Now, this can be solved. It's, it means there's another treatment plant probably built somewhere and we reverse flow and there's a much bigger number than $13 million. But if we're trying to maximize everything that's in the ground today, that's the most that we can milk out of that system that we have today and the most value we can get out of that dollar. And that's as far as I can get on the land use plan. 29%, shut the door, no more development in that basin.
Jim, what's your gut as to what we need?
Yeah,
If you disregard cost, what would you want?
Oh, disregard costs, let's implement it. Kind of like earlier.
We can't do
You want
that.
all of those? Disregard. Give me a gold coin here.
We're talking about a piece of software.
No, I again, really got into this from annexation, getting that data and helping provide that to council. We're bringing these annexations to you all. You all have to raise your hand. So we need to make sure that you have the data and the information that you need. And that's something that I think we need to do a better job on. And as we started talking with Eddie and seeing the opportunity here, I think those values with the strategic plan, with the budget and financial planning, with the 2040 plan, with the NSA, it really brings a lot of that together, and I think would be a beneficial tool. And it allows us, right now I think we have a great strategic plan. I think we're making progress, but really developing those benchmarks and prioritizing those values and helping us, whether it's police officers, fire stations, parks, there's another layer, another opportunity that I think we need to develop. And as a growing city, and the chief mentioned looking at land for a future fire station. As we grow, I know we're going to look at parks and community centers. It's better to identify those opportunities now and acquire that land. So I just think it's an effective tool, and my recommendation would be, if council is supportive of this, turn it back over to staff. Let us continue to talk about it, work with Eddie. I agree with Hannah, I think, and hearing from council this morning, I think in your visions, your whiteboards, you all had something on safety, public safety. And so looking at, we've talked about emergency management as a priority, public safety, starting there, looking at annexation, working with Hannah and her team. I wouldn't want to jump into it. I'd want to start slowly and working with Eddie and do it piece by piece.
Yeah, one bite at a time. Just because this is actually working now and et cetera, I did want to share this on the timing piece. If we decided to annex this then, I have 369 ERUs remaining before I'm out of capacity. Again, it's talking about timing. I can see today I can do that, no financial impact back to the city. But the next one that comes in up here, something else, now that's a negative. Today, for that to happen, somebody's got to spend $13.14 million.
And see,
kind of a big decision, right?
And SRU has this tool now, so at the last meeting, you were asking questions about capacity. So SRU, you talked about making the sausage earlier, has this and is making this and evaluating this, and you can see the opportunities and identifying that life cycle cost. I think it allows us to take that and look at other areas, public safety, solid waste, streets, and others. Hannah?
Yeah, I would just mention, we were talking just a minute ago about one bite at a time, and a lot of work has been done, and I will say that Jason's team has spent the better part of a year, I think, cleaning up the data and getting it ready to go into the model. So I think one bite at a time is probably a good idea, or small bites at a time. We just don't have the staff capacity. Levi is here. He does a great job with managing most of our GIS assets, but it takes a long time to get some of the data ready to go to build this. So we need to keep that in mind too as we're dreaming.
I just want to clarify, we do life cycle modeling. Eddie had a couple of screenshots of, we don't have the sewer model yet. If we had that, this would be our data up here. He'd be Sanford's. No offense, but we're not there yet. So that's, we're building on it, but we have some pieces, but we don't have the sewer model yet.
You're well on the
Thank you.
journey there.
Any more questions?
Blew 2 minutes on you.
You did great. That was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Mayor Pro Tem Council, is this something you wish us to continue to pursue and evaluate as part of the budget, small bites at a time? I see Mr. Post, I see Mr.
I think it's be a great tool.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for coming, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. According to my schedule, the last 30 minutes is going to be, I'll call it sort of a wrap-up. And that's, I think we need to try to hold it to 30 minutes. I had a work group one time on a project, and I had my pastor on it. And we went real long into the day one day, and he said, you know, it's funny, on Sunday mornings, my folks give me 1 hour, but y'all drag me in here and think I'm going to stay 10 hours. So I've never quite figured that out. So anyway, I know it's been a long day and folks are tired, and but I do think it's important to have some discussion as a wrap-up of the day. And I think tomorrow's schedule will allow for even more of that. I think about the last hour and a half will be dedicated to that. So, but what I would like to do today, obviously, is allow elected officials to ask any questions that may be things they've thought of during the day. But I've just made a note of things that have really struck me today. And there could be so much added to this, but this is sort of the main things I've heard. And I want Jim, he can chime in as well. But we started the day talking about visioning and growth, and I thought the board did a great job on their vision boards. The strategic plan that the staff presented was just, I thought, fantastic, and the accomplishments that have been you've had within the past year. Great financial update, and if I say a number that's wrong, please correct me. But I think we identified a general fund balance of about 13.9 million. We also identified about in additional tax revenue, potentially $650,000, $700,000, and there were about 590,000 or so items that were cut out of last year's budget that we see going ahead and proceeding with possibly taking care of those in this year's budget because of that additional growth. And I think I heard more or less consensus from the board on that. Okay, I said if I say something wrong, stop me. We
Just on that, we talked about,
Yes.
that would be on the next council agenda.
Yes.
Council can review it again. Again, the focus was on one-time items and items that hopefully we can complete by July 1.
We then discussed federal grants and some actions that are coming from Washington that could have an impact on the city's budget. Various programs that do rely on federal spending. That's something we need to keep a really, really close watch on. None of us know what's going to happen, what will be the end result of that, but it's something we definitely need to be aware of currently and as we prepare next year's budget. A lot of talk about the CIP process and the process that's gone into place to really formulate a good, concise process, and many of the items that were identified were put up and on this chart over here, and the board even took the step of maybe identifying their priorities. We know that can change, but just for example, I think 2 projects could have accounted for the entire general fund balance that was available, to show you what type of financial challenges that there are. But we also discussed, other potential funding options as well. In addition to what I'm going to call capital needs, there was a thorough presentation about the need, and this was particularly in the utility departments and Public Works, the need for full-time employees. I think it was stated there was a need for, if you base this over 4 years, 27 potential new positions that can be justified. That's something that's going to have to be discussed, and the manager's going to have to look at and massage over. But I thought that was a really, really big item. I thought the whole presentation about the permit processing was very, very good. And just the explanation of what goes into that, and how staff is still aiming to make that maybe even better. But it's come a long, long ways, and there's been a lot of improvements there. And then I mentioned the last presentation of the day, which, again, I heard the city manager, Jim, say that it sounds like council was at least interested in allowing him to explore that and get more information to bring back to you to discuss that further. I know tomorrow there's going to be some more. We didn't even hear today about recycling and police and fire and recreation, and those are all going to be big, big items for tomorrow. But that's just a real broad view or summary of some of the highlights I heard today. But I definitely want, I think it would be reasonable to hear from particularly the council members, to see if you have any questions or comments or maybe follow-up you need from things you heard today that you would like staff to get more information on, that maybe needs to be more clarity. So I'll turn it over to you now, if that's okay.
I think I'd rather wait till tomorrow when we've had a full discussion.
Okay. I hear that. Yes, sir.
I'll just comment briefly. First of all, thanks for everybody who presented today. I mean, I learned a lot of new stuff, and I've been here 10 years. And so that's really, really, interesting. And I learned about, some new tools and some new process. I mean, not new, tools available and processes that we go through, and gives me a deeper appreciation for what y'all do every day. And so thank you to all of you.
Jim, is there anything else before we leave here today that you want to talk about or we need to discuss before we go home?
No, I think the Mayor Pro Tem will close us out. I'd
Okay.
just like to thank everybody. I thought very informative presentations. Appreciate the feedback and questions from City Council. Thank you. Another full day tomorrow. We'll start at 8 again with breakfast, and then look to start the sessions around 8:30. But appreciate everybody's help. Jeff, thank you for that summary. I thought it was spot on. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, again, Jeff, thank you for keeping us on task. Keith from Labella, obviously Withers Ravenel, and Mayor Harold Weinbrick of Cary for taking time out of their schedule, and some folks from Sanford for being here. That shows how important all this is, right? When you have people traveling to come and help you out. So I think that we saw a huge emphasis on infrastructure investment is our future as we kind of focus this vision. Hopefully the departments remain hopeful as we get an opportunity to revisit some projects that you might have put in there from last year. I feel like the better attitude is not no, but if we can all have the yes, if attitude as we go forward in this, that we may have some challenging times, as we talked about early on, and not getting some money on it. But if we, can keep that, yes, we can do it if blah, that's a lot easier to deal with than just the no, right? So if we can try to stay focused on that. Again, Jim, congratulations to you and your team for putting together so far a great, rewarding educational day. I'm like David, I've learned a ton of stuff today. But but you stayed focused on that strategic plan. Your whole team has, so thank you for that. Kelly, I would love for Victoria, who blew our minds, to do that subdivision Simon Says game in Citizens Academy. That'd be fun and help a whole lot across the communities. It'd help a lot of the questions we get.
Have a developer conference.
Yeah.
Invite them all in for dinner.
I know, right?
By the way, we're gonna play a game.
And I think we clearly saw the impact of not only our human capital needs, but how we can leverage technology to make fact-based decisions as we move forward. So that's kind of my take from today. The only thing I would close with is I need a motion for us to go into recess until 8 a.m., 8:30 on Wednesday, January 29th. Still have a motion. Have a motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.